That heavy rain that was over Monroe has now shifted eastward, and now we've got the 2 tornado threats pretty much that we're watching here, moving into parts of Sharkey, Humphreys, as well as western Yazoo County at this point in time. So these are the 2 storms that we're watching. Are we getting any further ground truth reports?
Nothing besides when law enforcement saw the confirmed tornado on the ground near the Issaquena and Warren County line. Of course, the rotation itself has already shifted northeast of that point. It's now getting closer to making its way into southern Sharkey County.
Okay, so that's moving to southern Sharkey County right now. Still have a pretty good defined inflow-outflow that we've been watching. This is southwest of Kelso. By the end of this evening, you'll have a good education from Peyton and myself. I'm not really sure why we're seeing a picture of the Grinch, but you know what? There are Grinch colors on the screen, and maybe it's appropriate that we're seeing him. But you can see this cell is moving towards the Kelso community and will continue moving near onward as well, and then eventually up towards the Delta National Forest in Campbellville. Hardy is located right here too. But this is on the eastern side of the storm. And you have to remember something. Maybe you don't get the tornado where you are, but it's still going to be a bad storm in many of these cases as these storms are blossoming up in the atmosphere and they're moving across parts of the area. So this is where the storm is right now, just outside of the Kelso community, moving from southwest to north.
They are now going to update this one to considerable. So this will now be, from what the National Weather Service is telling us, likely a tornado emergency potentially.
Yeah,
if they are going to upgrade this one for that considerable tag, that there is a tornado on the ground right now doing damage.
All right. So if that's the case, and this is just coming off 465, so this is really moving more towards the Blanton area and the onward community. So we're going to be paying very close attention to this. We're going to wait for them to upgrade it. When you see it, just chime in, Peyton, and I will try to do the same.
And we will see that warning box. We should see it go from white, where we currently have, it should go to pink for that considerable tag.
And we actually saw that earlier this evening. I saw it happen on one of my weathercasts where it actually did swap over to that color. But we want to get the information. We'll have new information to share with you once they do, in fact, do that. That means that this is a considerable risk. There it is, just popped on the screen. And that is, for a small part, it looks like, for Valley Park. So that's northern Warren County here, bordered by Goose Lake Road, Low Water Bridge Road. Can we push in a little bit closer? I know this is a rural area, but just want to see if there's any roads that stand out here. But this is getting close to Low Water Bridge Road and the Kelso area. There's Summerall Road, Atwood, Gaunt, and then eventually Kelso Road over by the Griffin Road area. So this is a pretty significant storm that's now moving from southwest to northeast. What does that tag tell you when the tornado emergency is put out? And that's what this is. It's now a tornado emergency for northern Warren County. Folks, this is not something that you should take lightly by any means. This is no longer a radar-indicated tornado. This is a tornado capable of producing significant damage that is right now moving through the countryside of northern Warren County. So here's Highway 61. New scan just came in. It's about to get very close to leaving northern Warren County, but it is in northern Warren County right now. And again, a significant risk with this particular storm. A tornado emergency is now in effect. We're looking at debris tracker for you. That could be a signature. Let's take a look here.
It's hard to say, but again, this is a more of a rural place. So.
Right, and that's the thing, you know, which means that it's going to be picking up materials likely, but those materials would be smaller in nature because they're probably comprised of leaves or maybe some sticks. And so for now, there we go. Now we have an expansion of the tornado emergency. And so this is significant. Tornado emergency now for Bayland, the Delta National Forest area, also around the Limerick community. And this almost gets to Yazoo City. So western Yazoo County and southern Sharkey and northern Warren counties right now have a tornado emergency in effect. A tornado emergency is when there is a storm capable of producing considerable damage with a tornado as it moves northeastward. This one is going 40 miles an hour right now. I want to put you on alert if you are in Yazoo County, if you're in the southern portion of Sharkey County. This is an area right now that we want you to be on heightened alert. This is where if you have family, you have friends that live out here, get them on the phone. At this point, this is where you want to warn them and alert them to what we're seeing. And this is debris tracker.
about to cross Highway 61 here shortly.
Let's go a little bit
Near
closer on this.
Kelso.
I'm sorry, what road was that again? I didn't mean to cut
It's
you
about
off.
to cross Highway 61 here shortly near Kelso. So anyone in that community, maybe if they're asleep at this moment, go ahead and give them a call
Yeah.
and say that there is a tornado on the ground right now doing damage. A tornado emergency remains in effect for parts of Warren County, and this will be moving into parts of Sharkey and Yazoo counties here within the coming minutes.
Very dangerous situation now. Okay, this is again on the extreme level, very close to Atwood Drive, Griffin Road, Dorsey Road. Very close. Debris is being lofted into the air. This is a classic debris signature. This is not one that we question. And this is moving northeastward. Highway 61 in front of it. This will cross Highway 61 in about the next 5 minutes or so. So it's a dangerous situation. If you have a helmet in your home, or any kind of protective device, maybe for the kids, a football helmet, whatever you have, a hard hat, which is what I keep. I showed it to you when we were doing our tornado coverage the other week. It is advised you get those now and place them over your heads because, again, this looks like it is lofting a considerable amount of debris into the air right now. So this is on the border. This is on the border with Warren, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Peyton. It looks like that's Sharkey County.
It is
Sorry,
Sharkey County.
It's when you look at all these colors, it's hard to keep them all straight. But you could see Highway 61 here around Kelso. This is the area that we're watching right now. Debris signature, a classic one showing up there. Serious situation. If you know anybody in the southern areas of Sharkey, western Yazoo County, please alert them at this point. This storm is moving at a rather rapid rate. Let's throw a track on it,
Okay.
and so we can kind of track it southwest to northeast. And by the way, you may hear Peyton and I talking over each other at times. It happens, and we're fine with it, right? Are we fine with it?
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure. I have to check with her first. But we want to get that information out to you. So if we're not staring at each other, we're not going to be able to know when to talk and when not to. But just want to let you know, this is when that actual cell is going to be moving through. Kelso, 1134. Delta National Forest, 1147. Kearney, 1151. Campbellville, at 1157. Bayland at 1205. Craig, 1212, and then into Yazoo County at 1218. If you keep extrapolating this storm could be close to Yazoo City at about 1221. That is almost 45 minutes from now. You have time to prepare, but this is a dangerous particular cell. We now have a tornado emergency in effect, and that is something you just don't see very often. It's for a large area too, wouldn't you say? But it makes sense when you've got a cell that is showing the characteristics of this cell. It was strong when we picked it up in northeast Louisiana. Then it weakened a little bit. It looked like it was closed.
Yeah.
But now this is not a weakening system. This is a dangerous and damaging storm. That is debris that is showing up, and it's a little bit large in the atmosphere too. Yeah. Let me tell you what could be going on. All right, so with the debris signature, you got to figure a couple things here. First off, the debris doesn't go straight up into the atmosphere. So it could be blowing up, and then the winds are carrying it aloft for a distance. So that could be what is responsible for making this wider than it normally would be. It could take that debris, spread it out in the sky further, and as it does that, it will create more of a signature on the radar. So it looks bigger, but it is bigger, but that doesn't necessarily mean the storm is bigger. But this is a dangerous storm nonetheless because we've got a defined signature on it. So debris is being blown up from this particular cell into the atmosphere, and then it is traveling northeastward because the winds are right now from a south or southwesterly direction. They're really feeding into this particular storm, and that's why it's gaining all of its energy. So Highway 61 right now in the Kelso area. If we can go back to regular radar real quick, I want to see if we could slice it, maybe 3D slice it, just to give folks an idea as to how tall this thing is in the atmosphere. It's between the Smedes and Kelso area now by Low Water Bridge Road and also very close to Highway 61. So as we take a look at it here, this is 10,000. Oh, we just got off the screen.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Don't be sorry. You're fine. We'll get it back, folks. We will. We got all night. But you could see that there's that cell. And again, very strong debris signature right in that area near Kelso. And that's moving southwest to northeast across the Delta National Forest. What are these purple colors? That's really intense rainfall. All right, so we're looking at the storm, and we're about 20,000 feet, at least in this particular scan. This shows us, this is like a vertical three-dimensional look at the storm. So we can kind of see how tall it is in the atmosphere. Do you have the ability to wave maybe just back and forth just to see, or are we kind of stuck with what we got?
We may be stuck.
That's okay. I've been in worse predicaments before, so it's okay if are we stuck, you think? Oh, no, let's see. Okay. So I just wanted to see if any part of the storm was going like to 30,000 feet. But it probably is when you start moving it a little bit more to the north and east. But the bottom line is, I just wanted to see how tall this goes into the sky. So at least we can tell you right now where the core of that storm is right there. That's going about 4 miles up into the sky. Pretty tall storm, relatively speaking. I've seen them as high as 70,000 feet. That's about 35 miles in the sky. Those storms are storms you want to definitely avoid at all costs if you can. So alerting you now to where this storm is going next. It will go over the Delta National Forest. Not a lot of folks live in this area, but once you get to Highway 16, different story. The population starts to pick up again with some homes scattered around on Highway 16, closer to the Sunflower River, and then you're going to be getting up to about Bayland and south of 149. So,
Dave, sorry, I do want to correct myself that a considerable tag is not the same as a tornado emergency.
Oh, it's not. Okay, so let's clarify that then.
That's being said in the chat.
Okay, let's just clarify that then. There's so many different little nuances to this. So
But either way, a tornado is doing damage out this way.
Right, tornado doing damage, considerable damage. This is not a tornado emergency, so let's clarify that. Okay, the color can fool us. That's what it is. A lot of this is looking at colors and interpreting from those colors. The bottom line is we have a tornado warning that is in effect with a considerable damage potential in this area. And so thank you for correcting us. Appreciate that. Just get that straight with y'all. But the bottom line is it doesn't change the storm that we're seeing, which is very close to Kelso right now and moving northeast towards Campbellville and Bayland. So this particular storm from the Blanton area back across Highway 61 will continue moving from southwest to northeast across the area as we go through the coming minutes. And again, a dangerous storm. We've had a debris field with it. Let's go back to debris, to our debris scan, and just to see where it is. North of Kelso now, just moved across 61, and it's holding together pretty well. So it's something we cannot take our eyes off for the time being because this storm is actually lifting debris into the atmosphere at this point. And again, we've had this storm pulsing up, pulsing down in intensity, but now it is in fact continuing to move and march its way southwest to northeast across the area. If you live in Onward, it is now just sitting southeast of town. If you live in Onward or the Blanton area, please remain cautious with this storm. It is about to enter the Delta National Forest. As it does so, it will find fewer residents in that region. But again, once it emerges out of the Delta National Forest area, will be a different story as it's closer to Highway 16, and the potential for more tornado damage is certainly there. We are waiting to get additional reports. Again, this is a sparsely populated area, so we're waiting to get some reports from the region. We've had law enforcement reporting on sightings a little bit earlier with this storm, about 20 minutes, maybe a half hour ago, I think it was, that it was coming across Highway 465, where it was right on the border with Issaquena and also Warren counties. But now it has moved out of Warren County, just to alert you folks in Valley Park. It is definitely out of Warren County, and it is now sitting in the southern part of Sharkey County, and Campbellville and Kearney are places that we're going to have to watch here over the next half hour as that storm gets a little bit farther out. Let's go back to regular radar and show folks what's happening with that storm. And you can see it's a pretty well-developed storm here. It's been dumping some heavy rain. We've had some purple showing up on the screen close to the Delta National Forest. We pull out a little bit further. We've got a tornado warning that's going on to the north here, and that is including the Belzona area. Let's go into that, zoom in, give folks an idea as to what they can expect. Here's Belzona, there's Gooden Lake, and there's where the actual tornadic cell is. This is radar indicated, a little bit different. This is a radar indicated cell. And it is showing you right now the wind field. And on this wind field, you can make it out. It's right over Gooden Lake that we have an inflow and outflow. So this is where we have a circulation. This is moving northeast. Wow, this is going to be right on Belzona, probably in the next 5 minutes or so. It's moving almost across Highway 12 right now, west of town. But we think this is going to come very close to Belzona, Highway 49 west, Highway 7, which is north, just north of downtown Belzona. And you can see that it's going to be this area that gets impacted. So if you live west or north of Belzona, including downtown Belzona, you're going to be looking at a potential tornado here. Doppler indicated tornado moving towards you from the southwest. It's already raining quite hard in Belzona. When this storm comes overhead, it's going to be torrential rain, probably blinding rain at that point in time. So I do want to point this out. It's maybe common sense, but let's get the word out. This is not the kind of weather, not the kind of weather you want to be driving around overnight tonight. This is the kind of rainfall that will reduce your visibility to zero. And the wind on top of it all, forget about the tornado threat, the wind on top of it all, even just in these regular storms, is going to be quite gusty, 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts easily. And how do we know that? Because the storms are moving from southwest to northeast at 40 miles per hour. So that tells us we already know the wind speeds are 40 miles per hour because that's what pushes and carries these storms along. So Belzona, we want you to be prepared. Storms are approaching from the south and west right now. 4 mile over through Belzona. That area is right now the target of this particular storm in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
And it looks like we have a new tornado watch coming out.
Okay, figured that would happen at some point. And, you know, they're going to realign, I would think, several counties in our area.
Basically the entire area with the exception of Walthall and Jeff Davis County. But, I mean, some points later in the morning, we're talking tomorrow, technically Wednesday, then another watch will likely be needed downstream. Yeah. So if you're not in a watch right now, at some point you likely will be.
Right, and that's the thing. I know folks were asking me earlier when I was live on Facebook, they said, well, what about, you know, my county's not included. Do I have anything to worry about? And I said, hold on. This is going to be something that happens in tiers. Initially, you'll have central areas of Mississippi, and then these watches will be reconfigured depending on the weather situation. I also want to point out, once this line of storms moves into central Mississippi, it's going to slow up. And when it slows up, it's going to be a transition into some pretty intense downpours. That's going to be in the morning. So for some areas that are not under that line of storms, you're going to get a little bit of some relief. There'll be a lull in the activity. All right, there'll be a lull in the activity. But in other spots, okay, it's still going to be an ongoing severe weather threat. So this is not a one-size-fits-all forecast that we've been saying to you, but this is where there's the potential for significant damage in several portions of our viewing area, and that's why we're here tonight giving you team coverage that's going to continue through the night and into the morning, and probably beyond as well, because that's what we're looking at here, this dangerous weather situation that's playing out. All right, so we've got a tornado warning that continues for western Yazoo and southern Sharkey counties right now. The storm is getting closer to Campbellville. It is still over the Delta National Forest. You can see off to the south and west. That's where we're looking at the inflow and outflow with the storm. Let's go back to debris. And if the debris signature, let's see if it's lessened at all. Well, it looks a little muddy. How about that? It's a muddier look. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and even the National Weather Service is also noting that it's somewhat more diffuse, but still confined enough that they believe that a tornado still may be on the ground. So we may not have that confirmation right now just looking at the debris signature, but still treat this as if there is still a tornado on the ground doing damage. That's
right, and this storm is blossoming still across portions of the southern areas of Sharkey County, and I want to alert you, if you live near Highway 16, in the next 10 minutes or so, that's where this storm is going to cross. So Highway 16 west of Campbellville, that's where this particular storm cell is going to cross, regardless of the debris signature, which is lessened a little bit. The other thing we have to point out is it's still a dangerous storm. A very dangerous storm. In fact, look at it on regular radar. We'll just pull it back here to regular radar for a second. Show you all the red and purple. That's as high end on the scale as you get. That's the heaviest kind of rain that you're going to find in this type of storm. And it doesn't have the same presentation as it did a few minutes ago where it looked really ominous. It's still a bad looking storm, but it does not have the same characteristics that it did a little while earlier. I am a little concerned about what's going on south of Blanton. Not to ruin the party, but there is that little node there that's sticking out, and sure enough, wouldn't you know?
Broad rotation. I also want to note that when this was moving into southern Sharkey County, that power outages jumped upwards. So we now have about 365 customers currently without power in Sharkey County. So maybe at some point we'll see some maybe reports coming out that way, considering that is when we did have that pretty well-defined tornado debris signature crossing over Highway 61 near Kelso.
Okay, and meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us late this evening. Are you mic'd up?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Good morning.
You're here. Good evening.
Morning.
It's close enough, isn't it?
15 minutes and you get to say good morning. But you know what? Since you're here early, you get to say whenever you want. Appreciate you being here. Again, I told you we'd have team coverage for you to keep you going through the night. Patrick's going to pop on here a little bit, give us his perspectives. If you're ready, I don't want to put you on the spot. But we're going to have Patrick and Brandon carrying you through most of the overnight. Peyton and I are going to hang out for a little while longer to keep you covered because the tornado threat right now is a considerable one that's moving out there. But Any of this weather surprising you so far?
Just waking up and seeing the litany of tornado warnings that started to come out a little earlier than anticipated here on this now Tuesday night going into Wednesday morning. We told you yesterday, my friends, if we were going to be dealing with this, it would be a long duration event. We told you about 10 o'clock p.m. Tuesday through 4 p.m. tomorrow because of the multitude of waves of storms that we're dealing with. Again, you've got a considerable threat of a tornado moving through the Delta National Forest right now. Again, that's a lightly populated area. The next towns in line, Campbellville, Holly Bluff, Yazoo City. Now, the warning comes up to the back doorstep of Yazoo City, but you do not need to sleep on this storm system. If you're in Yazoo City right now, I'd go ahead and start thinking about what do I do in this situation. That's the next major town in line, but you got Holly Bluff here as well. So again, if you're in Holly Bluff, you're probably getting very heavy rainfall, maybe some hail associated with it, but the circulation is to your south and west. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. It looks like that circulation is starting to get a little bit more kind of redefining itself. It was broadening out a little bit, but it looks like it's cycling. That's the problem with these storms here. It looks like that storm system is cycling. You got one circulation here, one circulation here. So it looks like we may have possibly two different circulations going on right now. Go ahead, Peyton.
Sorry, I was going to note that as well. And they are also going to back off of the confirmed slash considerable wording on this severe, on this tornado warning. But still go ahead and get your tornado safe.
Yeah, and the reason they're probably backing off it a little bit is just because at this point, it's over a very sparsely populated area, very rural out here. But I will tell you right now, as soon as this comes out, it's going to be near Highway 16. There are some homes in that area, and those folks need to be on guard right now. This storm has been pulsing up and down, as we've been talking about. We see that with supercells, and I know, Patrick, you were mentioning that you feel like there's another circulation developing here. I'm still watching what's going on farther southwest because we could see another back-end system. If you remember the last severe weather event, that we saw a lot of. We had a bunch of these storms popping up. And now they've dropped it. You can see it's now just what we call a regular tornado warning. We're not downplaying it. We're just letting you know that is a different definition than what we had on the screen before with considerable damage. But if you live in Campbellville, you know somebody who lives out here on Highway 16, get them on the phone, text them, make sure that they respond to you because this is a dangerous situation. Again, these nighttime tornadoes are the worst. The only way we know they're coming in this regard is from radar. We don't have folks that really can see them ahead of time. We have folks that can confirm them that they're on the ground, but we don't get the luxury of being able to have folks see them in advance. So this is our only way of scanning it. We've got a pretty good angle on this storm too. We're hitting it from the southeast here, and you can kind of see the storm as it's elongated out across that area. But there could be multiple circulations with this particular cluster of storms. And it's been going through cycling where it looks strong, it doesn't, it looks strong, it doesn't. And that's really what's been going on with it. Right, Peyton?
Yeah, and even in the chat, they're noting that it's attempting to reorganize. So while we don't have any confirmation that a tornado is on the ground right now, that doesn't mean that it couldn't just drop one here at any time, since we could have a new one maybe at any moment.
I try to remind the folks at home that we're showing you radar imagery. All right, so we know the circulation's happening in the atmosphere. The question is it reaching the ground? So we know that this is going on off the ground. Wow, that really is a big pickup there. Did you see that? That is a big.
I wonder if we have.
I think that is definitely trying to cycle right now as it's moving through the Delta National Forest. While it's over kind of unpopulated land, we have the other warning that's to the north, that's up in Humphreys County. Let's go up there really quickly. That storm is about to cross Highway 49, just north of Belzona. Here's Isola right here, Belzona right here, that circulation right here, crossing Highway 12, and again, maybe about a mile or two north of Belzona. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions up here along Highway 3, Highway 49 West, and Highway 7. So again, northern Humphreys County, take your tornado precautions now. That one a little weaker, but it looks like it's trying to cycle as well. You see kind of two little nodes right here, one right here near Coal Lake Road, the other one right along Highway 12 just west of 16th Section Road. These areas right here going up to the north and east, you need to go ahead and be in your tornado safe place as well. Again, if you're in the city of Belzona, I need you to be in a safe place as well. Of course, the northern portions of Humphreys County up towards southern LaFleur County as well.
Just getting some reports from this storm as it moved through Warren County. There's good news to report with, not this storm, sorry, the other storm that's currently going through the Delta National Forest. When it moved through Warren County, Sheriff Martin Pace just reported to us that he's had no reports of damage, and so that's really good news. But there are considerable power outages right now in the northern parts of the county, especially, he pointed out, in the Eagle Lake community. So that would make sense.
And I do want to point out a new update on the power outages in Sharkey County. I said around 300-ish not too long ago, but now that number is around 1,300.
And how much?
Is quite a step up.
It's a big step up.
Yes.
Tell me what the percentage of the county is.
71% is currently without power.
So
right
most of the county is now without power. Didn't mean to throw that math at you, but most of the county is without power now in Sharkey County due to this particular storm cell. It may not be the actual tornadic portion. It could be just the wind portion, but you get the idea. We know something's going on, something big right now in southern Sharkey County, and this is headed for Highway 16. This is really ramping up and ramping up quickly now. So it's probably reorganizing is what it's doing, and we're going to have to watch this cell in particular as it gets very close to the river here and then starts moving towards Campbellville.
Let's go back over to traditional radar. I want to show you something really quickly because it looks like we've got what we call a donut hole. That's the same thing that we were showing you a couple of days ago with the tornadoes that we had back, a week and a half ago. That storm is about to cross Highway 16, again, near Holly Bluff. If you're in Holly Bluff, I need you to go ahead and be in a tornado-safe place right now. Interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home, because, again, this area here, where we have that circulation, it is trying to ramp up quickly. So again, this is a cycling storm. So again, it's going through its motions of trying to re-strengthen itself, reorganize itself. It could very well try to tornado again, try to put down another tornado here near Highway 16, near the Holly Bluff community. I know we got some folks out there who watch us, in western Yazoo County, the Holly Bluff Volunteer Fire Department. We'll probably get some information from them if anything happens from them. But again, the general track here will take it through northern Yazoo County. So this circulation is about to come out of Sharkey into Yazoo. Not to mention, you have a secondary circulation trying to form back here that just crossed Highway 61. Let's go back over to, and that one's a little weaker from what it was a minute ago, but we'll watch that closely, the one that Dave was talking about near the Blanton community, south of Cary, near Onward. But you've got this one, again, re-strengthening pretty quickly as it's making its way off to the north and east at this point in time. Just kind of checking and seeing what we've got going on. Back to the west, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that just came out. That's going to have a tornado possible with it as it's making its way out of Louisiana. It is angling itself for Eagle Lake, the same areas that were just affected by this last storm. It did look like that storm did pass just north of Eagle Lake, but that's a sparsely populated area once you get outside of Eagle Lake with that first storm that came rolling through here. This is the circulation that they're looking at here that will cross Highway 65. This is over Madison Parish, West Carroll Parish, Louisiana. So just across the Mississippi River from Warren and Issaquena counties. Again, a possibility that could tornado as well. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, so that would be the Eagle Lake community. Again, you need to be careful about that. Patrick mentioned the donut hole. We were talking about that, Peyton and I were, about an hour ago, it seems, and when it was over northeastern Louisiana, and that's a classic definition of a very well-formed tornado when you see the circulation hole where there's just dry air in the center and everything's wrapped around it.
Sink drain.
Yeah, sink drain basically that's the funnel of the actual tornado going right down towards the ground. So you have to understand that when we see those are really giving us the clear indication that there is, in fact, a tornado with that cell. We are looking right now at this particular tornado warning that is right now from the Delta National Forest through western Yazoo, through Bayland and Campbellville. The storm is now about to lift over Highway 16. We have well-defined inflow and outflow on this, a good couplet of wind that is right now moving north of Kearney, headed towards Campbellville and Patmos. So if you live in this area, all right, this is getting close to Satartia Road. But if you live in this area, it's going to be moving northeastward here and almost paralleling 16 for a little bit as it moves north and eastward. Tornado warning in effect Tornado warning in effect for this entire
New
area.
tornado warning is going to come out for the one that's coming out of
North of
Louisiana.
Yeah, here we go
And
on this
that might
one.
be a very similar track to almost the same track that the storm that's now moving into Yazoo County,
Yep.
following almost the exact same path where it crossed Highway 65, where we got reports of power flashes.
New tornado warning now in effect till 1 a.m. This is going to be for Warren and Issaquena County. Sorry to cut you off there. Just want to get this out. Tornado warning in effect until 1 a.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located about 8 miles north of Tallulah. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. I'm not going to make a big deal over that, but I will make the point that it's a little slower than the storms we were tracking earlier this evening. First storms that I was looking at earlier this evening were moving 50 miles an hour. This one's going 35. The other ones are going 40, as we've mentioned. But it is something to note that we're seeing this line, the main line of storms now catching up. And in areas where it catches up, it will be the main controlling, device, if you will, of these storms. It's still the supercells popping up ahead of this that we really have to be cautious on. Again, that is a severe thunderstorm with a Doppler indicated potential of a tornado right in here. And this is almost the same area as before. Eagle Lake and working its way up into Issaquena County. Again, there's not a lot of folks here, but it is bounded by Valley Park. So we want to let you know if you're in northern sections, of Warren County, southern sections of Issaquena County, and then the southwestern portion of Sharkey County. Again, we are watching this line of storms. Let's look at regular radar here so we can give folks a little perspective as to what's going on. This is where we have storms kind of converging. This is the most active part of this line of storms right now. And that's why in the Delta, we're seeing all this activity in the area. Also, want to point out just outside Lexington here, we've got a pretty good cell that's starting to take shape, a thunderstorm nonetheless, but we will watch for some of these storms to do other things. Let's look at the bigger picture. So in case any folks that are not getting rough weather right now kind of know where they stand in all this. Pike County, we've had a good amount of shower activity tonight. We keep seeing these heavy downpours that have been popping up in these lines in Pike and also Lawrence counties. This has been the case most of the evening. So we're watching these storms here, and I don't like what I'm looking at back here in Louisiana. That has, at least at this point in time, it's not tornadic, but that's a pretty good cell that's starting to pop west of Natchez.
Maybe the next one.
That's what I'm saying. As soon as this starts getting into the unstable air here, it may be something we have to really start paying attention to. But for now, it is really the lower delta that's getting the worst of this weather presently. And again, it's all that stuff in central Louisiana that must work its way through our area before all is said and done. And that is several hours.
And just to reemphasize, Holly Bluff needs to be in a safe place immediately. This storm is rapidly coming over your area right now. And again, right in through here, you've got a tornado possibly on the ground. This is a storm that's going to be moving across an area that at least has some buildings and structures. Hopefully we do not see that debris signature reinvigorate here soon enough. But it's crossing Highway 16 right now. Let's hope that is not what we think it is, or it could be. But again, this area here, again, near Holly Bluff, you need to be in a safe place immediately. You've got a secondary circulation to your south and west that we're watching as well. And then the other tornado warning that just came out back over into Louisiana. The storm that's up into Sharkey County, into Humphreys County rather, that storm is starting to weaken, broaden out. They will let that warning expire. It will not go into southern portions of LaFleur County, so that's good news. But that storm has now crossed over 49 West, crossing over Highway 7 right now, and eventually will make its way up into southern sections of LaFleur County, south of Itabena and Greenwood. But something else that we'll keep an eye on. They wouldn't be surprised if they go with the severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. I think they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that Dave was just talking about. Yep, there you go. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be Highway 84 out here. Again, this is Concordia and Catahoula parishes, Louisiana. If that's on the same path, it's further south. This would be more so for like Claiborne County as well as Jefferson and Adams County. If it stays on the same path as it makes its way off to the north and east, that one's moving. Peyton, you know how fast that one's moving? Fast enough?
That one is moving. I'm not clicking to the warning.
Peyton has all the answers in case you don't realize, folks at home. That's why we rely on her.
This one's moving northeast at 35.
Okay.
So go back to your
common
point.
theme. So this is slowing down a little bit across our area. By the way, just to let you know what we're doing here tonight, we are doing play-by-play weather pretty much for you. Because these storms, we've been talking about the forecast for several days now, all right? And it's pretty much been the same forecast over and over again. But now these storms are popping up. And so we're seeing these trends evolving, and we're looking at the storms that don't have warnings on them yet, and we're saying that could be the next one. Pay attention to this, pay attention to that, so you have the ultimate amount of time in preparation for these storms. We have the warnings that are popping on the screen. We're telling you about them literally as they're coming to us before they hit the TV, and we want you to be well aware as to what's going on. But it's a dangerous situation that is setting up right now. Nighttime tornadoes are pretty much the worst, all right, when it comes to weather phenomena, because obviously you don't see them until they're right up on you, or you have to track them through radar. And radar, it's hard to know if they're really touching the ground or not. We're looking at that storm that is now on Highway 16. This is the inflow and outflow. And again, this guy is stubborn. Yeah. It's been holding together pretty good as it's moving up towards now Bayland and eventually the Anchorage area. So if you live near Highway 16, you know anybody out there, family, friends, text them. It's okay. By the way, coming up on midnight right now, you're watching live coverage. That's Patrick's alarm going off. You're
not supposed to wake up at midnight.
Well, you're not late. You're watching live severe weather coverage. Well, you woke us all up. You're watching severe weather coverage right now on WLBT Jackson, WDBD Jackson, as we keep you up to date on the latest with the severe weather that's going to be impacting our area most of today, Wednesday. But that includes these overnight hours as well. We've got the whole team here, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, meteorologist Peyton Garrison. And by the way, Brandon's going to be here. Brandon Walker will be along here in a very short period of time as well. So our team coverage will continue through the night and through the day as long as this severe weather threat continues in our area. So let's bring you up to speed on what's going on. We'll look at the regular radar first, and just to show you what the regional radar looks like from that perspective across our area. In central Mississippi, not much going on just yet. Southern part, south central areas, showers and thunderstorms starting to billow up. But most of the region is quiet. North of the Big Black River, it's not quiet. It's anything but. And that's where we have tornado warnings in effect. The tornado warning that was in effect for Humphreys County is now expired. That's gone. But we do have a tornado warning in effect for northwestern Yazoo County. This is west, away from Yazoo City. Pretty intense cell that we've been watching most of the evening here. Last couple of hours, it seems, is now moving in that area. And then we've got another one here that is getting close to the Mississippi River in east central Louisiana. And this could impact the Eagle Lake area and farther north, very close to Valley City as well. Why don't you give me an update on that right now? What's going on with that, Patrick?
That storm, again, working its way north and eastward. This one we're going to be watching very closely because, again, tornado warning storm that is going across a very similar area to what we were just dealing with maybe about an hour ago, just north of the Eagle Lake community. As far as what we've gotten from Warren County Sheriff Martin Pace, again, haven't heard any reports of damage. That's good news. Let's hope it stays that way. And it looks like they've clipped Warren County out of the warning, and just Issaquena and Sharkey counties are now underneath that warning. Am I right there? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so there's your circulation. Again, very similar area near Albemarle Lake. Again, looking like that one's starting to tighten up again as it's crossed Highway 65 near the Roosevelt area. This is over into West Carroll Parish and as well as Madison Parish, Louisiana. Madison Parish, Louisiana, not Madison County, Mississippi. So Albemarle Lake, again, this area is not the most populated area in the world. A lot of folks have camps out here. This is out here in, forest land. A lot of folks have camps and stuff out here in this part of the world. It's the time of the year. People have been at the camps lately. So, it's, something to be cognizant of. Albemarle Lake, this will be north of Eagle Lake. Okay, so north of Eagle Lake, but again, that circulation is starting to ramp up as well as it's making its way across Highway 465. Onward, Kelso, down towards Valley Park, all going to be in that similar scenario that we were just in maybe about 45 minutes ago to an hour, but it does look like it's starting to get a little bit more robust here as it's moving across the Mississippi River. If we start to see that debris signature, we'll go back to it. Let's go back up to the north. The storm that is coming up along Highway 16 right now, again, this one making its way up to the north and east. I would not be surprised if they get issued a tornado warning for southern portions of Humphreys County here soon enough because it's about to come out of that warning. So let's zoom out really quickly because
they're about to downstream one.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and put a storm track on that storm. And it's moving at about, 40 miles per hour on that one. The other one that was moving at 35 miles per hour. That goes back to Dave's point of the storm slowing down as you get closer and closer to the frontal boundary. We mentioned this yesterday, that at some point this morning, this front will stop moving. It will probably be somewhere between about 3 and 6 o'clock this morning. It gets to the metro area and may just stop. And we may have a relative lull in severe weather, traditional severe weather, okay, when it comes down to tornadoes, hail, and wind. But we're going to have a lot of rainfall that will come along with that. And unfortunately, that becomes a flood situation right during the heart of the morning commute. So that's going to be its own situation. And then later on, during the afternoon hours of Wednesday, then we have a secondary severe weather threat that will then sweep in our easternmost communities. It's a little marathon, not a sprint day yet again. Again, coming right up Highway 16 here, heading towards Wolf Lake. That's at 1219 Carter, 1226. Eventually, this makes its way out towards the Eden community in northern Yazoo County at 1235, and Bee Lake up here as you get closer to Mileston. That's going to be about 1238 as well. This should shoot just north of Yazoo City, but again, it's going to be a close call. It's going to be out near the Yazoo River bottoms, out closer to the bridge going across the Yazoo River if it stays on the same track. But again, we need folks who are in Eagle Lake, Holly Bluff. Stay in your safe place right now. If you have a Holly Bluff address out here in the western portions of Yazoo County, I need you to just stay there for a couple more minutes until this can pass over you. It'll cross across Highway 149 near Wolf Lake, Carter, and eventually making its way up towards the Eden community. But there's your new tornado warning.
And Belzona's
And
back
Belzona's
in it
in
again.
now. Yeah, so it may stay just south of Belzona, but it's on the same general path here. So again, something to be cognizant of as it makes its way off to the north and east.
And this one goes until 12:45.
Okay, so that one's the new one until 12:45. The other one that we got that's for the other portions of the area, there's that circulation there. The one that's south and west of that one goes until 1 o'clock in the morning. That goes all the way to the back doorstep of Sharkey and Issaquena counties as well, and the storm that's coming out of Louisiana. So
This one is 8 miles northeast of Holly Bluff, 13 miles east of Rolling Fork, and it's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Do want to alert you, if you know folks that live in Sharkey County, most of the county is without power because of the earlier storm. So now that we have an additional warning kind of being thrown at you, if you know folks out there, text them, call them just to alert them. Also remind them that if they don't have power, they can still watch our tornado coverage right now, streaming through the free First Alert weather app on your phone. So alert them to that as well so they can stay in contact with the information as it's coming into us. We just want to keep everybody informed as best as possible. We're also on Facebook right now too, so you can check out our coverage there as well. This is the storm that's very close to Albemarle Lake. It is south of the Fittler community and Blanton. We mentioned you a little while ago, you're back in this. A lot of these towns are seeing almost the same thing happening over and over again because this line of storms, while it's moving generally eastward, southeastward, there are these spin-ups that are happening within that line, and they are racing northeastward because the wind ahead of the front is definitely from a southerly direction, but with height, it changes. It spins a little bit, and that's what's giving these storms the potential to also spin. So we want you to be on alert. Highway 465, Highway 1, in Issaquena County, again, a tornado warning is in effect right now. That storm is currently moving in to the county. It just crossed the river, and we're going to continue monitoring this storm along with the other storms that are impacting much of the area as tornado warnings continue from this line that is now impacting most of the lower Delta region. Patrick.
I was just going to mention, if I'm not mistaken, there was a report that came in that the Inverness transmitter for the National Weather Service radios, the weather radios that we try to get you information for, that was down. That affects Sharkey and Humphreys County. So you may be without weather radio service if you are tuned into the Inverness transmitter. That's not good news. So again, that's why we have multiple ways of getting weather information, okay? So I tell you before we get to these events, have multiple ways of getting weather information. Facebook is a secondary source, but those weather radios, your app, your wireless emergency alerts, and television are your four first alerts. Secondary comes social media, okay? So again, that's what we need you to be weather aware to. Again, that's going to affect Sharkey County, Humphreys County, I think parts of Holmes County, southern portions of LaFleur County back over into Sunflower County as well. So not the best situation, but we can make do. That's why we have the multiple ways of getting information. I just want to point that out.
If we could pop radar off for a second, just show folks the counties and where these warnings are in effect, and maybe zoom in on each one so we give folks a perspective as to who's at risk and who isn't. The first one here in Humphreys County, Belzona, Gooden Lake, Silver City, Honey Island, Mileston, back through Carter, Louise, and Anchorage. A tornado warning is in effect for your area. This is Doppler indicated. Farther south in western Yazoo and southern areas of Sharkey County, we are watching a tornado warning as well that is currently in effect. If we can just drop a little bit farther south, you can see that's Colby, Campbellville, Bayland, and then farther southwest, Blanton, again, Kelso, again, a tornado warning in effect. That includes Fittler and Albemarle Lake. So many communities I just mentioned for you that are under a tornado warning yet again, because an hour ago we were telling you about them being under a tornado warning. Now additional cells in that line of storms continues to move on through. So this is Highway 465. We're west of Goose Lake Road here. This is right where 465 kind of bends with the Mississippi River, and that is where we do have that particular cell. This is the inflow and outflow that you're looking at on radar right here, and it is moving northeastward. So Albemarle Lake, you should be taking cover at this point in time. Once we get beyond Albemarle Lake, it's going to be a minute before we get back into a populated area. We're going to be up closer to Blanton when that happens, but that's going to take several minutes before this actual storm cell gets up there. You can see there's Blanton on the edge of your screen, and then we go into the Delta National Forest again, and this is where we're watching that other storm that's had a pretty good signature that's near Bayland. Let's stop off in the Anchorage and Bayland area just for a moment, and you can see this is getting close to Louise, and this was the storm that really was cranked up about 20 minutes ago. A mean looking storm, not as mean now, but still a tornado warning in effect for it. So it doesn't look like it was, it didn't have the considerable tag, which is what it had a short time ago. But this is headed more for Anchorage, Louise, and eventually Silver City. So again, this is going to be a long process through the night as this line of storms pushes in here, and then we've got that other storm that we're watching in east central Louisiana. And that one will be something we'll have to keep an eye on for folks that live closer to Natchez and Port Gibson, because this line, this part of the line, has not been something we've really engaged with so far this evening. And that's why when this moves in, we're going to have a lot of energy for it to tap into. And this could pose a problem for southwest Mississippi, probably between 1 and 3 a.m. That's when I'm thinking it's going to move in.
So law enforcement is looking at a law enforcement officer on the Mississippi River levee is reporting a tornado near Lake
Albemarle.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not.
Maybe you can answer this question for us. Chotard Lake?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so you don't, this, you know what, we may have stumped him.
Yeah.
You don't know of a barbecue restaurant near there? Wow.
Last time I checked, I don't think there was a barbecue
I don't think so
restaurant
either. I've been up that way. I haven't seen much around there, to be honest with you
So
either.
they're going to be changing the wording on this and go.
Okay.
Go confirmed.
All right, we're going to go confirmed on this particular tornado near Albemarle Lake. We have law enforcement confirmation from the levee there that a tornado has been spotted. This will be moving towards Fittler and Blanton.
And close to Kelso, where we just had that
right in
confirmed
here.
tornado on the ground.
All these towns we've been talking about all night, and you're getting publicity for all the wrong reasons, unfortunately. This particular cell right here just moving across 465, and it's going to come close to 465 again because, as I mentioned to you, it curves with the river here, and basically the levees, but it's going to be up there close to Fittler, Blanton, and the Lowwater Bridge Road area as this moves northeastward. This storm, if I'm not mistaken, this one's going 35 miles an hour, so it's a little bit slower than some of the other storms that are currently moving through the area. But again, we have confirmation on it, so we're expecting this warning to be revised a little bit, increased in the intensity and the concern that we have for it as well. Most of the storms so far this evening have been in rural areas, which Mississippi has plenty of them. But we want to let you know as these things are developing, because they move from basically the middle of nowhere, all of a sudden they come up on a community. And that's why we want folks that live close to Blanton, and there we go, they just changed the qualification, if you will, of this warning.
And we also have a storm spotter on Highway 61, so they, I'm sure, will let us know once this rotation does cross Highway 61, they'll let us know if it's still on the ground.
All right, so 61's up here by Blanton. All right, that's Highway 1. So this storm's going to get closer to 61 here before long. It disappears for a second here on the radar screen. Not really sure why, but it's there. Trust me.
And just to point out, they're going to go with a tornado warning for the storm that's coming out of Humphreys County. I point that out because these storms, remember, cycling. That one weekend up north of Belzona, that one, again, moving up into LaFleur County, we'll get a new tornado warning here fairly soon as it's making its way up to the north and east. But again, that goes back to this thought of these storms cycling, going through a process as they're making their way through over the next little bit. And as Dave was mentioning, again, just because, these areas here don't have as many folks as Metro Jackson or some of the other metropolitan areas, Vicksburg, Natchez, Macomb, doesn't mean that they don't deserve to get weather information. So that's why we're here, to keep you updated on this storm. Again, obviously somebody's watching the storm come across the levee. Just happens to be a sheriff's deputy probably. But again, that storm ramping up as it's making its way closer to Highway 61. Again, carries up here onward again in this general vicinity, same area that we saw 45 minutes ago with the first storm.
And the problem with these storms, the reason why it's so important that we let you know, even though it's a small community, rural, maybe there's nobody there, but the point is we have to let you know about these storms because there's not much time for warning, not much time for preparing. These are nighttime storms. So we're grateful that we're actually getting the amount of reports that we've been getting now. I'll be honest with you, the more than I thought we'd be receiving. So it's great. We appreciate law enforcement and the storm chasers that are out there watching this stuff. But this particular cell is one where you need to keep an eye on because it's going to be getting closer to Blanton. Let me give you a little perspective here. This is the border, this white imaginary line, if you will. It's the border between Sharkey and Issaquena counties here. And so this storm is going to move through southern Issaquena and move into the southwest portion of Humphreys County here in the next few minutes. And along Highway 61, we do have plenty of folks that reside there. And so we want you to be aware that this storm is coming. The problem is, in this area, if you have family or friends in southern Sharkey County, please alert them to this storm moving in, because if they're not watching us on the Free First Alert weather app, they're probably going to have a tough time getting the information because at this point the power's out for most of the county. So we want you to know that we're on Facebook, we're on the Free First Alert weather app, and we do know that there are folks out here trying to get this information, and it's vital that they know that there's a storm coming. We don't want, in this particular environment, we don't want folks going out to survey the damage only to get hit by another storm, if that makes sense. So you can see right now, tornado warning in effect for that storm that crossed through Albemarle Lake on Highway 465. And now it's going to be getting closer to 61, where there is a storm chaser that is currently out there spotting for this storm and will keep us updated. Let's go farther north. Want to show what's happening with that storm. There we go, just got that signature. And you can see this is what's happening with the storm that's in Humphreys County. Belzona, here we go again, but south of Belzona, Silver City over to Louise. An intense part of this cell is moving. And you can see it's south of Louise there. There's some good inflow and outflow. These need to be watched by the Bayland and the, wow, there we go, by Louise. Look at that. Pretty intense winds in this area. Peyton, if you have the ability, maybe we could measure the wind real quick just to see what's going on there.
That looks like it's still circulation there, but it may broaden out a little bit.
Yeah.
So it may be in a circulation. It's trying to go through its cycle, but even if it's going with winds in a straight motion or twisting about in a circle, it don't matter. That's a whole lot of wind. And of course, that's just come across Highway 149 just south of 14. Midnight sits about here. You got Louise here. And then again, between Silver City and Carter along Highway 49 West, that's going to be the next one in line. But you see how that kind of kinks up right there.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised, again, if it tries to notch up, and that becomes more of a tornado signature yet again. But again, tornado warning in effect. You need to be in a safe place now. If you're along Highway 149, stay there near Louise. But Silver City and Carter, Wolf Lake are the next ones in line.
And you know what Peyton revealed there when she was pulling up on the screen is we had 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a mile away from that, the wind was blowing at 5 miles an hour. So that gives you an idea as to what's going on in the atmosphere. To have something so turbulent and then it be the complete opposite, less than a mile away. There's something right there. So we're watching what's happening there near Louise. I want you to please be on special alert if you're in the Silver City area on 49 or over by Carter, because this storm cell is going to ride just north of Wolf Lake and probably wind up between there on Highway 49 in the next 10 to 20 minutes or so. So a dangerous situation playing out right now in this area. Let's go to the bigger screen here. I want to show you what's happening regionally original radar.
I do want to go back to that other warning.
Do it.
And for southern Issaquena and Sharkey County, law enforcement is continuing to confirm that a tornado is on the ground that just crossed the river. So that one will be moving into southern Sharkey County, and they're going to reissue another warning downstream, which will take it into
Holly Bluff?
yeah.
It'll be the next thing,
Yeah,
like Holly
probably,
Bluff.
yeah.
And you know, one of the things I want to point out, I'm getting a little concerned about this. We're starting to see them moving over the same ground. At least right now they are. That may change over several hours, but for the past hour and a half, we've been watching these storms moving over the same locations. You've been watching them on radar with us. They've been showing you lots of red, lots of purple. That indicates heavy rain. At some point, it will be too much rain. And so we could have a flash flooding situation developing very soon in the lower delta of Mississippi on top of the tornadic threat that we've been reporting to you right now. I'd say about another hour or two maybe of this and we could have those problems, maybe less.
Yeah, let's take Max 3 behind me. So let's pull up traffic Max behind me really quick. I want to show you that idea here because we've been talking about the potential for the storm system to slow down as it's making its way across the area. So whenever you guys are ready in the back, just let me know. But again, we do have, again, a tornado that's about to cross Highway 61 near the Fittler community. Take your tornado precautions right now on that storm system as it's making its way through. The other storm moving past Louise, Carter, Wolf Lake, and Silver City are next in line. And you see a line of storms that are lining up back over here towards the Mississippi River. So whenever you guys are ready, take Max 3. And again, there you go. That's the line of storms as we see it right now moving across the area. We'll step this forward. And again, you see how the line gets into the metro area. Look at the time frame here. That's like 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. So if you're with us right now in Jackson, you probably got another hour that you can go get a couple of winks of sleep before the storms come rolling into your backyard, but you need to be weather aware to this. But look what happens here. And I mentioned this yesterday. There's going to be a point where this thing just slows down and nothing happens. I put my arm here, and notice how the rain just does not move, especially through the morning commute. It may be right over Metro Jackson, maybe a couple miles south of Metro Jackson, but somebody's going to get shellacked with a lot of rain over a good period of time through the morning commute to, this morning as the storm system starts to move through the area. So something to be aware of moving forward within the next couple of hours. Remember, long-term event, not short-term on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, folks are asking, well, why is this thing slowing up? Why isn't it going to keep moving like the other ones? The core of this storm system, the actual center of low pressure, is up in the northern plains. All right, it's not even close to where we are. It's causing blizzard conditions up there and in the Rocky Mountains. We're on the southern end of this storm. And so it's bringing weather from the Canadian border all the way down to the Mexican border virtually here. And so we're watching what's happening with this. I do want to point out these storms in east central Louisiana, need to watch them because the way they're setting up, that's going to be more of a Vicksburg, possibly Port Gibson issue over the next couple of hours as this line continues to advance into our area. But when it stalls out, it's because the actual core of the low pressure system is going to really not be moving much either. So we've got a big storm system and it's got a lot of energy in the southern stream of it. And that's where you've got a little bit of a jet stream coming in. I don't want to get too technical with you, but you need to understand that we have this system stalling out. All of our forecast models are seeing it in some shape or form. Let's go over the tornado warnings that we have in effect right now, 1222. All right, this one is for Humphreys County. It includes a good portion of Belzona. This nudges its way into the extreme western portion of Holmes County. Got another tornado warning here, and that's southern Sharkey and northern sections of that's southern Issaquena and southern Sharkey County. I want to ask you, Peyton, I noticed they just took off the observe tag off this. Is that correct? Or is that still there?
When we just look at warnings only,
okay.
We can't depict if
we can't distinguish between that. I just want to make sure.
But
okay.
it still has that observe tag, and it looks like it just crossed over Highway 61. So if our storm spotter is still out this way and is talking in chat, maybe we'll get some confirmation on that if there's any damage out this way or if he does see any sort of.
Maybe hard to see, but there would be a good amount of lightning, I think, out in this area anyway. So that should illuminate the sky. So hopefully he could see it, and hopefully maybe he could see it, and there was nothing there to see. So that could be the other possibility with this storm as well. We will keep monitoring this particular cell. Farther north, we have the other cell that we're watching, and this one again showing a pretty well pronounced signal. signature on the inflow and outflow here, the couplet, if you will, of wind is showing up there. As Patrick pointed out a couple minutes ago, it looks like it's kind of stretched out a little bit, and that might be the case. In fact, we're looking at just an awful lot of rain. This is heavy rain right now. When you see things on that scale, and you could see every once in a while a little purple shading showing up in there too. So around midnight, what an appropriate name when it comes to this kind of weather late at night. We've got some heavy rain in your area, and from Belzona southward through Carter, Lambkin, and Silver City, heavy rain falling as well with this storm that is moving towards Grass Lake and Milestone and Bee Lake. And eventually we think maybe Chula, depending on if this storm holds together or not. Big picture right now showing you most of the weather is confined to the lower delta in our area. There are some showers that continue to straddle the line between parts of Walthall and Pike counties, moving into Lawrence counties right now. And then you can see the eastern part of Louisiana, we've got some intense storms that are approaching. And this could be an issue for west central Mississippi or even southwest Mississippi in the next 1 to 2 hours. So we're providing you with team coverage through the night of this severe weather. If the tornado warnings subside, if they do, okay, we'll take a break and let you go back to regular programming for a little bit, but we're not going to travel far from our TVs here because we are going to be providing you with updates regardless through the overnight. And then our morning show is pretty much dedicated to weather coverage at this point, starting this morning at 4:30 a.m. or sooner if the weather necessitates. Giving you a little tease there, Patrick, because you're going to have a long, busy morning ahead of you.
I have Brandon with me.
You have Brandon with you. That's true. He'll be here shortly. And you know what? You have us as well. We can come back in too. So I've got my cereal set aside. I'm ready to go. And, we'll provide you with that help, of course, as you need it, like you're providing us the help right now. We appreciate that.
An extra cup of coffee.
I can do that.
Okay.
In fact, I just dropped some creamer off in the weather center. So you can see right now, Belzona, potential tornado approaching the Belzona area. Let's go on to... Let's map this if we can with winds and also the debris signature, see if we get anything. So we know there's something going on in the southern part of the county between Liberty City and Carter, all right? That's about to cross over the Highway 49. But let's go over to debris tracker, see if we've got anything. And I don't know. It doesn't look like it looks to me, I'm curious what's happening down by Wolf Lake.
That might be just dust getting kicked up, honestly.
Well, it's quite windy out there. I mean, that's the thing we have to remind everybody. There are 40 to 50 mile an hour winds at the surface, and Peyton just showed you when she did a scan on this storm just a few minutes ago, there were 70 mile an hour winds. So there should be things flying around in the sky theoretically. It could be just a bunch of leaves though, or just parts of, branches. But that's what's going on at least there. And we've got a pretty good wind field. If you're along 49, you are going to really feel it probably with this storm that's going to come across here in the next 5-10 minutes tops. That's north of Wolf Lake, south of Silver City.
Yeah, that's going to come right across where you turn off to go to Carter off 49 West. But again, you're not going to get a 4-mile wide tornado. It's going to be very hard for that to happen.
Yeah.
But right there, again, that's going to track right across Highway 49 West in between Silver City and Carter. There's not much here. Again, we're out in generally open fields. But again, you do have at least 2 areas here, Wolf Lake, Carter, up towards Silver City. And again, you probably got maybe 60, 70 mile per hour winds, maybe coming at you at a straight line across the highway, coming at you straight across. So if you are driving along 49 West, you might get a crosswind here at 60 or 70 miles per hour. Not a good situation for a trucker as that makes its way off to the north and east. Still has a tornado warning associated with it, so you need to go ahead and take those precautions as such. But looking at it, again, it looks like it's still kind of getting its act together, trying to reinvigorate itself as it's making its way off to the north. This storm here, this is the one that we've been talking about that has been reported on the ground back over near the Fittler community. It's now moving into, again, generally rural areas, heading across Highway 61 south of the Cary area. This will be moving up into Sharkey County, or through southern Sharkey County, through the Delta National Forest. Next major town in line would be Holly Bluff. So again, Holly Bluff next in line on this one. The last report that we had, tornado was on the ground, but that was near Fittler as it was making its way across through southern Issaquena into Sharkey counties. That storm, again, making its way off to the north and east. Would not be surprised if we get a new tornado warning on this one that would include central Sharkey, northern Yazoo, and probably southern sections of Humphreys County. Let's go big picture. I want to take we'll stay on the velocity product. I want to show you again. We have a train of supercells here. Okay, supercell thunderstorms. They make their own environment. We've got one right here. You got one right here, and zoom out one more click, and we'll go up to the storm that's even further to the north. That one right there, heading up towards Greenwood. So you have 3 cells here that are in a line. This one here looks like it's surging, so more of a straight line wind situation, but could very well kink up. I mentioned that yesterday, that you can have these surges of wind, and on the top end and the bottom end of those lines, you can have the circulation kink up, and that becomes tornado potential. So that's what we're seeing right now, I think. But on the top end of that surge is where we have it crossing Highway 49 west near Silver City, Carter, and Wolf Lake. The other storm system that's about to cross Highway 49 east near Greenwood, if you know somebody up around Greenwood, they need to go ahead and be in their tornado precautions. The storm that we've been talking about coming out of southern Issaquena into southern Sharkey counties, that one is about to come out of that warning, but I will tell you right now, more than likely, they're going to have to issue another warning for that storm coming up through the Delta National Forest. That would include probably places like... Go ahead, Peyton.
No, they're working on issuing another one.
All right, so new warning about to come out. This will probably include western Yazoo, eastern portions of Sharkey, southern portions of Humphreys County, as we continue with that new storm that crossed 61 not terribly long ago.
We are getting reports from the storm spotter that was on Highway 61 that large transmission power lines are down across Highway 61, and that and then the sheriff says that at least one home is damaged east of Highway 61.
Okay, so that goes back to, again...
And this is in southern Sharkey County.
Now, the question mark is, was it the first storm or the second storm?
That's not going to be a hard one to answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Almost the same path.
Yeah, so we could just be getting reports from the first storm and not the second storm, but at least we're getting some more reports, which, for this part of the world, this time of the morning, as Dave was mentioning, is its own feat.
Yeah, I would have never expected that. I am concerned. It's really stood out to me, Patrick, in all the storms we've been covering tonight, the wind that we've been seeing right here in that storm in southern Humphreys County. Maybe I'm making too big of a deal over this, but I mean, we just don't see that often. That's been holding together. Again, as you said, it's probably not going to be a 4-mile-long tornado, but this is some serious wind that's blowing right now along Highway 49 from Silver City south through the Carter area. I wonder if we can go to Debris Tracker real quick just to kind of see if something's going on there. Not really, nothing that stands out. Maybe with Debris Tracker, we'll go farther southwest and kind of see what that law enforcement officer may have seen. And so we're east of 61. I mean, that could be it out here, but again, we're over the Delta National Forest at that point. It's hard to say. It kind of blends in with some of the noise that also corresponds with it. There are things in the air constantly, bugs, birds, and they will show up in a lot of these products too, believe it or not, as they're trying to get away from the storm. So it's important to make the distinction there. By the way, a couple of viewers are sending us emails, and we appreciate that. Dorothy wanted to compliment us on our pronunciation of Chotard Lake and Albemarle. So we appreciate that. She says she has family that has some place out there, and she appreciates us pronouncing it, or at least trying our best to pronounce it. Those are some of the smaller communities in the area. We try to get out there and see most of these places because it's such a beautiful area. The state, Mississippi, has so much diverse scenery. It's wonderful, but not on a night like tonight. Tonight, of course, the weather's closing in, and it's really stormy in this part of the lower Delta. And a lot of those smaller communities that we may not be used to talking about are getting a lot of talk tonight because of the fact that we're seeing this storm system playing out over and over again over the same area. And these storms are close to training. And when you see that training effect going on, they're going over the same place. Again, that's where you get the serious potential for getting additional heavy rainfall, flash flooding at that. What do we got right now, Peyton?
That's the new tornado warning.
New tornado warning just popped on the screen, and that's really to bridge the gap, isn't it, between the one to the north and the one to the south. And this goes to the point I was just making, that these storms are kind of following similar paths at this point in time.
Yeah, let's. I'm trying to pull up the Skycam over in Vicksburg, but let's actually pull up Max 3 really quickly. I want to show you the impact tracker for. This is going to say Thursday, but it really is today. Because once we get into the morning commute, significant risk for flash flooding, okay? On top of the fact that we're going to have storms ongoing, I think there's going to be a period of time where we don't have necessarily your traditional severe weather, okay? So I want to give you a heads up of where we're going. It's 12:33 in the morning. If you're up with us this morning, you're probably wondering what's going to happen next too. The next thing in line would be the storm threat that will continue through the afternoon hours. I know that sounds crazy. It's like, how are we going to have more storms after this? As Dave was saying, there's a point where this thing just stops. It doesn't move for like 6 or 7 hours. So that's where we become more of a flood risk issue. And then a storm threat will reemerge for eastern areas, east of I-55, during the afternoon hours. You may be in places like say Collins and McGee and Raleigh and not get a single warning until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That is a possibility. So again, you got to be with us through the rest of the day. For the folks who are in the western areas who are dealing with the storms right now, be patient with us later on today when it's the eastern areas that have to deal with it. Be patient with us in the central areas because it's going to be you here over the next few hours as we get closer to the morning rush hour, it seems like.
And so here we are at 12:34, just about 12:35. We've got 3 tornado warnings in effect for our area, our viewing area, and they include right now Humphreys County. They include western Yazoo, southern Sharkey, and then right there the southeastern corner of Issaquena County at this point in time. Storms are now moving in. There's a line of them, and look what's happening behind that line. Flash flood warnings are in effect for northeastern Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, and parts of the Delta in Washington County. Need to watch what's going on with this storm coming out of east central Louisiana, because that's going to wind up somewhere probably between Port Gibson and Vicksburg in the next hour. That's how things are playing out right now. So they've issued a warning for the parishes here, which indicate a severe thunderstorm warning with the potential for a tornado. So keep that in mind as this storm is kind of blossoming out of the unstable air mass here, and it's being pretty open to the south, so it's feeding off of the unstable atmosphere in that area, and that's going to continue to feed these storms, especially in this particular quadrant, which is extreme eastern Louisiana and the southern third of Mississippi, where we are going to continue to see these storms tapping into that environment, that rich, moist environment. Got a couple heavy showers now starting to form near Pelahatchie in eastern Rankin County and parts of Scott County, too. We're starting to see some rain in Smith County, and then Lawrence, you're back in it again. That line of showers, there's been a pesky line of showers that keeps developing over the same spots close to the Walthall and Pike County border. That's where we're seeing those showers out there. And then you look westward, and you can see in eastern sections of Louisiana and the lower Delta, that's where all this weather is converging. And at this point in time, we are seeing quite a bit of heavy rain falling in that area. And again, we have the tornado warnings that are in effect. Peyton, why don't you remind us again why this one gets a white box versus the other ones getting...
We have the white box, which means that we do have, it's observed by radar. We had that, and also it was observed on the ground from law enforcement in southern Issaquena County. But the new warning that was issued downstream of the one that was, when it was observed, is just your traditional radar indicated tornado warning, which includes parts of Yazoo, Humphreys, even southern Sharkey counties. This one included several counties, and I believe that might be all of them, and still includes parts of Issaquena as well. This one's moving 40 miles per hour. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Onward, or 8 miles north of Valley Park, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. The circulation right now over the Delta National Forest and the southern part of Sharkey counties, and that will be moving into probably the northwestern section of Yazoo County here shortly. But I will say the rotation does not look as impressive, but again, we've seen several of these storms cycle where they broaden out in terms of when we look at the rotation, and then it tightens back up pretty quickly where it could drop a tornado at any point.
And that's kind of what I was just thinking about, that same storm. The storm that's further to the north, though, that's up here now moving up towards Mileston, that one has wrapped up on the top end of that surge line. Again, we were talking about how the winds were coming out in one direction originally, here more of a straight line wind situation, but on the top end of the line, that's now pushed past Silver City or east of Silver City. That's moving up towards the Milestone community, up towards Chula. It wasn't, 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago, we were talking about Chula, and they had massive hail up there from a storm that rolled through here. So again, that's the next thing that we have to watch out for, is because now when you have these straight line wind events, sometimes so surges on the top end and the bottom end, and even in the center portion of that line, you can have these little circulations. This one looks to be on the top end. You could get one that happens right here on the central portion of the line, and you can get another one that's further down. This is when we have these randomly placed tornadoes just kind of like all which away, and we end up with like 3 or 4 tornadoes out of one storm because of things like this, where you had these little kinks along that line, and each kink could quickly put down a tornado. More of a quick spin up than a long track situation. But needless to say, you got maybe 1, 2, maybe on the bottom end 3 possible circulations. One of note right now is about to move towards the Milestone area. Here's Highway 12 right here, Highway 49 east. Again, rural areas here, but the next major town in line would be more so Chula, Milestone, a couple of small community there, but could very well be very close to it, or at least maybe a mile or a couple miles east or west of there, but still very strong winds. At any rate, coming across through eastern portions of Holmes County, far western Holmes County, eastern Humphreys County at this point.
Yeah, we're in for a long night, or I should say in this case morning at this point, with severe thunderstorms impacting a large portion of the area. Again, even if you don't get severe weather out of this, the potential for heavy rain and flash flooding pretty high on this particular scenario as well. We've seen a lot of the energy focused in the lower delta here in the last couple of hours. That's where most of the tornadic cells have been, but we are seeing these cells in the eastern part of Louisiana that are starting to get a little bit better organized. They're starting to get a little stronger too, and we have to really keep a close eye on that particular cluster. It is pretty exposed to the south, which means it's feeding off the warm, unstable air that is present there, and it's unobstructed, meaning there's nothing really blocking the inflow of those ingredients into the storm. So we're monitoring that. There is a tornadic cell with it on the back end, not so much in the middle, but towards the front side, they are indicating that this could go tornado at any time. And that's what's happening here. You've got this storm system that at this point is really a line, a frontal boundary that is now pushing in, and it's starting to slow up. There's a lot of spinning along and just ahead of this line, but it is starting to slow up. And as it starts to slow up, that's where you're going to have your heavier rain, but also it's a concern because there could be these rapidly developing spin-ups, and that could really change the game. But if you're watching us, you, as Patrick brought up eloquently, if you're in McGee or you're in Prentice, it could be a while before you get any kind of this weather, and it may be a while before you get rid of it. And in central Mississippi, in the metro area, we're still a few hours away at this point, probably from the weather actually catching up to Metro Jackson. It's coming, but I'd say it's probably 2 or 3 hours away at this point, the way this front is moving in and the way it's slowing its forward movement into the area. If you joined us earlier in the evening on the 10 p.m. news, I was showing you a line of storms back towards Shreveport and in between Shreveport and Monroe, and there was a broken line of storms out ahead of that. Well, that broken line of storms, has now kind of congealed with the main line, the front. And so that's what's now slowing the progression of everything. But until this atmosphere here gets worked over, we're still going to be having the potential for getting rough weather. And if we get too far into the day, later today, middle of the day, and we're still looking at the front side of that line, and I feel that by the middle of the day, the front side of it's going to be somewhere in the eastern and southernmost counties in our area, that's where more severe weather could pop up. And that's another concern that could develop. So we've got several different elements to this storm system. We're not trying to catastrophize or anything like that, but we're just letting you know this is that's what makes this storm system different than previous storm systems that we've been covering for you. This is one in which it's just slowing up, and the slowing up part with this kind of energy could produce more severe weather and lead us to more in the way of flash flooding, which is why flash flooding or flash flood warnings are currently in effect farther north and west. Currently have a tornado warning in effect for southern Humphreys County. That includes Belzona, extends into western Holmes County right now. Have a tornado warning that's in effect for western Yazoo, southern Sharkey counties, where Peyton's been monitoring the power outages as of late and told us a little while ago 70% of the county was pretty much without power. And then right here in the Kelso and Blanton area, we're continuing to watch where we have a tornado warning in effect, and that's where there's if I'm not mistaken, that's an observed tornado, which is why it's got the white box around it. So this is the way the situation looks right now. We go back to regular radar just to show you what's going on.
And just to bounce off of that, I think that circulation has already moved out of that box and is now firmly into
it's the
new
Delta
box,
National Forest. Yeah, it's probably that's what that new warning is taking up. So the white box will disappear here before long, but I am curious to see how this storm continues to play as it moves farther along Highway 16 near Colby. And that's really the next place to get this. There's some heavy rain falling out here too. So the rainfall rates could easily be 1, 2, 3 inches per hour. Right now it looks like 1 to 2 inches per hour is what's coming down from these storms. So that could lead us down to that flash flooding concern. The only thing we got going on for us, the only thing we got going on for us is we're 2 inches below normal so far halfway through the month of December.
I do want to point out that the storm that has a tornado warning out on it for parts of Humphreys and Holmes County is that it looks like it's starting to bow out quite a bit, and we'll likely see that strong wind potential moving into the western side of Holmes County here shortly.
So when it bows out, it becomes more of a wind threat than a tornadic threat. That's the key on that particular storm cell. So we will monitor that to see how that kind of translates as it moves more into Holmes County. The storm right now is just in the southwest corner of Holmes County, but as this continues to move out, and that kind of falls in line with what we were seeing, right, Peyton, on this a little while ago. When this was back here over Highway 49, we saw that large, lengthy wind field, and so now we've got what we call the Boeing signature. I hate seeing those kinks, don't you, though? That's the stuff you got to watch out for. That's where you could have a quick spin up. So we'll watch to see what happens here. This suggests wind, and this suggests watch out. There could be another another tornadic cell trying to form right there. And that's west of Chula, by the way.
Yeah, so you got strong winds moving into the Eden community right now, all the way up Highway 49 east. Looks like
we just lost a warning there.
They just lost a warning there.
So that's good news.
Well, that's the warning for that one. I wouldn't be surprised if they reissue for something with that. But we haven't had any reports so far from this storm as it's been making its way through southern portions of Humphreys County, moving over towards western areas of Holmes County. While there's no warning active right now for this storm, I'll tell you right now, based off of what we're seeing, again, you've got strong winds no matter what, and the potential, as Dave was just mentioning, again, the top end of that little of that surge, that wind surge right there, that Boeing segment, that could very well try to tornado as well. That's a Highway 20. That's the Highway 12 corridor here between Belzona and the Mileston community. Again, next up in line would be Chula. We just talked about you guys not terribly long ago. But again, while we don't have an active warning for that storm, which I wouldn't be surprised if they reissue or maybe go downstream on a severe thunderstorm warning on this here soon enough, I would take this as a tornado warning as it was just a couple of seconds ago. So for Mileston and Chula, I'd go ahead and take the course of least regret on this one and just go ahead and make that move to the safe place. But again, even along 49 East, heading down towards Eden, heading down towards Yazoo City, north end of Yazoo City, we've got some pretty strong winds moving through there. The other storm that we were tracking, again, I would say don't worry about the white box right now, the one that's the observed tornado warning. That storm is now firmly in the western Yazoo County, moving out towards Holly Bluff, but it's moving through some fairly rural lands right now. Again, kind of a wind surge line, looking more straight line wind, but it doesn't matter whether if it's twisting about in a circle or if it's coming straight at you. It does not matter. Wind is wind, and wind does damage. So that's what you need to take into account here. Even though we may say it may not tornado from that storm, that wind is still going to be surging at you and coming at you pretty fast. These storms are moving 35 miles per hour. Take that into consideration. Then you add in what the winds are blowing out of the storm, say 35 miles per hour. You've got a 70 mile per hour wind all of a sudden. So again, that's something to keep in mind as these storms are making their way across the area. Wind surge here, looking more straight line wind, but wind is wind, like as I just mentioned. Farther down to the south, let's zoom out really quickly because while we have those two warnings, one warning now, we only have the one active warning that's going to be for western western Yazoo.
They're going to issue another warning. They're going to go severe
Okay.
with the tornado possible, but they're still going to monitor that threat for tornadoes just in case one is able to spin up for northern Yazoo and Holmes County.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about, the storm that had the warning expire. So they're going to go with the severe thunderstorm warning on that, but are going to keep a mention that there could very well be a tornado. Let's go to the storm that's further down to the south and west. That has a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possibility that's moving through eastern Louisiana. That's near Faraday and up towards down around Vidalia, back over towards St. Joseph, Lake Bruin, eventually as it makes its way across Highway 65 soon enough. That, again, strong wind line, but could very well have some circulation associated with it as it's making its way off to the east. That is the dead ringer that would be for the Highway 61 corridor south of I-20. So we're talking from Vicksburg down to Port Gibson, Lorman, Fayette, and eventually down towards Natchez as well within the next hour. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning that we just mentioned. Again, it's going to clip far northern sections of Yazoo County, so technically does not include Yazoo City, but the storm that's coming up from your south and west. So let's zoom out just a little bit, Peyton. I want to show you that storm too. That storm right there, you've got a tornado warning that basically comes up to the back doorstep of Yazoo City. On the other side of Yazoo City, you got a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. And that storm right there is the one that we've been talking about up near Mileston and Chula and down towards Eden. That's going to move out towards Lexington. So let's put a storm track on. Go ahead, Dave.
I want to point out something about the storm, and I want you to actually keep doing the storm track in a second. I don't want to take that away from you, but what I want to point out is that the latest track on this particular storm is now east. It's moving east. Everything we've been talking about this evening has been going northeast, or northeast 45, 50, 40 miles an hour. This is going east at 35 miles an hour. So that just gives you a little perspective here that we are starting to see probably the Boeing effect from the storm is starting to take hold across Holmes County. Take it from there, Patrick.
All right, so that's the storm track on the storm that's coming out of Holmes County, out of Humphreys into Holmes County. We're talking about Lexington by 1:14. The time right now is coming up on 12:50. So you got a couple minutes on that storm. Durant at 1:32. West 143 and heading out towards Kosciuszko. It's saying Baptist Attala County. That's the hospital, but again, we're talking Attala County and Kosciuszko by about 2 o'clock in the morning. So again, that's as long as it's moving at 35 miles per hour. But to Dave's point, as he just mentioned, this storm has gone from like 50 miles per hour down to 40 miles per hour down to 35 miles per hour. So at some point later on this morning, this line is going to go to 0 miles per hour.
Yeah, and that's going to be a real problem where and when it does that. But interesting to note, I think the Boeing winds coming out of this are an indication that this part of the line is now starting to turn more directional to the east, right where it is. I don't want to say that the whole thing is doing that, but then you look to your farther southwest, that's where you have a tornado warning in effect right now, and that's for western Yazoo County. And again, we're pretty much not focused on the one that's in the white box anymore. That's going to disappear off your screen shortly. But again, places just west of Yazoo City are included in this tornado warning right now. And there's some pretty good wind and some pretty good rain coming out of that storm in the western part of the county. Does this sound like deja vu to you? It should, because we're pretty much talking about the same storm cell, sort of, just a little bit earlier, about an hour ago, that moved through this area. It's been seeing quite a bit of activity, and I am concerned about the flash flooding threat increasing in that area as we continue to see storms moving over the same place time and time again. That's been going on now for the last couple of hours. Central Mississippi, we just had some pretty heavy rain move through Pelahatchie. We got some rain in Lawrence County, and then we got some pretty good showers that are starting to pop in Walthall County, but this has been the same line that I've been watching for quite some time. So this is moving east now, okay, at 35 miles an hour. This activity is still moving northeast, decidedly northeast, and there is rotation in these cells here. And if we're looking southwest of Natchez, they're starting to pick up a little bit. If we can go a little bit farther south, I just want to see what's happening here in central Louisiana and a little bit farther south, just to see if there's anything kind of popping between Baton Rouge and Lafayette, and you can see there's not a lot of activity there, but right in here, we're going to have to watch closely because, again, from central Mississippi southward, there hasn't been much going on during the evening, and now we're into the early morning hours. It's just a matter of time before this mess gets closer. And if it can hold off long enough, that could give parts of this area what we call air mass recovery, where the air mass actually fixes itself, gets unstable all over again, and that would be a little bit of a concern. But right now, the big concern is what we're dealing with currently on the table, and that is we do have a few tornado warnings, a couple tornado warnings, I should say, that are out, and a severe thunderstorm warning that is right now in effect for a large portion of Holmes, northern Yazoo, and western Atala counties. And again, wind potential remains high on this segment that is bowing out here just outside the Eden area and now heading for Brosville and Lexington. Ebenezer, over here, Coxburg, those areas are also in front of this particular storm cell. And probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to see it moving into Lexington. And again, moving 35 miles an hour, but yet there's a pretty good amount of wind being pushed out at the front end of the storm. So we'll keep an eye on that as it continues moving eastward. Farther southwest, again, western Yazoo County, that's the place right now that we have a tornado warning currently in effect, and that's moving towards Krupp, Highway 3. Eventually we'll deal with this storm. If we can put on, we're looking at wind velocity here. I just don't think we're seeing much of anything else besides that. That almost is taking on a Boeing segment too, but again, you got to pay attention to what's happening here in the northern parts of the county. When you start seeing these little couplets, these little twists and turns breaking off of it, you got to be careful that that's not the next thing that's trying to develop. But I feel like at this point, we are plateauing for the time being. Now, this might be a 5-minute occurrence. This could last for 5 minutes, and then we're back to the races. But this is kind of how it's been this evening, is all of a sudden stuff fires up, really gets going, goes away, then fires up again just as intensely as it was the first time. So for now, we'll continue to watch what's going on. Again, watching the front end of that storm, it's a very curious one. That's been one of the more interesting cells we've been tracking for you tonight near Tollerville as it's moving towards Lexington.
That goes back to the 3 points that we were just talking about. When you're looking at those wind surges, you can have circulation on the top end of the line, center part of the line, and then the bottom end of the line. Usually these right here on the apex, the center part of the line, these are the ones that you have to watch out for that could be a little bit more long-lived. The top end and the bottom end tend to be more of these skipping and hopping type of situations. This one right here, we just saw pop up there within the last a couple of seconds here near Tollerville. That's moving off towards Lexington, as we just mentioned. Right now it's 12:55. The Lexington warning, the storm as it approaches you will be there within the next 10 minutes. So I would go ahead and take the course of least regret on this. If you're in central portions of Holmes County, including the city of Lexington, go ahead and start looking at this and saying, that doesn't look so great. So go ahead and take your tornado precautions. Now we're starting to get back into some trees here. Okay, I say that because it's coming off of the bluff. So now you're starting to get into some trees here. So if we're going to see a debris signature, we'd see it a little better, even though that we did see the one back over to the west earlier this evening. When we say debris signature, again, that's being lofted, whatever it just happens to be. It could be trees, it could be, unfortunately, at times it could be people's houses. We've had that happen. We had the report of a house being damaged back over into Sharkey County, I think, either Sharkey or Issaquena County, I think Sharkey. So again, it's possible. So again, we're watching that very closely. Tollerville, safe place now. I'd go ahead and take the course of least regret. Lexington, you are underneath the severe thunderstorm warning, but it's with the tag of a tornado possible. Farther down to the south, Panther Swamp Refuge here. That's where this is at. So again, very rural when it comes down to this warning here. Now this one I think was allowed to expire, and I don't know why it's still on there.
Sorry, they're going to come out with a new warning farther south. I'm just letting you know.
This one?
We're going to see a new warning box for circulation over southern Catahoula Parish.
Okay. So that's going to be the one.
And that might take it into our area.
Yeah, that's going to be the one that's coming up right there, coming across 425. I don't know if they would go all the way to
It's going to take it to the river.
The river, all right.
And a new tornado warning just popped south of there. The other thing I want to point out is we now have a flash flood warning in effect for the lower delta. So they just issued a flash, did I say watch? I meant to say flash flood warning. I may have said it's late in the night. So a flash flood warning currently in effect for Issaquena and also southern Sharkey counties. And that includes Eagle Lake, a flash flood flash flood warning currently in effect for that area. So just alerting you to that. That's a new development as we've been talking about. That's the next component that comes into all of this, the heavy rain that's going to be falling across parts of the area as we go through this morning, and it's going to cause considerable problems in many areas. But again, farther south, we're starting to see more activity. Let's go farther south because I know, Peyton, you said they're going to put that warning out here any moment.
And that was the one.
That was the one. Yeah.
That was the tornado
one
warning.
South, yeah.
Okay, well, listen, this is important because if we zoom out a little bit here, this shows you where the next area to watch will be. It's going to be from Natchez through Port Gibson up through Vicksburg. I was originally saying Port Gibson to Vicksburg, but the way this is kind of working out here, maybe a little bit farther south too, depending on how this line enters the picture. So that storm cell on the southern end, again, open to the moisture, to the environment, that southern inflow, that really helps it along. Patrick.
I was going to say, notice how the warning box is oriented.
Yep.
More northeastward. You're probably going to get more of a tornado situation if that warning box is oriented like this. Remember the one that was over Humphreys County and Holmes County? It was slanted more towards the east directly. That means that that part of the line is leaning into the wind, and that's where we're going to start to see the flood threat. I think as you start to see parts of that line start to turn more into the wind, which is still southerly right now. As it turns more into the wind, you're going to have a situation where more than likely flooding becomes more of a concern. But this storm right here, man, if it's not putting a tornado, definitely got some wind.
Yeah.
Again, that right there on the apex
And
of that bow.
it's slowing up. It's moving eastward now. And I'm telling you, that thing's going to be right over Lexington here in the next few minutes, next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're in Lexington, be ready, but do be aware you're going to have some rough weather moving overhead here in very short order. This is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but it could tornado at just about any time because this storm has been just a real stickler. As far as the wind profile that it's been putting out. This is south of Chula here. Chula, you're about to get the worst of the storm too. I know it's raining in many spots that I'm calling out here. This is a horrible looking storm. You see the red, you see the purple. That's very heavy rain that is falling out of this particular thunderstorm in the western part of Holmes County, and it's going to be moving off to the east. And then southern Sharkey County, western Yazoo County, that storm also bringing a lot of torrential rain in that area. And then the new development that just happened here in the last few minutes is we now, by the way, that tornado warning's gone, the white box, we can get that out of our hair. It's nice to feel better about the situation, but the flash flood warning is now in effect for southern sections of Sharkey as well as southern Issaquena County. Several inches of rain has fallen in a very short period of time.
And just a heads up, the storm that we were just talking about here in Holmes County, what's happening right now is as drier air aloft is coming down on the back side of the storm, it is rushing down and then pushing that storm out. That's why you're getting that bowing segment. That is a lot of wind that's moving towards Lexington. I'd go ahead and be prepared for the potential for damaging straight line winds in the city of Lexington here fairly soon. Again, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, right? Quote unquote. That's how many times that we've heard these things, but damaging winds can do just as much damage as a tornado. It doesn't matter if the winds are going in a circle or if they're going straight at you. Wind is wind, and wind
whatever you
stinks.
want to call it, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the reality is it can cause as much damage from straight line winds as every bit of a tornado. And, you know, we've run into folks in the public. I know all of us have been in that situation. I'm thinking back to Grand Gulf. Remember the Grand Gulf area had the straight line winds. It was a microburst. And I had a lot of folks that wanted to argue about whether it was a tornado or microburst. We can tell you the definitions and how they're different, but either way, it caused a lot of damage, and it was a microburst. It doesn't make a difference. We want to alert you to whether it's a wind threat or a tornadic threat. And, you know, this storm is a strong storm regardless. Again, a severe thunderstorm moving through central and western areas of Holmes County right now.
And just a heads up on that, they are considering that they could go with a tornado warning on it. So that's why I'm saying course of least regret in Lexington. That's the next major town in line. Even with that being said, I mean, this has got some very heavy rainfall, maybe some hail associated with it just to the east of Chula. But right here, dead ringer for Lexington. And let's pixel query, let's put some wind speeds on this, Peyton, right here on the front end of that line, 60 mile per hour winds. And now, granted, we're looking at about 3,500, 4,000 feet above our heads. But that can very well, with the very heavy rainfall, transfer down to the surface. So that's why we are concerned about damaging winds just as much as we are talking about the potential for a tornado. That, again, heading directly for Lexington. And I wouldn't be surprised here. Again, we're going over some rural areas here, but as soon as we get over here to a major populated center of the city of Lexington, we could start to hear some reports of damage. Again,
they're going to upgrade to a tornado warning
all right,
for
so
Holmes County.
all right,
Okay,
so
makes sense
that
with
makes
this particular
sense.
storm. You know, and if you could maybe put a hail track on it real quick. I'm curious to see if there is in fact some hail with the storm, and there is. It's not ridiculously large. It's penny-sized hail, but there is hail with this storm nonetheless.
And they're going to go downstream with another warning
For Yazoo.
Yazoo City as well.
The
Okay.
one that's coming up, about to approach the
So about to have
prisons.
2 new warnings.
So that's going to be on the south side of Yazoo City, where we have the prison complex.
So let's remove the radar returns just for a second and pull out a little bit so we can give folks a vantage point as to what's going to happen. They'll watch it happen live on their screen here as this warning changes into a tornado warning, and a new tornado warning gets issued for Yazoo County. You're watching, by the way, overnight, early morning storm coverage live on WLBT Jackson and WDBD Jackson. New tornado warning now in effect, including the city of Lexington. This also will impact the northwestern section of Atala County. A new tornado warning now being issued. Let me get you the information on that. This will go until 2 o'clock in the morning, until 2 a.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Howard, or 8 miles northeast of Thornton. This is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So we told you a little while ago that the same cell was moving east at 35. Now it's taking on more of a northeastern trajectory at 40 miles an hour. Potential for a tornado and quarter-size hail. Again, Doppler radar indicating the potential of this tornado moving through Holmes County right now in the northwestern section. That also includes the community of West, as well as Durant, and over through Brosville and over by Holmes Community, and just northwest of Kosciuszko, not quite including the Kosciuszko area. I misspoke, by the way. It doesn't quite capture Holmes Community College, but it gets very close to Durant. That's pretty much the boundary of this.
And just to point out something, it looks like there's a new, well, what's happening, again, it goes back to that circulation wrapping around on itself. As you get that Boeing segment that's happening, that's what's happening here. You still have strong winds, strong damaging straight line winds heading directly for Lexington. So I'd say within the next 2 or 3 minutes, you're probably going to have strong winds moving into Lexington. But the tornadic portion of the storm is now on the back end of the storm. It's wrapping into itself back here closer to 49 East near Milestone and Chula. So this is where you could have a tornado. You could have a brief spin-up tornado, or maybe even just damaging winds coming straight at Lexington. So this is a multifaceted storm with the fact that you have a circulation on the north end, and then you've got a secondary area of strong winds.
There it is.
Yeah,
New tornado warning now for Yazoo City. This one will go also until 2 o'clock in the morning. This includes southeastern Holmes County. So I mentioned Holmes Community a moment ago. Well, it looks like now it is included in that.
It comes
Just
up about to the back door.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it actually
Well,
does. Yeah.
It's in there. Okay. And Durant, too. Regardless, it's there. Pierce Crossroad, that area, the Benton community. This goes until 2 o'clock in the morning, and it is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Yazoo City right now. This is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Again, these are Doppler radar indicated. Treat them as if they're right on top of you, because there will not be advance warning. These are not the type of things that spotters can see typically in advance. They typically see them when they're right on them. In this type of environment, because it's the middle of the night. So please take cover immediately in Yazoo City, immediately. So if you're listening to my voice, go away from windows, get to a center room in whatever building you're in right now, and protect yourself from flying debris. That could involve putting pillows over you. It could also be wearing a helmet. I have my worker's helmet, right? What do I call that? My construction helmet. I can't think for a second. A little late at night. But that's the kind of helmet you want to have. A football helmet works, whatever it may be. And the reason we encourage people to wear helmets to protect themselves from flying debris. A bathroom is usually a good place for people to go. Sometimes there's windows there, but hopping in the bathtub provides a little bit of some security and shelter should there be any structural damage to the building you're in and there be any flying debris. So this is Yazoo City right here. We're looking off to the northwest. There's a cell, and I'm watching that little kink right there. That's pretty close, just northwest of Yazoo County High School. This is going to come across Highway 49 in the next 5 minutes. It's really coming across it now. So
I would say if you're down closer to like the prison complex here on the southwest side of town, coming up into downtown Yazoo City. So before you come up the hill, coming out of Yazoo City up to 49, where 49 and 16 come together, 149 and 16 come together here, up here by the Double Quick, these areas here. You need to go ahead and be your tornado safe place right now. Yazoo City, downtown Yazoo City, being a safe place right now, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. At the very same rate, we've got another storm that's also wrapping up to the north. Again, I don't want to get off of these too long because, again, you've got two things going on at the same time. See how this little S-curls going on? I just mentioned out towards Chula. We were looking at that back end of the storm starting to wrap up on itself. It looked like it's happening again. Strong, severe damaging wind potential into the city of Lexington. Possible tornado on the back end of this, just to the east of Chula, about to come up the bluff, maybe about a mile or two east of Chula along Highway 12. So again, you've got two circulations. One is exiting out of Chula. One, you've got another system, more so the damaging wind threat coming up across portions of Lexington, again, 60-plus mile-per-hour winds. And then down in Yazoo City, you've got another storm, again, circulating and heading into the city of Yazoo City. Take your tornado precautions right now. Here's where 49 east and west split off from the municipal golf course, back over here towards the Hampton Inn and the Walmart up here on the north end of town. Again, right in through here, you need to be in your safe place. Downtown Yazoo City, time to act is right now.
okay, and what I want to remind you is this is what I was talking about. My hard hat, good thing to have at the home. Again, a football helmet works just the same. And I've even talked to some folks that have used pots from the kitchen. So I'm going to put my hat off to the side here, but just letting you know that's what I've got in my storm kit. Of course, most of the time in these types of weather situations, I'm here at work, but just letting you know that those are great things to use in these types of situations. All right, let's pull the radar off the screen for a second. Let's show you where these warnings are and point out the towns that are in the actual tornado warning. So if you can pick out where you are in relation to this, Ebenezer Coxburg Road, which is what you're looking at here, west of Holmes Community College, going out to 433, the town of Benton. Pickens, you're now under this tornado warning, along with Vaughan and Brosville as well. That's where this storm is currently coming out of. The Yazoo City, it's right over you. It's right over 49 and basically near Highway 16 where it comes on in. This storm is moving northeastward. So if you live anywhere in the northern part of Yazoo and really just about anywhere in Holmes County, let's go jump the line here and go into Holmes County. Go ahead.
Speaking of Holmes County, the National Weather Service is looking at a potential tornado debris signature. They're not 100% confident that this is an observed tornado, but something they're watching. Where we were watching on the top side rotation near Chula, where we may have a potential tornado on the ground.
Okay, so
nonetheless, you need to get in your tornado safe place.
Right, absolutely, regardless, because you won't have much time to act. Again, it's a little bit murky out here, what we're watching, but you could see there's definitely something going on with this particular cell that is just north and west of Lexington. There is definitely something happening out here, and it's something we're taking very seriously. We've been tracking this for I don't know how long at this point. It is just outside of Lexington. If you have a Lexington address, you're probably being impacted by this storm right now anyway. But again, this is a serious situation where we could have a large tornado out here in the northern part of Holmes County. We are on the fringes, so to speak, with seeing it from a debris signature perspective. But let's go back to debris signature and kind of see what we've got here. I'm watching watching just west of Lexington. That may also be just the wind, right? Because the wind was something that we were looking at that was pretty strong.
It looks like if we were to have one, it would
be
just
right there
right
on
over
Highway 12.
Highway 12.
And that makes sense because, right, it was near the Howard community. So that makes sense, Howard Road there and the Howard community. But let's come out a little bit and just see, and we'll roll it back maybe a couple frames and see if we've got anything out here that really just stands out. It's hard to say, but, looks like something popped possibly right there between Highway 17, let's just say, and in the Lexington area. All right, this is our new severe thunderstorm warning. And as I said, it's moving in now to parts of Claiborne County and western Fayette counties. So this is the new severe thunderstorm warning going
Western
on.
Jefferson County.
Did I say, I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Western Fayette County, yeah. Western Jefferson County. I was looking at the city of Fayette. And this puts you right close, but not quite over it, Alcorn State. Just right there on the edge of it, where you've got 61 here and the trace. So we're looking across, is this a tornado possible tag?
Yes.
Peyton?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the tornado possible tag right there. And that storm is actually located near Gretna and over by Shady Grove in Louisiana, and it's moving off to the north and east. So as I've been saying, get ready. If you live Alcorn State, Port Gibson, up through Warren County, that's where this storm is going to be. And that's what we see. The Windsor Ruins included here, Alcorn State included in the severe thunderstorm warning, and then across into Louisiana. So that new severe thunderstorm warning just being put out, again, for that storm that has looked tornadic for a time in the east central part of Louisiana. This will go until 2 o'clock in the morning.
And the good thing is that the students are off campus at
Yeah,
Alcorn.
right,
So
at this point.
that's good news at that point. But, we still have obviously a lot of people in and around that area
Sure.
that we need to get aware of what's going on. Again, let's go back up to the northern storm that's up here in Holmes County. I want to drop south out of that from the other storm. But again, you've got circulation back here near Chula, again, crossing Highway 12. Then you've got damaging winds ahead of that. So again, this is why we said multifaceted storm with this one coming out of Holmes County. This one's cross Highway 12 on the tornadic side. Again, the circulation here just to the east of Chula by about 2 miles or so. Strong winds are crossing Highway 17 near and north of Lexington, heading up towards Acona. And again, that will head up further north into southern sections of Carroll County as well. So again, this is twofold here with circulation here, possible tornado, and then the possibility for damaging straight line winds ahead of it. So you might get a 1-2 punch here if you're in the northern sections of Holmes County here. But again, damaging wind threat going through Lexington presently, tornadic threat on the western side of that storm. Down south into Yazoo City, again, a storm system, again, circulation right over the city of Yazoo City. Again, we told you, be in your safe place now, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. That's going to continue its track off to the north and east. As Dave was mentioning, you can also see there's a little kink down here closer to Yazoo County High School, just off of Highway 49. So again, this is the main concern. Secondary here, we're watching this as it crosses over 49, but the circulation is directly over Yazoo City right now. Again, downtown Yazoo City, safe place now, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. North into downtown, you're starting to get up here near Walmart, near the Hampton Inn. Got McDonald's out here, out here by the municipal golf course, and the chemical plant here just north of highway, north of the junction there, 49 east and west. So something else to be cognizant of. That's going to continue its northeastward track.
Looks like they just retired a warning on the backside of the system too. So that's the story there. But again, this potential cell is right over Yazoo City. It's moving northeastward, which unfortunately will put Holmes County on the path of this potential cell as it moves northeastward. It's not my imagination, I don't think, guys, but I am definitely seeing a slowdown in the forward momentum of the activity in Holmes County. I've been watching it here through the past few scans. I'm not talking about that the actual system is weakening, but I'm just seeing that it seems to be slowing up in its forward movement. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that with Peyton, but you could see that farther southwest near Yazoo City, it's still maintaining a pretty good pace, and it's moving from southwest to northeast. But it seems like there's a little bit of a slowing of the forward momentum, or maybe we've just been talking about that particular cell for a long period of time. But it doesn't feel like to me that it's moving nearly as fast as some of the other storms back behind it. And that would lend to more of a potential flash flooding situation from this line of storms just raining over the same place over and over and over again. Because even if you're not getting severe weather at your house, you're getting some severe rain that's falling from the sky right now.
And that's the question mark. Yesterday when we were having our morning meeting, I sat and looked over at Chris Fields, who's a reporter here at WLBT and Fox 40, who lives up in Canton. I said, let's hope that Canton can't go through 3 floods in a year, right? Let's hope that that's not the case here, because eventually, yes, Canton, you're one of the next major towns in line as this makes its way off to the east. Madison, Jackson. I think we're about an hour to 2 hours away, as long as this continues its eastward movement to get into the metro area. We mentioned this earlier. At some point, the forward motion of this line becomes zero and becomes an issue of flash flooding. And it could be several waves of heavy rainfall that will continue through the morning commute, through the morning time. And then a secondary severe weather threat for our eastern counties, because guess what? You will still be in the warm sector for the entire day tomorrow.
Yep.
So, today, because it's Wednesday now. But you get the idea here, because places like McGee, Raleigh, Forest, we may be talking about tornado warnings for you guys at like 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. If you're in front of that line,
Yeah.
absolutely. I do want to point out, just saw a little part of the atmospheric sampling here in northern Louisiana. Behind the line, there's absolutely virtually no shear. The shear is completely gone. It's all along this line of storms and in front of it across central and south Mississippi. So to Patrick's point, this thing slows up somewhere in the middle of the state. Again, if you're in front of the front, I know that sounds weird, but if you're on the front side of it, you're going to be looking at that threat of severe weather. But if you're on the back side of the system, you're in the clear as far as the severe threat goes, but you're still going to have some rain to deal with, but it's going to be a much different story for you as the day plays out. And I think it's safe to say at this point, that Humphreys County, Sharkey County, Issaquena counties, at least in our area, are probably dealing with the worst of it right now, or have been in the last couple of hours, but the rest of the day probably looks the best for you. Whereas the rest of the area, not so much. And where this line stops will be key to see who gets the worst of the weather as we go through the day today. So that's why this is a long event for many places. Some places may wind up with getting severe weather for quite some time out of it. Other spots, not so much. You had what you had over the past few hours. And I think in the lower Delta, at least, it's just going to be rain going forward, not nearly as much as severe weather. But unfortunately, that's not the case in Yazoo and Holmes counties right now, or even in Warren counties, as we still have storms that are moving in from the southwest.
And that goes back to the fact that it's like, as this line moves eastward, yes, the back end of the line, you're going to go into a period where there's just nothing going on. For our friends in Issaquena, Sharkey, Humphreys County, you will get to a point to where your activity of weather is going to be almost nil to none. And as Dave was mentioning, behind this line, you're basically done with the potential for severe weather as long as it makes forward progress. Now, the problem is that, just as we were on the air with you guys here late last night into this morning, we're going to be on the air for our eastern counties during the afternoon hours tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's going to be it's a long process here. This is not going to be just we're done here. Once it gets out of here, we would hope that it was like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. We're done with severe weather,
right,
and everything moves on, and we're all hunky dory for the rest of Wednesday. Unfortunately, this is an all day event.
Right.
We said it's like probably the next 24 hours. Unfortunately, and that was at 6 o'clock last night. Probably going to be dealing with this for at least the next, I would say, 14 hours to 18 hours before all this is all said and done. But for our friends out to the west, you're improving. Central areas, you're next in line. Eastern areas later on today.
As long as you're on the backside of this system, okay, your weather is going to be much better than everyone else's. I'm not saying you're not going to have rain. You're probably going to have rain at least, but just letting you know it's going to be a much different experience for you. Let's take the radar off real quickly here. Again, show folks where we have tornado warnings currently in effect. Most of Holmes County under a tornado warning right now. That includes Lexington and Durant and the community of West. Also Pickens, and then back through Evans. And now Yazoo City, you have been cleared of the tornado warning. So good news to report. The tornado warning has been cleared for your community, Yazoo City, but still if you're in Benton, Evans, Pickens, and up through Durant, West, and Lexington, you're going to be looking at this tornadic threat continuing through at least the next 30 to 40 minutes as this storm works its way on through. So that's the story there. Let's go farther southwest now. And again, watch that storm that's moving into the southwestern part of our state. There is a tornado with the cell farther southwest. This is a severe, is that a regular severe thunderstorm, or is that now?
That's a tornado possible.
Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. And again, this is just west of Port Gibson. You're not under any warnings right now in Port Gibson or Fayette, but regardless that Alcorn State may be off right now, Lorman, you are still included in this severe thunderstorm warning, and we ask you to stay on alert for this storm as it moves on in. This will take you up close to the Grand Gulf nuclear power plant, which we were just talking about a half hour ago. So again, lots of rough weather moving in across central Mississippi. Let's look at the bigger picture. I want to see if there's any additional tornado warnings out there. And as far as right now goes, these are the only two in Mississippi that we've got going on right now. That's the only one in Louisiana. You know, this storm system, just so you know, has produced about 20 tornadoes that did some kind of damage. Again, it's all speculative until the crews get out there and confirm it. But 20 tornadoes today in Texas. This is the same system that did that. So let's hope that it doesn't try to pull off a repeat performance here. But I am a little bit concerned now about that cell. And I remember we were talking about South Louisiana. We were looking between Baton Rouge and Lafayette a little while ago. But now we've got that cell that is sitting just south of Natchez. Let's go a little bit closer into the southwest corner of the state. And that's probably something we got to keep an eye on here, because that's in the warm flow and in the moisture, and it's out ahead of this cluster of storms. So if you're in Natchez, start paying attention to the weather. That's what we're doing for you, but we want you to be on alert as these storms are starting to fire up out ahead of it.
Yeah, let's go back up to the northern storm again, the ones coming up through Holmes County. And again, I don't like seeing that kind of S shape back here. That is giving indication of circulation, again, within the storm, what we call a bookend vortice. Remember, you've got the winds coming at you straight at Lexington, but on the north end of this, on the book end, on the top end of the storm, you see that circulation back here. That's what we're dealing with near the Acona area. So again, that's about to move over into Carroll County, but northern areas of Holmes County, safe place now, crossing Highway 17 near Acona. Now, if we've got any report, I don't think we've gotten any reports out of Lexington of the damaging winds, but even along this line, again, you can get these little embedded little circulations, but the one of note here is up near Acona. The one to the south, let's go to the Yazoo County storm. This one is approaching Pierce Crossroad. This is going to be north of Benton, but again, you see 1, 2. Let's say 1, 2. Main circulation here, secondary one coming down Highway 16. See how Yazoo City is now outside of the warning? Okay, so we can give the all clear to Yazoo City. Now, the Yazoo City, the proper of Yazoo City. If you had a Yazoo City address here along Highway 16, I'd stay in my safe place for another minute or two, a couple of minutes until this moves past the Benton community. But again, here's Benton, Highway 433 and through here, Highway 432 takes you back up towards Holmes State Park and places like that, up through the Holmes area, Holmes County area. Again, you've got two circulations here, really one circulation and one that could form here near Benton. Take the course of least regret here near Benton, but the main circulation will be crossing Highway 433 here just north of the Benton community here in the next little bit. But as I mentioned, again, if you're over towards Yazoo City, we can give you the all clear, but if you're have a Yazoo City address that's on the east side of town, as you come along Highway 16, that area, we need you to stay in your safe place just a little bit longer until we can give you the all clear on that one.
So we're continuing to provide you with severe weather coverage here during the early morning hours as storms move across central and south Mississippi. We have had reports of some damage so far tonight, right, from one home that was in southern Sharkey County. It's hard to know from which potential cell because, again, we've seen some of these storms repeating the performance, if you will, as they move across the north central parts of Mississippi, especially the lower delta north of the Big Black River. That's where we've been seeing the most amount of action so far this evening. Beyond that, there haven't been a lot of reports. We've had a lot of reports of by law enforcement or storm spotters actually seeing these storm cells, seeing tornadoes. But as far as getting other reports of damage, so far so good. We're doing pretty good on that regard. This is the main line of storms that is continuing to advance into the area. And again, you may have a few hours of a lull later this morning or over the next few hours ahead of that line of storms. But once the day gets going again and the atmosphere starts warming up, heating up ahead of the front, that's where we could have more instability, and it could lead to more showers and storms and the potential for severe weather going forward. So we want to make sure that you're well aware that this is going to be a longer-term type of situation than what we're normally talking about here. in relative terms to all the severe weather outbreaks and systems that we've been tracking for you on TV. But here we are in the middle of the night, and we're continuing to watch this line of storms advancing in. Just saw a big smile come from Peyton's face. Yazoo County and Holmes County right now are seeing the worst of this weather moving in. We do have tornado warnings currently in effect. And again, we have not had any ground truth reports coming in from this area just yet. But again, the storms continue to fire up. And we're doing a lot of play-by-play with you folks because nighttime tornadoes, as you know, are some of the hardest to spot in advance. You've got the nightfall that you're dealing with, so it makes it impossible to really see this stuff, with the exception of having frequent lightning or when the storm is right on you. And so what we're trying to do is give you as much advance notice as possible for these storms that are out there. The orange color here, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. But the red boxes, that's where we have tornado warnings currently in effect. And as Patrick pointed out, there's a pretty intense cell located just north of Lexington on Highway 17 near the Acona area. That's going to exit the county at some point, but I think it's going to be really close to the west community. It's north of Bowling Green, and it's just such a bad storm sitting over town anyway that over the Lexington area northward, that this is something to watch for the wind. But the brunt of this particular cell should cross over here into Carroll County here before long. So that should happen within the next few minutes. We continue to watch it. Again, I feel like this is, and I don't mean to harp on the same point, but I feel like this is taking on a slower forward momentum than before. But again, this could be because of the nature of the actual cell, the structure, as Patrick pointed out, the bookend potential for it. Go ahead, Patrick.
I was going to say, just to your point, slowing down these storms. Flash flood warning in effect, Catahoula Parish and Concordia Parish back in Louisiana. And that goes back to the point of, yes, this eventually becomes a flood threat for a couple of hours. And that's what we are kind of harping on. Let's take Max 3 behind me. And again, you'll see this line of showers and thunderstorms here. Again, fairly well modeled here this morning. All right, so we'll step this forward. Notice 4 o'clock in the morning, approaching Metro Jackson. One thing to note here is as this storm is still making progress off to the east, we're still going to have these little wind surges, okay? These little embedded circulations will still be possible. So we're not out of the woods on the tornado warnings yet, okay? We will have a kind of a double fold here as we go through the coming hours. Now again, 4 o'clock in the morning, very active for the morning commute across Metro Jackson. So the question mark is, where does this front slow down? That's 7 o'clock in the morning. The front has worked its way between I'd say like Wilkinson County, Mitt County, back up towards Meadville, Brookhaven, back over towards eastern Rankin County, out towards Forest. Notice how the line really doesn't move all that much over that course of about 4 to 5 hours, dumping copious amounts of rain during that same time frame. That's lunchtime on Wednesday, and then the front starts to get the push off to the east, and we'll probably have another emerging severe weather threat during the afternoon hours as the front moves into the warm sector once again. Even with that being said, we're probably going to have sporadic warnings of severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings, even as that line's just kind of hanging out during the day today. So that's why we keep saying marathon, not a sprint on this one. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, front's moving down towards the Pine Belt, and we'll start to see the clearing process happening as we head through the overnight period of Wednesday.
I cannot wait until Thursday gets here.
Oh, me too.
And I hope we're not still here talking about it when it gets here. But anyway, you can see right now we've got the tornado warnings in effect for Holmes County and for northern sections of Yazoo County. I was going to ask Peyton if you can look at that flash flood warning that's popped for parts of Issaquena and also Sharkey. I don't know if you can pull it up, but I wonder how much rain they've actually tracked in this particular cell during the past hour or so. It looks like 2 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen this evening, right? Evening, overnight, but we could see there 3.3 inches of rain. Again, a lot of that fell in an hour, 2 hours time, right? So that's going to cause some problems. So that's the kind of rainfall that we're seeing out there. And so I said earlier, 1 to 2 inches, 1 to 3 inches of rain falling per hour. Yeah, that looks pretty accurate based on just that estimate alone. So this is the bigger picture here. By the way, you're starting to get some rain around Carthage, watching a line of showers starting to fire up in Simpson County right now. That's close to Delo, not quite to McGee, but it stretches back down to about the Prentice area. There's a storm straggling the river there south of Natchez. That's going to wind up in Natchez here before long. You're already starting to get some rain in the city, but you're going to be looking at heavier rain moving in over time. And as I look here, Kosciuszko, not much has happened so far tonight. Brookhaven, you had a few showers earlier. Copiah County, we haven't been ignoring you. There's just nothing going on there. And that's the way it's been. But again, these tornado warnings continue right here for Holmes and Yazoo counties as these storms get a little bit farther north, a little bit farther east from where they were tracking just a little while ago. Again, there's a northeastward movement to these storms that continues out there, and we haven't had any additional reports so far. That's where the worst part of the storm, it looks like now, is almost over the border. It's not completely over the border in Carroll County, but it's almost there. Still sitting there in the northern part of Holmes County. This has just been a storm that's been taking its time, in my opinion, moving out of the area. Kosciuszko, not under any warnings right now. Pickens, you are under the tornado warning from that cell that's sitting off to the west. Bentonia, you are not. Port Gibson, you're on the edge of it. And then now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, don't we?
Yep, for Adams County.
Yeah,
so
Adams County.
storm.
And that one right there for the Natchez community. And that's from that storm that I've been talking about.
And it does have a tornado possible tag.
Yeah, I thought so. That's right there coming out of the Slocum and Shaw communities in east central Louisiana. Let me get you the information on this. And this goes until 2:15 a.m. 2:15. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the city of Natchez and much of Adams County. This goes till, like I said, 2:15. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible. Right now, there could be some damage as a result of the storm as it moves in, so just be aware of that. Severe thunderstorm near Black Hawk, 18 miles south of Monterey, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So 45 miles per hour, and that's going to put it up into Adams County here in the next hour or so. So we continue to see more storms firing up, and I think that this particular cell is something to watch as it gets closer to the city of Natchez over the course of the next half hour. Probably that's about how long it's going to take to get there. Can we storm track it real quick? Just to give folks, this is by the St. Catherine Creek National Wildlife Refuge. That's right in front of it there. But you start getting up on 61 here, and you start finding more population in this area. So right now there's Slocum and Shaw, and then we push it out, and you can see that it's going to be very close to Natchez by about 2:06, so about a half hour. 30 minutes is what I was saying just a little while ago, and that's about how long it's going to take to get its way up there. So a noisy night in Adams County tonight with a pretty intense thunderstorm moving in. Again, the potential for a tornado, but it is not, at this point in time, a tornado warning. So that's an important distinction to make. Rest of the area, you can see the line is moving further east, but there's not nearly as much activity taking place in the Metro Jackson area right now. Probably still going to be another hour, maybe two, before this works its way in. And then we do have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are for the southwest part of Mississippi. I am happy to report that tornadic cell that was in Louisiana, they have dropped the tornado warning on it. So that's good news. We didn't want to see a lot of activity picking up there. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, these are the only two tornado warnings going on right now with this particular storm system. So got a lot of flash flood warnings popping out there, that's for sure, with 1 to 3 inches of rain falling in usually an hour, 2 hours worth of time. And as this front continues to move in and kind of just becomes like a sloth, we're going to continue to see heavy rain impacting a large portion of the area, and flash flooding becomes a concern. So Holmes County, Yazoo County right now seeing the worst of the weather. Patrick, you getting any reports of anything at this point?
I haven't seen anything coming through just yet. That's, sometimes good news is, no news is good news.
Yeah.
So let's hope that continues to be the case. But sometimes delayed reports come in, and it does take a little bit of time for that to happen as the EMA officials start to get out there, the sheriff's office starts to get out there after the storms have passed through. So again, we've got 2 tornado warnings, one that's moving out of are moving through eastern portions of Holmes County. Again, you've got the bookend vortice here. That's where we've got the circulation that's now moved up into southern portions of Carroll County. So again, circulation moving up out of Carroll County, but still strong wind potential moving through eastern portions of Holmes County, heading out towards the west community. I wouldn't advise anybody driving along I-55 from Durant all the way up to Baden right now. So again, between the Durant exit all the way up to the Baden exit, probably don't want anybody driving along that. But even with that being said, you've got the circulation back here. See how there's a little kinks along that line, as it works its way down. So even with the main circulation up here north and east of Vacona nearing Black Hawk up into Carroll County, then you've got these little embedded little circulations trying to form. See right there, moving closer to I-55 between Vaden and West. So again, West, go ahead and be in your safe place now, interior room away from windows. Maybe we got some folks who can get us up in Vaden as well. Go ahead and take the course of least regret, get to your safe place as well. Durant, strong wind potential heading in your direction as it blows eastward towards I-55 and Highway 51 between West and Durant. So again, multifaceted storm, tornadic potential in these little circulations here along the line between the Carroll and southern Carroll, northern Holmes County, all the way to, again, near West. And then farther south, that's a strong damaging wind threat coming down Highway 12, approaching Durant presently. I-55 here and Highway 51 between West and Durant. Let's go further south. Again, the other warning that we've been talking about, a little bit more diffused on this one as it's coming out of Yazoo County into southern Holmes County right now. Again, this was the storm that we were talking about just north of Benton. That's moving across Highway 433 here. Again, it's moving up into some rural lands as well, heading up into the Holmes State Park here soon enough. But again, coming up near Zieglerville, Brosville, and eventually making its way over Highway 17 soon enough as well. But again, general track here will take it out towards Goodman and Holmes Community College here over the next little bit, if it stays on the same track. But keep in mind, again, this one looks a little bit weaker as well. It goes back to the fact of what we were just talking about a couple of minutes ago. Let's just go wide scale on this, a regular radar. And again, how this line of storms is kind of leaning itself into the wind. And as it's leaning itself into the wind, it's slowing itself down. So gradually, we're going to transition from tornadic potential. Notice how that line of storms really hasn't moved all that much. This is why I put my arm out there yesterday, and I was just like, look at me. It's like I need an oil can. But here's the situation that we got going on here. That's what's going to slow things down and cause the flood threat to emerge, okay? We've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings on the back end of this line, okay? So when we will start to transition from tornadic threat north, we'll try to go into flash flood threat fairly quickly. The southern end of the line becomes the more dominant thing as we head through the overnight period tonight and into the early hours of tomorrow. So, I say overnight hours, like it's not overnight right now. We're almost at 1:40 in the morning. So again, we are in the overnight hours, going into the very early hours of your Wednesday. But again, keep in mind, again, southern areas may get a little bit more active while the northern areas may start to taper off on the severe side of things. But flood threat becomes more prevalent thing.
So right now it's coming up on 1:38, 1:39 in the morning. And you can still see we are monitoring 2 tornado warnings that are in effect for Yazoo County and Holmes County. Southwest part of the state, there are severe thunderstorm warnings right now. You got some heavy rain moving in. And by the way, we haven't forgotten you in Vicksburg, but the worst of the weather traveled north of you. Now it looks like the worst of the weather is coming in to the south of you. But you are dealing with some heavy rain right now in Warren County, right over the Vicksburg area. Let's zoom into Vicksburg, show you what's going on. And you can see heavy rain over the city at this point, and that stretches off to the southwest.
Just so you know, in Sharkey County, Highway 61 is closed in both directions. This is going to be because of the down power lines along Highway 61 between Sandy Road and Dorsey Road.
Okay.
Sandy Road and Dorsey Road. That's because of the situation that's ongoing right now with the storm that rolled through there earlier this evening. So again, that would be up on Highway 61 between Sandy Road and Dorsey Road because of the power lines that fell earlier this morning. That roadway, Highway 61, is shut down in both directions until they clear that up.
And so I just want to show you the extent of heavy rain that's falling out there right now. I mean, it's just really something else. You know, Jackson, I've been watching our tower cam slightly. There's been a lot of lightning in the distance that's been showing up in the skies out there, probably from the storms off to the north and to the west of the Jackson area. But you know what? Yazoo County still dealing with that tornado warning, and also in Holmes County as well. This is what's so frustrating about this kind of weather in the middle of the night, is we just don't have a lot of reports coming in. We don't have a lot of folks to tell us when there's damage. The Highway 61 thing, we might have been fortunate on that because there are storm spotters that were out there, so they kind of witnessed the damage that was taking place. But this is what we're seeing right now. Heavy rain that continues to fall out there, and the heaviest of the weather during the course of this evening has fallen in the lower delta. And that's why we do have a flash flood warning in effect for Issaquena County and for southern Sharkey County, which, by the way, Peyton, if you can, give us a little update tell us what you're seeing as far as power outages go, because these storms have been progressing eastward during the course of the night. And I know Sharkey County had about, you were telling us earlier, 70% of the population.
Yeah, so on poweroutage.us, they are only reporting, I don't know if the entire county is covered by Entergy, but if this is correct, that the entire county is currently without power.
Okay, so whatever it's measuring is saying,
Yes.
yeah.
Or all Entergy customers that they measure out there are currently without power. And that's 1,900, almost 2,000 customers without power, where we did see observed tornadoes pass through, especially the southern part of the state, where Highway 61 is closed that Patrick just mentioned.
Right. And how about any other counties that are seeing power outages so far from the overnight?
It's really just Sharkey if we are talking about solely central Mississippi.
Yeah, and that makes sense. If all those power lines are down around Highway 61, that would be the main thoroughfare to have power.
And just so you know, we've got it up on Traffic Tracker. So take Max 3 behind me, and again, kind of give you kind of a show where this is located at. Again, it's in the far southern sections of Sharkey County here. Again, near the Kelso community, the areas that we were talking about earlier. There's Dorsey Road right there. That's where we were just talking about, where the power lines are all across the roadway. And as Dave was just mentioning, more than likely because of the fact that that's going to be your main roadway into the South Delta, a lot of the power lines and transmission lines for a lot of the towns up along Highway 61 are going to follow that main line. So that's why that's going to be an issue. They should, in theory, have it, they won't have it fixed or at least cleared until 8 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
That's what
in
MDOT's
theory.
reporting. In theory, that's the thing. It's as long as MDOT can get out there. Of course, they got to get energy out there as well to help clear those the roadway. But it's probably going to take longer for the power to come back. But to clear the roadway, it's probably going to be until about 8 o'clock this morning.
So I'm starting to notice an uptick in activity right now on some of the storms in the central, really east central part of Mississippi.
And Dave, I'm becoming a little bit more concerned on the storm that's going to be moving into Adams County. It is, we are a decent ways out from the radar site, but it is showing some signs of broad rotation. So just a heads up for Adams County.
Can we look at it from the Slidell perspective maybe and kind of...
That's Slidell.
Okay, so we're right on the edge.
Actually, I think that's Jackson.
That's Jackson,
that's
but that's Slidell. Well, that's
no,
actually Polk County.
Yeah, there you go. That's Slidell.
There we go. All right. So, yeah, we're on the fringes there, but we have to keep an eye on that storm that's headed for Natchez from the south. There it is. That's a better way of looking at it right there, right on the Mississippi River to the south of Natchez. So that's moving from south to north. We've got to keep an eye on that particular storm. Good call, Peyton. There it is. And then I'm watching what's going on here. Look at this in eastern Attala County. These storms are really starting to fire up too. They weren't doing too much a little while ago when they were over Lee County, but now east of Kosciuszko, those storms are starting to fire up a little bit more. And I'm seeing a lot more activity in the Pine Belt and closer to Meridian. So the showers that are in Simpson County, I wonder if they start moving northeastward. Again, just paying attention here. Some of our eastern counties that haven't seen much activity so far. Can we zoom into it, like the McCool area of Attala County, and just get a better vantage point? You can see those storms are starting to pick up in intensity, are they not?
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that any storms that can flare up in the environment that we're in right now, ahead of that main line, definitely still have an opportunity to be able to
They can take advantage of this atmosphere, and there's definitely rotation in the atmosphere anyway, so it's not like it's hard for them to tap into. The question is, will they become surface-based, in the sense, will they actually have a chance to really connect? But right now, these cells are definitely popping up out there, and eastern Attala County, we're just keeping an eye on what's going on with those storms there. The tornado threat continues in Holmes County, as well as the eastern section of Yazoo County and northwestern sections of Attala County, which includes the community of West. And also we're looking at Pickens and Lexington and Durant and Goodman. So those are the areas right now that still are under a tornado warning. We go back to the bigger view here, and the bigger view shows you where the most intense weather is taking place. When you see red on the screen, that's heavy rain. When you start seeing purple, that's intense. And then we're monitoring what's going on down here in Adams County, because that could be the next place where we have a tornadic threat. So we want you to be on alert if you're in Natchez, because there is a cell hugging the river right now. the Mississippi River, that is moving from south to northeast. The same is true in the northern part of Adams County as well. So a tornadic threat continues. By the way, a tornado watch is in effect for our entire area, just about. There's 2 counties that are not included right now. Jefferson, Davis, and Walthall counties are not included in our viewing area in this particular warning, but in this particular watch, but a tornado watch is in effect until 6 o'clock this morning for much of the area as this front moves on in. There could be additional watches later today. We expect that, and I would not be surprised to see some counties in the lower Delta deleted or removed from the watch that's in effect. We do have a tornado watch that goes until 2 a.m. For some of those counties. So let's see what happens here in about the next 13 minutes or so.
I wouldn't be surprised if they because they're in that original watch.
Yeah.
You see that. Well, it's kind of hard to see on.
It's right here.
There. There's a thicker line there.
Yeah, right in there.
And that's the original watch that was out until 2 o'clock this morning. That includes Humphreys, Holmes, Humphreys, as well as Sharkey and Issaquena. Based off of what we're seeing right now, I would not be surprised if that one's allowed to drop and doesn't come back.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They have taken out the Washington County, and they've taken out those areas of the lower Delta. So I would not be surprised, and we'll know for sure here in about 13 minutes or so. But again, the rest of the area, tornado watch, which means there's a potential for tornadoes to happen in the atmosphere that we're dealing with, and that's before 6 a.m., and there will probably be another revision coming our way when it comes time for 6 a.m. to get around here. Let's go back to radar, show you what's happening with that. And again, the most significant damage that we've had reported so far this evening has been in southern Sharkey County, Highway 61, where power lines are down, and that's where Peyton noticed earlier that's where we have the biggest concentration of folks without power. Entergy customers, every single one of them, according to the latest report in Sharkey County, is currently without power. And Patrick mentioned there could be a restoration closer to 8 o'clock this morning.
That's just to get the power lines off the road.
Right.
That's
to
not
get the
even,
power lines off the road.
That's not even to get the power back on.
Well, that's a totally different story. Yeah. I mean, who knows how long that could take. So thank you for the clarification there. But you could still see heavy rain in the eastern part of Holmes, heavy rain in eastern Yazoo, and then we've got some pretty heavy rain moving into the southwest corner of Claiborne and northwestern Jefferson counties right now. Let's go into Adams County and pull up the storm here that we're watching. And this is headed right along 61 just about, and it's probably going to come right over Natchez before long. There's a heavy downpour just about over downtown right now, but that's not associated with what's going on farther south over the St. Catherine Creek National Wildlife Refuge. That's where that particular cell is going to be moving northeastward. So if you live, go ahead.
They're going to be coming out with a new warning for Adams County.
Tornado.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get ready for that. A new tornado warning is going to be coming for Adams County. We want you to be on alert. This is the storm we've been watching, and let's see, we'll have that out in a second. We are seeing some inflow, outflow right along the Mississippi River. This is just southwest of Natchez right now, and it's moving in. And so we are just waiting to get the details on that, but we should have a tornado warning being issued for Adams County any second. So
and unfortunately, our camera in Natchez is down right now. So
great.
I'm working on getting the MDOT cameras
All right.
worked into the system.
Well,
so.
we're with you here, folks, and we're gonna stay on this and continue to watch this storm. Just waiting for the tornado warning to get issued so you can see it live.
And we just got an email in about potential damage out of Sharkey County near Anguilla, where they're saying a trailer park is damaged.
Okay.
That would have been probably the first storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked the strongest as it was moving through earlier this evening. At least the one in Sharkey County.
That was the one that had the debris signature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, so here we are, 149, about 150, just waiting for this new tornado warning to get issued. We want you to see it live on the air as it gets issued to give you the very first information on this, your first alert on this particular storm cell that is now just south of Natchez. And it's a ferocious looking cell. Remember, we're looking at it from a little bit of a distance here, but again, showing up with vibrant red on the screen, which indicates very heavy rainfall, and it is moving from south to north. Just curious if we've got any hail with that storm, if there's a way of you tapping that. Okay, okay, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning they just put out for Attala County, and that's interesting. That may have to do with what I was pointing out before. Not much hail with this, by the way, just some small hail, penny-sized hail at this point with that storm. But again, there we go. New tornado warning now in effect. This also will be in effect for parts of Jefferson counties. All right. So now I want you to pay attention if you're in Natchez and if you're in Fayette. This is a brand new tornado warning being issued for southwestern Jefferson County and Adams counties. This will be for a storm that's located 14 miles southeast of Monterey. This is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour, so it's a slower moving storm. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This warning goes until 2:45 a.m. It includes Fayette and the city of Natchez. All right, a tornado warning is in effect now for western Jefferson County and much of Adams County, including Natchez and the city of Fayette. If you live in the Washington community outside of Natchez, you're covered by this tornado warning. So this is a brand new tornado warning that's been issued. Let's go, before we go back to this, let's go up to Atala real quick. Just want to see.
It looks like that's going to be the extension of the tornado warning.
Okay, so that's the extension of the tornado warning, just covering the northern reaches of the county. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, as you mentioned. So we're going to have some changes here in the warnings that we've got on the screen here before long. But you could see that that's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. That's probably to take care of, as Patrick said, the line that's moving in. And also I pointed out there were some showers firing, some pretty good storms firing in the eastern part of Atala County as well. All right, zooming out now, you can see where the worst of the weather's taking place. But in the southwest corner of our state, now starting to get in on the severe weather threat that is developing out there. And we'll hopefully get a cam up that we can see. Even though it's the middle of the night, we'll try to see what we can see. But these storms are merging in over Natchez. I will say it's a little bit messy right now. Messier than what I've been looking at, with numerous cells kind of scattered around. The actual cell that's causing this tornado warning is right now over the St. Catherine Creek National Wildlife Refuge. It's going to be moving northward over up Highway 61 before long. So this is going to be very close to Natchez. Can we track it to give a time span as to when it will be in Natchez?
Yes.
Let's just see what the time.
It's moving at 30 miles.
Right, it's going 30 miles an hour, so
That's
it's a little bit
slower than the last
yeah,
one.
so there's a slower motion now being noted in all of this. And we're going to track it for you so you can get an idea. And we'll take it into the southwest part of Jefferson County as well. 219 arriving in Natchez, and about Fayette, it's probably going to be about an hour almost. Let's see what this storm looks like by the time it gets there. This particular cell is what we're talking about. Patrick, I know you have the tower cam or one of the MDOT cams popped up that we can see maybe some lightning.
Yeah, let's go over to Max 3. We've got that up on Max 3 with the MDOT camera that's it's actually looking across the Mississippi River. This is actually over in Vidalia, so we're looking across the bridge structure. You see the lightning popping off here. The storm would be over here. This would be on the we're looking eastbound, so this would be south. Of course, lots of lightning with that storm, and you don't want to see lightning in that type of situation, as more than likely lightning will lend itself to a strengthening storm, a lot of lightning at least. It's going to parallel Highway 61 though, so that's the big issue that we're going to be running into here in the next couple of minutes. Is as the storm makes its way off to the north and east, it's going to run across Highway 61. I'm going to try to switch this over really quickly and. Just give me a second, because y'all take it for a second, because I got to get the thing.
No,
I got the thing pulled up over here, and
You're talking techno speak.
Yeah.
We got you. Okay. All right. He wants us to do the thing over here.
Do the
All right.
thing.
So, Peyton, point out what you were just talking to me about right here in Southern Adams County.
It looks like we have another donut hole
Yeah.
on our hands in Southern Adams County,
Yep.
where we could see that potential tornado form really at any point in time as this drifts to the north and east. Will likely cross over Highway 61 over the coming minutes. So if you live anywhere within this warning box out towards Natchez, Jeanette, near the St. Catherine Creek area where we have that rotation right overhead. And this warning extends as far north as Churchill and Fayette. Make sure you get in your tornado safe place. Anyone watching knows anyone out this way, make sure you call them and tell them to also get in their tornado safe place. We are monitoring a storm that is capable of producing a tornado.
So, here's the situation, folks, with trying to verify something like this. We've got a signature on the radar. All right, this is a prime spot to have a tornado going on right now. But who can see it, where it is right now? Well, anybody who's in the St. Catherine Creek National Wildlife Refuge, and chances are they got 4 legs. So you've got that, or you've got maybe a tugboat, a boat that's traveling right now in the Mississippi River. So it's really going to be hard to verify this right now until it's literally right on Natchez, on the south end of town. So we want you to take this seriously, and that's why, as Peyton just said, get on the phone, let your friends in Natchez or family know that the storm's coming in. And Patrick, I'm going to throw it back over to you because you got some additional information.
I was just going to pull up the other MDOT camera. This is a look at 61 and 84 on Max 3. So this would be on the north end of town. And again, you see the very heavy rainfall coming down, lots of lightning. So we're looking southbound now. We're looking back towards the city of Natchez from here. Behind you would be where 84 and 61 come together, right there at that curve, right before you get to the gas station. But again, as you're looking here, again, you see the lights off in the distance. That's just some of the businesses there along 61 and some of the cars traveling along 61. But what we would be looking for would be back over here on this side of the screen this time as the storm is making its way up that way. I would say that the storm is probably going to parallel Highway 61. So if we're going to see it, it'll probably be on this camera once it gets a little closer to us, and probably backlit from the lightning as it's making its way through. Take the course of least regret right now. There, you know, if you're going down Highway 61, there's a hill on the south side of town that you come into Natchez on. That would be approaching, the circulation would be approaching. Let's go back over to Max 1 really quickly and show you the radar perspective of this, and then we'll take another tour of the radar here in a second. But again, as Peyton pointed out the donut hole, that circulation, kind of the sink drain going into that storm. There is a hill right here as you go into the city of Natchez, going into it, coming from the south. And again, that circulation would come somewhere in that general vicinity. It may be just south of downtown Natchez, but if you got Natchez's address and you live on the south side of town, this is a warning for you. More than likely, a lot of folks who live south of along 61 have Natchez addresses because that's the major town that's involved here. So again, if you live south of Highway 84 right now, you need to go ahead and be in a safe place. Interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. We got some businesses, some homes there along Highway 61. But the circulation as it stands right now, again, very messy as we were just mentioning, because it's in a very peculiar spot between 3 radar sites. So that's why you take the extra information, that course of least regret, and take your precautions as soon as possible. But the general track here would take it up here in this general vicinity. And again, there's Highway 84 and Highway 61. As I was just mentioning, we got an MDOT camera sitting right there. So if we're going to see it, probably from that camera's perspective as it makes its way on the east side of Natchez. Further to the north, again, you've got the tornado warning is extended up into Jefferson County as well. Then we have a severe thunderstorm warning, Port Gibson. Of course, we've been talking about, we've been kind of hitting all of these other spots. Port Gibson, it's time to act now with strong wind potential heading in your direction, as well as the Grand Gulf area as that line approaches Highway 61. We mentioned Alcorn State. Of course, thankfully, school's out right now, so I think the residence halls are also closed, so I don't think anybody's on campus. But Lorman, Alcorn State, up towards Port Gibson, again, that's where we have a call to action right now for the damaging wind threat moving in your direction. Guess where that's going to be heading here soon enough?
And that's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Port Gibson.
Yes, and so guess where that's heading over the next hour?
Yep.
Capaya, Hines. Let's go further to the north. We still have a tornado warning up to the north as that storm is now exiting out of Holmes County, and also the storm that's coming up out of northern portions of Yazoo County into southern Holmes. Let's go over to velocity because I know we lost it for a while. That looks very straight line right there.
They will allow that one to expire.
Okay, so perfect. So this storm will be allowed to expire. And not only that, not only does it look straight line, it also looks a lot weaker than the ones that we saw earlier. The one that went through Lexington, that thing was blowing out 60-mile-per-hour winds. 70 mile-per-hour winds at the times. So again, that storm was much more robust to the ones that you see here that are moving down highways 17 and highway 12, highway 16 here over the last little bit, also highway 17. Again, to the north and east, the storm that we were watching coming out, there goes the warning, the 2 warnings there in Holmes and Yazoo. So you're out of the warnings now. The storm that was continued, that's for Montgomery County, as well as Webster County and Choctaw County, far northern sections of Atala County. It does not include Kosciuszko, but that storm itself has some strong winds associated with it and could produce a tornado. But we're at this time frame now that we're getting to a point where the line's slowing down
Yep.
even further. We go back to this point of this storm going 30 miles per hour. The last storm was 35. It's going to get to a point to where it's almost zero.
Yeah, and it was 50 miles an hour when I was on earlier this evening. By the way, you're watching continuous storm coverage right now on WLBT Jackson and WDBD Jackson. We just want to let you know that we're going to continue to give you updates on severe weather throughout the morning, overnight, and morning as this storm system continues to work its way through the area. We've had numerous tornado warnings in effect. We've had some damage reported in Sharkey County earlier this evening, but now we have the storm that is just on the doorstep of Natchez coming in from the south on Highway 61, and this will continue to really put the Natchez area and over through Fayette in jeopardy for about the next half hour or so. That's where we have this tornado threat going on. It's a severe thunderstorm with the potential of producing a tornado and quite a bit of lightning happening in the Natchez area as we've been showing you. The core of this storm is on Highway 61. It is just south of town. It just advanced a little bit closer into Natchez. So we're now a few minutes away from it actually being in Natchez. But want to let you know that this is a storm you have to take seriously because the storm is moving in from the south and will continue to overspread the city of Natchez before long. And even though it's nighttime and the signature is there, it could take just a few seconds for an actual tornado to drop out of the cell and move across the area. So one thing I want to point out, let's zoom out a little bit more, and you can just stay on me here for a second in front of this, but I want to point this out to Peyton. I see it getting messy in this area. I see other cells kind of interacting, and that could maybe hinder this particular storm, or if we see them merge together, that could be an additional concern, couldn't it? I mean, that's what you get when you have multiple cells kind of interacting with each other. It's kind of hard to see how this is going to play out, but we're going to find out pretty clearly in the next few minutes as the storm gets closer to Natchez. We've been talking about the donut hole that we saw earlier on with this storm, and not nearly as pronounced now, but of course we are on the edge of 3 different radars here. So we've got a lot of data coming in, but the problem is we're on the edge of these radars, and so we're seeing this from different vantage points. But this is where the cell is, and it's just south of Natchez now, moving in from the south. We do have a tornado warning currently in effect for the city of Natchez, and it extends all the way out here to Fayette. We'll see what the storm looks like out there, that's for sure. If we can pull up Max 3 real quick, I can show you that lightning. You can go full screen or put it behind me, whatever you prefer, and you can see that we've got a lot of lightning that is taking place right now in the sky over Natchez. This is US 61. We're looking south of Highway 84, and this is we're almost over to continuous lightning at this point in time. So that's when you know you've got a storm that's really churning up. The energy is increasing, and that could be because it's tornadic, could be because it's a severe thunderstorm. But the bottom line is, look how quick and how much lightning is being generated by this storm right now in Natchez. So safe to say, if you're in Natchez, Mother Nature's got your attention, and hopefully you're watching us to get the latest weather information for you. You're under a tornado warning at this point in time from that particular cell that is just south of town. It is going to be on you very soon. So if you live in Natchez, a lot of folks living in the Natchez area in Adams County, please take cover immediately. You still have a couple minutes, not much time, but you've got a couple minutes to get ready. Go to the lowest floor of your home, away from all windows, okay, and cover yourself to protect yourself from flying debris. I showed this a little earlier. I've got my hard hat. This is a great thing to have. Football helmet, great thing for the kids, for you. And I've even seen some people rave about pots. You wouldn't want to use the pots in my house. They're a little too small, at least for my head. But you definitely want to use those kinds of things, okay, to protect yourself. Because when it comes to a tornado, the flying debris aspect is the most dangerous part of the storm. And so you could see that we are just looking south of Natchez here. Here's Natchez. Can we see how far that range is, how far the distance is from the donut or the donut hole? And again,
about 10 miles.
Yeah, you're about 10 miles south of town. So Cloverdale's a community on the south end of town. There's Washington on the east side of Natchez. You're under that tornado warning too. Want to make sure that you are aware of that. But this storm is going to move very close to the downtown area. There's a Walgreens right there.
And it's about to cross Highway 61.
Yeah, it looks like there's an eastward jog to it, isn't there? Yeah, this could get interesting if this really accelerates northeastward. The main part of the tornado might actually wind up being east of Natchez and not over Natchez. So it was moving more south to north when we started picking it up, and now it's been going more northeasterly. So we'll continue to watch this storm and see how it plays as it moves up 61. But for now, it looks like it's going to almost parallel 61 as it moves farther northward. Back to Max 3 right now. Let's show you that lightning. It's pretty intense. I'm watching it off the corner of my screen, and you can see that we've got a lot of lightning out there right now. From our MDOT traffic cam, US 61 south of Highway 84, and looking due south. And again, that's just almost continuous lightning. I've seen these storms here in Mississippi where it's just more lightning than it is darkness, where it just feels like it's staying light and it flashes dark every once in a while. So we've seen some kind of crazy storms here in Mississippi, and that storm, the donut hole, is an area where it indicates a little bit of a funnel potential. Now here's the thing. So we could be seeing a funnel on radar, the donut hole, if you will, but we're still several thousand feet up in the air when we're looking at it from a radar perspective. The question is it on the ground, or is it something that could easily touch the ground in a moment's notice? That's the real question mark there. So this storm is continuing to move from southwest to northeast. It's going about 30, 35 miles an hour right now. And tornado warning in effect because it's a storm capable of producing a tornado. Again, we're very close to the city of Natchez, less than 10 miles now south of it. That was some lightning right there. Did you see that? That wake you up? Yeah, that woke me up. Okay, they just trimmed it back. So they just trimmed the tornado warning back a little bit to basically take into account where it's actually located. You can see it here on the radar. The back edge of it now is about 10 miles south of Natchez, and this is going to continue moving north and eastward. And again, this could be more of an issue if you live east of Natchez, say on Highway 98. That could be more of an issue for you depending on where this storm winds up going. So just something to keep in mind here as this keeps moving up to the north and eastward right now. Natchez State Park is there to the east of town. The Jeanette area is also there. So right now, very, very close to 61, whereas a while ago, this thing was right on the Mississippi River. And you see the purple there? Well, we know it's a bad storm. Hail tracker's on, and the hail tracker's indicating that we're somewhere between a penny and quarter size hail on this storm that's moving in right now from the south. So I'm telling you that it looks more of a risk for 554 and 98 east of Natchez, and then we got to watch out for Fayette eventually, say in about 45 minutes, should this storm structure hold and the storm continue moving in that direction. So that's what Hail Tracker suggests. And zooming out here, just want to show you what it looks like on regular radar. And again, it looks like that storm cell is going to move more eastward of Natchez. And then we got to watch the one across the river that's near Vidalia. And that one is interacting to some extent, and that could be pushing over as well. So it's an active evening here, but I'm happy to say we don't have any tornado warnings. Keep my fingers crossed in Holmes or Yazoo or Sharkey counties or Issaquena counties for that matter right now. And that's certainly something welcome. This is a current look at the radar. Not much happening right now in the metro. That will change in the next 1 or 2 hours as these storms start to push in.
I do want to note that it looks like maybe some broad rotation north of Port Gibson on the western side of Claiborne County. Just something to watch. This is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect, but it does have that tornado possible tag.
Yep.
So all of these storms that we are tracking do have that capability of spinning up a tornado very, very fast.
And to let you know that this particular storm cell that Peyton's pointing out is going to be more of an issue, say, in the southern part of Warren County, just above or north of the Big Black River. So if you live in southern Warren County, especially close to Highway 61, which is where most folks in southern Warren County live, this is something you really need to pay attention to as this storm is going to be moving in, and eventually along Highway 27, which is in the southeastern part of Warren County. Good catch on that, Peyton. So looking right now at the weather in Adams County, that storm that was just south of Natchez looks like it's a little bit more southeast of Natchez, so it looks like that's going to bypass downtown. But across the river, well, check it out. Across the river, Peyton, we've got another storm out there that's just south of St. Genevieve and very close to, this will be very close to Vidalia,
one?
right here. Yeah, right, which one? There's really two in there. And we need to keep an eye on that because they could possibly go tornadic as well. There it is. pretty good definition, I would say, on the radar of inflow and outflow. So something worth keeping an eye on. Patrick, we've been watching the radar here for you. We've also got your traffic cam up in the background. A lot of lightning coming out of this thing right now. But it looks like the cell is just moving towards the eastern side of town, maybe getting as close as where the Walgreens is in Natchez, but more to the eastern part of the city.
Yeah, heading out towards like Cranfield and that area out here in the eastern portions of Adams County. You see, is that a new tornado warning?
It just popped up.
Yeah,
yes.
new tornado warning coming out for parts of Louisiana. That's going to be, I guess, like what? No, not even Point Coopy. Wait, was that Boyles? one of those parishes.
It's
down
far
there.
enough away where you're not going to get any emails or phone calls.
Let's hope that, but it's something to watch. There's a circulation right there as that moves off to the north and east. Let's go back up here to the other warning again as we continue with this storm, tornado warning storm that's coming up out of Natchez. Again, we've got the camera there. Let's take it from the MDOT perspective. Again, that camera sits right about here, so it's just on the south side of the storm. But circulation again coming up here that will cross Highway 84, heading up to Natchez State Park, Highway 553 takes you back up towards Church Hill, and eventually, again, just kind of paralleling and scotching around Highway 61 and the Natchez Trace Parkway here. Let's take that MDOT camera on Max 3, and again, you see the massive amounts of lightning that's going along with it here this morning as we are starting off the day with and of course, a very frequent lightning. Again, a tornado warned storm here just to the south of this location. So again, if you're in the city of Natchez, go ahead and be in your safe place. Even though the circulation may pass just to your south and east, so at least downtown, there's a lot of people who have a Natchez address who do not live directly in the city of Natchez. Let's go back over to the radar. And again, we're going to go kind of back and forth here. There's your circulation here. Just cross over Highway 61 here. And again, just close to that hill I was talking about a couple of minutes ago, maybe about a mile or two to the south of that hill that comes into downtown Natchez. That's going to continue north and eastward. That will cross over. There's some construction here along Highway 84 down here into eastern portions of Adams County, western Franklin County. This storm starting to get a little bit more active. Looks a little tighter on the rotation within the last couple of scans here as it's been making its way out to the north and east. Again, up here as it's kind of working its way northward. Interesting look there, to say the least. But, of course, we're still looking at this at maybe about 4,500 to 5,000 feet up. So we're looking at the of the storm as it's moving in here, but still decent circulation nonetheless that could very well try to put down tornado as it's just crossed Highway 61. We'll probably find out something soon enough down there.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough population where it's starting to encounter. And then even if you get east of town on Highway 84, 98, you're going to start finding there's still a decent-sized population. You got the Washington community that also sits just east of Natchez. A lot of folks living there. So we should know very soon. Yep, we should know very soon. We'll check in with Adams County Emergency Management as well.
And they're usually pretty good about keeping up with everything.
All right, pea-sized hail from Jeanette. Okay.
All right, so what we're doing right now, we're just kind of resetting everything this morning. We've got Brandon Walker here as well to help get us into the morning hours. But, of course, you've got the circulation here down into Adams County this morning, making its way, again, on the east side of Natchez. Take your tornado precautions right now. Interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. Here's Highway 84 right here. Here's Highway 61. So the circulation is just across Highway 61 as this makes its way off to the north and east. Natchez State Park, Jeanette, as Peyton was just mentioning again, we've had some reports of some small hail with the storm as it's made its way across this area here. Of course, when you look at the radar perspective here, there is a little small hail core that's gone along with it. It's not huge hail, but hail nonetheless. So that means that it's got a fairly decent updraft that's keeping that suspended in the atmosphere here this morning. So that's why, there's something that is turning, something that is twisting, something that's trying to push things up. The tornado warning, they just kind of adjusted it here. Again, tornado warning continues for Adams County as well as Jefferson County. That's going to go until 2:45 this morning. Time right now, right at 2:15 on this Wednesday morning, a very early Wednesday morning. It looks a little broader, but still, again, that's a decent circulation there. So no matter what, we need you to be in your tornado safe place. If you're in the city of Natchez, I would just go ahead and take the course of least regret as we continue with this. That's the bypass that goes over here when you come off of Devereaux Street and then coming up towards, as you're coming up back over towards like the Roses, and then eventually over here by where 84 and 61 split off. This is I'd say about 4 or 5 miles to the south and east of you, heading up to the north and east, crossing over Highway 84 here fairly soon. Let's take that MDOT camera once again and get you a check of what's going on down there with that. And when it comes down to it, again, you see the frequent lightning going along with it. Again, the storm would be to the south and east of you as that storm is moving into this area, but it's going to be a very close call on where this line is going to be moving across here over the next little bit. So again, take your tornado precautions, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home as that storm is making its way off to the north and east at about 30 miles per hour, and still the possibility for some hail there in Adams and Jefferson County. So they did go ahead and take Concordia Parish out of that warning, so good news for our friends over in Vidalia. The warning has been allowed to expire, but again, this is going to be out near Kingston Road, heading down towards the south and east portions of Adams County this morning.
Patrick, I'm going to turn over coverage to you and Brandon Walker now as it comes up on 2:16. I'm going to do a little work behind the scenes. So if anything gets out of control, I will certainly jump back in. But again, we are continuing to do severe weather coverage for you through the overnight hours here, and it's going to go on throughout the day as there's severe weather affecting parts of our area. We will be on the air to tell you all about it, of course. So our coverage continues. If you lose power wherever you are, where you're watching us, you want to continue to watch us, as long as there are tornado warnings on the air, we're going to be on the air, and you can watch us on the free First Alert Weather app, or you can watch us on Facebook, on the WLBT Facebook page, or the WLBT Weather Facebook page. So just want to let you know about that. That's a pretty intense storm, though, that's sitting right now over Adams County. And to the guys in the back, just want to let you know that Brandon is on Peyton's equipment now as we are swapped out the equipment for you, so just so you know where to find him. He's currently running the radar, but you've been here for a little bit with us, Brandon. What are you seeing so far in this storm?
Yeah, honestly, on this one that's been moving, just in Natchez right now currently. Let me turn the mic
Okay.
on.
There we go. You're off to a great start.
Let me turn the mic on just a little bit. There's been a little bit of a strengthening for this one that's in Adams County. That's moving just near the southeast of Natchez, moving towards, that's going to be Natchez State Park. And so, again, like we've been talking about, hey, downstream from you, if you've been tuned in, you're in Adams County, you're probably getting a lot of that wind profile from a lot of these storms that are moving in Adams. And so this just continues to track towards the north and east. Hey, you just want to make sure you're finding that safe zone. I'll go ahead and put a track on it downstream just to go ahead and call out a few people. What we have next is going to be Fenwick at 223. Natchez State Park just called you out. Again, those folks maybe living in or around the park, you need to go ahead and make sure you just, finding a safe zone for sure. Cadillac at 244, Fayette at 254, Melton at 302, Dennis Crossroads at 307, 317 for Blue Hill, and McBride at 325. And so, again, as we continue to watch these storms, we're going to get where we're seeing some of them starting to see just a little bit of a strengthening happening. That's going to happen with many more of these storms, more so south and west for us right now, as they continue to get into an environment that has that atmosphere for them to produce. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now for this storm that's moving in portions of in Adams County. We'll put things back on velocity right now just to give folks a different profile of what we're seeing, just so we can kind of see some of the tightening up happening for us. We'll take it back to velocity. And there's that, again, there's kind of the key component that we're watching right there. When we start to get these different color changes, that gives us the indication of there's some circulation. Crossing over a few roads. Let's go in just a little bit tighter. And again, I'm still getting used to some of these roads out here. We got Liberty Road. Several communities that are living along Liberty Road, Springfield Road, Prospect Road. And this will continue to push towards the northeast. you need to certainly make sure you have your safe zone right now. We've already got the indicator that there is some hail out there with this particular cell as it continues to track north and east. And so nothing new yet from the National Weather Service. Continue to keep an eye on that. But there is a severe thunderstorm warning now. They're going to continue that for Claiborne, Jefferson, and Warren. Are you seeing anything on that, Patrick?
I was just going to say, let's take that MDOT camera again from Max 3's perspective. And again, you're starting to see that storm moving in there. Again, if you're near Highway 61, Highway 84, we're talking up towards Washington, Anna, as well as Stanton, up on the north end of town. That's what you're looking at. I'd advise no travel on Highway 84, Highway 61 presently. That's what it looks like there on the northeast side of downtown Natchez. Again, you're looking towards Natchez. Natchez would be down the road here. You come to the fork in the road where you go down towards Devereaux Street and then fork off to keep going down 61 to continue to get down there by the hospital. But again, the circulation is going to cross 84 probably just behind this camera. And maybe crossing 84 here fairly soon, maybe about 2 or 3 miles east of the juncture of 84 and 61 there on the east side of Natchez. So Cranfield, safe place now. Natchez State Park, safe place now. Interior room, away from windows. Lowest floor of your home as that storm. Again, you're seeing it live perspective there with the MDOT traffic camera. They're just south of Highway 84, the juncture of Highway 84 and Highway 61. The road that's in front of you is Highway 61. And you're looking towards the city of Natchez, off in the distance by about 4 miles or so, 3 or 4 miles. Let's go back over to the radar, and again, we'll show you where we are presently on that. Again, crossing Highway 84 here. Again, here's the Cranfield community, Natchez State Park. 553 takes you up towards Church Hill here into Jefferson County. Here's Highway 61 in the beginning of the Natchez Trace Parkway. This will continue to kind of parallel this general area. The Hamburg communities out here. Here's Highway 33 here into Fayette, just south of Fayette. So the general consensus here, if that stays on the same track, we'll take it from there up towards a point very close to Fayette. So again, next major town in line would be Fayette. That would be somewhere around 2:54. Right now it's 2:22 in the morning. And then you see a place like Blue Hill that's out near Union Church in that general vicinity over in the eastern portions of Jefferson County by the time we get towards about 3:15 this morning. Let's go broad scale on this, Brandon, and we'll come back to this warning. Again, if you are anywhere near Highway 84 and Highway 61 down here in Adams County, I need you to be in your safe place now, interior room, away from windows, downstream of that Cranfield and the Natchez State Park area in that northeastern corner of the county. On the broader scale, I know we got some showers and thunderstorms ongoing over here into Scott County, Smith County. These are non-severe, but heavy downpours nonetheless as they're moving through here. See all the green boxes that are happening back out here to the west? Those are flash flood warnings. We mentioned earlier 2 to 4 inches of rainfall have already fallen in these locations, and 2 to 4 inches of rain is going to be kind of shunting, working its way further to the east and moving into Metro Jackson here soon enough. We've already started working on getting the plan together for the morning show this morning to get folks out there. We're going to have Ashley Garner in the storm tracker here, and we'll have Carmen Poe. She's heading up to Canton this morning. So again, we're going to have some folks out and about, and so we've got some situations ongoing this morning. Could be a very active morning, but that's the radar over the last hour. And I want to reemphasize this to you. Notice how the band of rain has really sluggishly started to get to a point where it's not really moving very quickly. If we were to go back a couple more hours, this thing was trucking at like 40, 50 miles per hour. This thing is getting to a point to where it's almost a crawl, but it is still moving. There is a point where this will become a crawl. You see a new tornado warning coming out down to the south and east of us. That's going to be down here, that's going to be close to the Fort Adams area, but not in Fort Adams. So again, that's I think that's a tornado warning that's going to be in effect there. Is that a severe thunderstorm warning? No, tornado warning. I'm looking at it differently here. But needless to say, again, that's the next storm that we've got to keep an eye on. But let's go back over to the tornado warning storm that we are currently dealing with. 2:24 in the morning here on this Wednesday morning, an alert day. It's going to be a long day, my friends, as we are starting off here. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis here with Brandon Walker. We had to send Dave and Peyton home at some point because the thing is that they've got to be back here for the afternoon stuff. So it's going to be a long day for all of us here. Hopefully, we'll have a little bit of a break, but unfortunately, it's a multifaceted thing that we're dealing with here today, with not only the strong wind potential, the tornado potential, but the heavy rain aspect as well. That's going to have some big impacts on that morning commute for somebody. All right, again, crossing Highway 84 near Cranfield, safe place now. Natchez State Park, safe place now. Let's zoom out just a little bit. I want to show you up into Jefferson County. Technically, Fayette is inside that tornado warned polygon. It is going to come very close to the northwestern corner of Franklin County. This will stay north of Roxy, by the way. Though you're getting, if you live north of Roxy up near Hamburg, again, you're probably getting some very heavy rainfall, but the circulation is back to your west along Highway 84. But this thing is paralleling 61 now by about 2 or 3 miles east of Highway 61 out here near Natchez State Park, Cranfield, safe place now. We can give the all clear to downtown Natchez, but I don't want you to think that you're completely out of the woods just yet. Let's go over to velocity really quickly, Brandon, and I want to show everybody, again, you've got the one here. See this one down here to the south? Training over the same area. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be surprised if it starts to strengthen a little bit. That might be the next one coming over the same area. Remember, we've already dealt with this once this morning and late last night, where we had training supercell thunderstorms going over the same area multiple times. We had the one storm that went over the Kelso area. Actually, there was another one that was a couple miles north up in Anguilla. There was another one that went over Valley Park. That whole area, we're working on getting more information on what's happened up that way. But still, that gives you an indication of how these storms are kind of tracking this evening and this morning. Let's go back down to the south. The other tornado warned storm, that is going to be here north of Simmsport, Louisiana. The reason why I point this out, because probably the next warning that would come out would probably be for Wilkinson or Adams County if it were to come out for this area. So that's something that we're going to be watching for if it holds together. Remember, same train track that we're on here. Let's go back and go back to the warning that's coming up out of Natchez. And again, the circulation here. Here's Highway 61, Highway 84. Again, downtown Natchez is here, so we can give the all clear to downtown Natchez. But again, this is going to be up near the Washington area. Here's Anna Station, back over here closer to Cranfield, and up around Stanton as well. This general area here, where you have the circulation moving up to the north and east, up here near Natchez State Park. That is the beginning of the Natchez Trace in that general area. So that's where we're starting with this. So it's very close to where the Natchez Trace begins here on the north side of town. Highway 553 that goes up towards the Church Hill community in western Jefferson County, in that general vicinity. Not Church Hill necessarily where the circulation is, but definitely basically paralleling Highway 61 at this point in time. Brandon, do you see anything over with the Weather Service on this morning, or anything else that's happening right now? Because there's just a lot that has already gone on, and where we're going to be going over the next few hours.
Yeah, nothing new coming out from the National Weather Service. The big thing is, these storms are going to continue. You have a good point there, Patrick. Again, those cells right behind one another almost, they're going to continue to feed off of each other. So we're going to have to watch that downstream and to see, who is going to get impacted. Because if you're getting impacted right now, especially for these southwestern counties that we're talking about, like Adams County, Wilkinson, you still have that potential behind you to see more storms. So again, we'll go ahead and kind of talk an hour or two ahead. If you get out of this one, this cell that's moving through Adams County just near Natchez State Park, the next hour or so, you could potentially see another system roll in that also could be tornado warned. And so for those folks that are southwestern counties, go ahead and make sure you are in that safe place right now for Adams County, but you may want to go ahead and just hang out there for a little bit longer, because you could have more cells that will impact you downstream. A little bit different setup, I will say, for the southwestern counties compared to what we're seeing north for our north counties like Holmes, Sharkey, Humphreys, and Issaquena. They're getting into a situation, there's that little bit of a transition right now, if you will, where they're going to be getting into more of a rain component. We've been talking about this line kind of doing a little bit of a stalling, and that's what we're kind of seeing right now. We'll take things just a bigger picture right now. Let's take it back to the radar to kind of show you what's happening out there with these lines of storms. Again, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Atala County. The big thing is that's starting to push out of our viewing area, right? And so we're having to watch this line of storms. We'll put this in motion just to give folks an idea of what we've been kind of seeing. We'll kind of slow this down just a little bit because I don't want it to be too fast on everybody. But just to kind of show you, A little bit of a slowdown happening here. You can actually see that north of our viewing area, where this is kind of becoming more of a rain component, where I wouldn't be surprised in the next couple of hours, if this continues to stay stalled, we get more of these flash flood warnings to happen, again, outside of our viewing area. Already seeing a few right now for portions of Issaquena, Sharkey County. That's just going to kind of be the trend for us as we continue in the next hour or so. If you're still ahead of the line of storms, let me make this a little bit bigger, you still have a situation downstream for portions of Hinds County. If you're turned in right now, Rankin, Copiah, even portions of, just go ahead and throw Lincoln in there. Eventually, Lincoln County, you could potentially be on the cusp of a few storms just kind of creeping in just near Brookhaven in Lincoln County. So something to be, cautious of if you're not being impacted currently right now. Hinds, Rankin, portions of Scott County, Smith County, y'all are seeing a few storms, but none of those have been severe in a sense. You still have to be prepared for what's to come downstream. So we have to watch these storms as we continue into the later in the hours, I should say, going into the morning, because we're going to be here for quite some time.
Yeah, it's like by the time we get to the morning show, it's just gonna keep rolling. They're gonna keep that warning going for Adams and Jefferson County. To your point, let's go back over to the radar behind me. And again, what we're seeing here, see how the line of storms here over into Scott, Leake, and Atala County down towards Smith County. See how they were initially going in one direction, they started to turn a little bit. That is an indicator that we're starting to see some turning in the winds, more parallel, and more than likely that's the slowing down process of all of this. Now, not to say that we're out of the woods completely. We still have the tornado watch for much of the area until 6 a.m. this morning. Right now, 2:31. So we've got a long way to go on that. Then we also have the potential for heavy rainfall, and then a secondary risk for heavy rainfall and strong storms later on today. I do want to go to the storm that's coming out of coming out of Claiborne County, down here past Port Gibson, coming down Highway 18. Next warning to come down the pipeline, Hinds County. So we're getting to that point in time in the morning that Hinds County is going to get a warning here soon enough if this continues to be the going trend here. But that's got some strong wind associated with it here as it's cross Highway 61 here near Port Gibson, heading up towards the Carlisle area. Here's the Natchez Trace Parkway, Highway 18 right here. So the general track here will take it out towards Hinds County, far northwestern, Copiah County, out here near Utica, Hinds Community College, the campus there in southwestern Hinds County. Brandon just put a track on that. And again, if that stays on the same path and timing, okay, we're talking about getting into the metro area sometime around 4 o'clock. And that goes along with our hour-by-hour forecast. Has been basically on deck with this for the last day or so, on showing that this line gets into the metro area between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Right now, 2:32. We should have some of the storms moving into the western sides of the metro at about 3 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock downtown, 4:17 at the Jackson Medgar Wiley Evers International Airport, Madison at 4:24. You can probably ascertain at the same time that's like Brandon. Okay, so by the time we get to the beginning of the 4:30 show, we'll probably have the storms over the metro area. The question mark is this going to slow down? And we do expect it to slow down. The question mark is, where does it slow down?
Right.
And when does it slow down? Because that will have a detrimental effect on the morning commute for you guys as you're starting off your day. Let's hope that we can get some movement and keep it moving. But most of the indications show this line either stopping and backing up, or stopping and just parking and barking for several hours later on through the morning hours. That's going to cause its own set of issues. Tornado warning continues for Adams County as well as Jefferson County. Again, the circulation about to come out of Adams, past Stanton, past the Natchez State Park, basically right on top of Highway 61 presently. So again, here's Highway 61. There's the circulation right here. Again, coming up here right along Highway 61. Fayette, safe place now, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. If you're in the city of Natchez, we can give you the all clear on this. Let's go over to that MDOT camera again. I want to show you the difference of where we were about 10 minutes ago versus where we are right now. And again, the storm is north and east of this area now. And notice how it's a lot calmer than it was about 10 minutes ago. Still coming down on the rain side of things. And you're probably still going to see some flashes of light. Actually, that might be frozen. Hold on for a second. I think it might have froze up, so give me a second here on that because I got to reset it. No, that's what it is. Hold on.
Frozen a
Hold
little bit.
on. I just realized that I didn't have it pulled up on Max 3. Give it a second, and it'll. There it goes. But you see the lightning popping off there. It's not as intense as it was with the rain that was coming down not terribly long ago. So, again, some improvement there, but still not the best situation. You see that lightning popping off. It's almost constant there in Adams County. Back to the radar, and again, you see the storm system lifting off to the north. It did have some small hail down near Jeanette and Kingston Road area, but again, this is not hail risk day today necessarily. Let's just worry about where we are on the circulations and the heavy rain aspect, because that's really where we're going to be at as we go through the coming hours. Circulation right now, again, coming up past Cannonsburg and Highway 61. Again, safe place now, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. That's 553 again, up towards Church Hill. That's the Natchez Trace Parkway right here, and here's Highway 61. It's now past Cranfield, so we can go ahead and give you the all clear in the Cranfield community. But if you're in central and southern portions of Jefferson County, go ahead and take the course of least regret with that circulation coming up here. Let's go over to velocity, show you the which way the winds are blowing mode. And again, when you look at this, it's a lot broader than it was a couple of minutes ago. Let's step it back a little bit, Brandon. So just step it back a couple of frames and just see where we were about 5-10 minutes ago. See how it was a lot stronger when it was crossing Highway 61 to where it is, even when it was crossing 61 down closer to the south side of Natchez to where it was at 84. So step it forward now to where it is now. So the storm has weakened a little bit, but it may be in a cycling process. We've seen that happen a time or two already this morning. A little broader, but still some wind action going on here, whether it's blowing straight at you, it's coming down from a microburst, it doesn't matter. It's wind, and wind is no fun when it's causing damage. Let's hope that wasn't the case. We'll hope to get some information from Adams County. Usually they're pretty good about getting information out quickly, but we'll see how that all plays out. But again, the circulation will be crossing Highway 61 here right now. So again, safe place now if you're along 61 north and east of Natchez. But in Natchez, we can give you the all clear on that storm. Let's go back up to the other storm. It looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for this. I think it's the storm that's coming up out of Louisiana.
Yeah. It is.
So the one that we had a tornado warning on down to the south and west of us, so they're going to go ahead with this and add Concordia, Adams, Jefferson, and they will allow this warning to expire at 2:45. So that's good news. All right, so 2:45, that warning will allow it to expire. But they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's coming out of southern Louisiana, southeastern Louisiana. That was the storm that was previously tornado warned that's coming across the Old River structure down here. Again, no one lives out there, oddly enough, but that is a very big, critical thing, infrastructure point. The Old River structure down here in Concordia Parish, that area there, that's where the old Mississippi River diverts. It would have diverted, so went down the Atchafalaya Basin. Instead, it keeps it going down towards New Orleans, Baton Rouge. So again, that's what where that is currently located, or very close to it at least. And then off to the north and east again, St. Catherine Creek National Wildlife Refuge. As Dave mentioned earlier, probably not many folks out there outside if you have four legs. But the Highway 61 corridor here, again, you start to get into some businesses. You start to get into some houses out here as you start getting closer to Natchez. So again, that new severe thunderstorm warning includes Roxy over into Franklin County as well. And the severe thunderstorm warning continues will be extended northward into Fayette. The other severe thunderstorm warning that we have is for Claiborne County. I wouldn't be surprised if here soon enough, if that holds, if we get a severe thunderstorm warning that would go over into Hinds and Copiah counties. So we'll just hold here. What are y'all going to watch at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Right.
What's on at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Infomercials, maybe.
I know that there's one thing that's supposed to be on at 3, but that's over on Fox. But on LBT, what you going to watch? You going to watch the early Today show? Would you rather watch us? Here's a look at what we got. Let's go broad scale on this again. Yeah. While we have that tornado warned storm, the circulation looks a lot broader than it was about 15 minutes ago. So that's, again, improving situations, okay? I think we're about to get to a point here in the next couple of hours where we transition out of the storm threat to the flood threat. That's the concern that I have now as we go through the next few hours. We kind of figured that there will be some type of lull in the activity at some point in time. The question mark is when, and when does that front ultimately slow down? Let's take Max 3 behind me and put the hour-by-hour forecast up there. I just want, while we have a couple warnings out here, we've got one that's weakening. Again, Highway 61, safe place until that warning expires. Again, give it another 5 minutes, and we'll be out of that warning. But we still got very heavy rainfall. So let's go over to the hour-by-hour forecast model, and I want to show you where we are headed for today, because today's going to be an active day across the area. If you could take Max 3 behind me, guys. But the fact is that we're going to probably end up with this band of rain at some point in time slowing down to a crawl, if not completely stalling out. When that happens, that is going to cause the flood concerns. You already see multiple flash flood warnings behind this as the line slowly works its way north and east. All the cells are moving kind of north and east. The line itself has been very slow to move past the Big Black River this morning, and is now starting to get to the metro area on the back, on the top end. So like up towards Kearney Park, Flora, Canton, we're starting to see some rain now beginning to move into that area. We've heard some rumbles of thunder here in downtown, and you also see, again, still some ongoing strong and severe thunderstorms. There we go with the look at the hour-by-hour forecast model. I take you forward here. This is 3:30 in the morning. Take it about 7 o'clock in the morning. The general consensus here is at some point in time between like 4 and 6 o'clock this morning, there will be a point where this front just kind of puts the brakes on. Okay, when the brakes get put on, that's when the heavy rain aspect becomes even more of an issue. Even though we're already going to be dealing with localized flooding concerns, that will be more of a localized sense. This may be a little bit more prolific because guess what? That band of rain just kind of trains over the same areas over and over again through about lunchtime. And then once the front finally starts to get the push from the west, then we get storms that start flaring up again once we start to get some forcing. Once the forcing starts to happen again, once we get the front to start to make some moves again, that's when we'll get the front to start to move eastward. And again, we'll probably have another severe weather threat. If you are underneath the tornado watch right now, which is a good chunk of the area right now until 6 a.m., this is a look at the rainfall estimates, by the way. And these rainfall estimates that we've got going on here this morning, up here in the South Delta, you got 1.6 inches. I'm just randomly hitting some points here, but a couple spots here have been like 2 and 4 inches already this morning. This is not even where the line stalled out, so we've got still a long way to go on that aspect because this line is eventually going to stall out as it's making its way off to the north and east. Go over to the watches. And again, there's your tornado watch. I mentioned this earlier. The original tornado watch that we had for Issaquena, Sharkey, and Humphreys County that went until 2 o'clock, that was allowed to expire. You probably will not get another tornado watch today, okay, because you're behind the line now and your severe weather threat has come to an end. Now, central areas, that is not the case. I think that we could not only have to deal with the fact of the tornado watch that goes until 6 a.m., we probably get another one for more sections of the area later on today. So if you live east of I-55, think about this afternoon. Tala, Leake, as well as Scott, Simpson, Smith County, Covington, Jeff Davis, Walthall counties. These 2 counties aren't even in the watch right now. I'd expect that you probably do get in a watch at some point in time. So this is why we continue to say long duration event on this one. Let's go over to Max 1. Let's go over to the radar and show you where we are presently, back to the tornado warning storm that's coming out of Adams County into Jefferson County. Of course, that circulation much broader now as it's moving up towards Fayette, but Fayette, take the course of least regret. Even though the warning technically will expire here in about a minute's time. I don't think that they will go downstream on that based off of what we're seeing.
Yeah, I don't think so either, Patrick. Nothing new has come out of the National Weather Service either.
So at 2:45, what we'll do is we'll hold here for an extra 5 minutes, just make sure everything is all copacetic. We'll do what a real quick rundown on what to expect moving forward, because I don't want you to think for a second we're done with this. I wish that we were, for all of our sakes, but today is a long day. But this warning's about to expire. That's the only tornado warning that we have going on right now. We've been on the air since about 9:15 this late last night. So this has already been a long duration event in of itself. And guess where the line is? Zoom out, Brandon. Let's see where the line is currently located at. It hadn't even got to Jackson yet. So again, this is a long-term event that we're talking about here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That's coming out of Louisiana. That storm is still in Louisiana presently. That's coming up past the old river structure, very close to the old river structure. And then will be working its way through southern portions of Adams County. Training along the same line as the first storm that we just had the tornado warning expire on.
Yeah,
okay?
they just expired.
That warning is expired, okay? We're going to hold here a couple more minutes. I just want to get you set for where we're going here over the next couple of hours. Because guess what? The storms are not going to be done anytime soon. So let's go over to Max 3 behind me, guys. And I just want to step through here. Now, this is going to say Thursday. I got to fix that because, I was building graphics for yesterday, and, this is where we're at. But I want to point out a couple of things here. When you look at Impact Tracker today, this is for today, not Thursday. This is for Wednesday. I've already updated that part, this part here. This is how the day goes. A significant risk for somebody in central Mississippi, to be seen where that front stalls out. But somebody in central Mississippi is going to have a flood risk later on this morning, through mid-morning, and then we get a secondary storm threat, severe thunderstorm threat in the elevated category through the afternoon hours. Okay, so I'd say maybe after about 10 or 11 o'clock this morning through about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So there's a secondary severe weather window that will come into play. Not to say that between now and then we won't see severe weather, because we're still underneath that tornado watch until 6 a.m. But giving you an indication that we're going to make a transition out of severe weather for a couple of hours to a flood risk. And that flood risk could be significant wherever it just happens to set up. Then a secondary severe weather risk will come into play during the late morning, early afternoon. And then by the time we head towards about 6, 7 o'clock this evening, we'll have exiting showers. That will be very nice for all of us, right? But it's going to take a long time. This is a long duration event. We've already had at least one school closure. We already have one school closure. That's going to be the Macomb School District. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else delays, or I know we're at the end of the school semester, and exams are going on, so there's some thought processes there. Mm-hmm. Again, we do not make those decisions. That is up to the districts. So, the first thing that people always ask whenever we have severe weather, we put the red banner up there, is when will schools close? Are they going to be delayed? I don't make those calls. Brandon doesn't make those calls. Dave doesn't make those calls. That is up to the districts themselves. But hour-by-hour forecast, again, you see the line of showers and thunderstorms. That's 7 o'clock in the morning. We will probably, here in the metro area, have the storms ongoing through the morning commute. And into the start of school. Again, I don't know if JPS or Rankin County or Madison County, Clinton Public Schools, Hinds County School, I don't know if what their plans are with this. We'll find out when you find out. And usually, a lot of times, the parents find out before we do, because of the fact that they send out the text messages nowadays. We didn't have text messages back in the day. You had to wait until the scroll came across the bottom of the screen. Right. But again, we do have, that line of showers and thunderstorms that's going to continue to make its way down to the south and east. And eventually it does become to a point that it stalls out. When it stalls out, that's the flood threat. Secondary threat of severe weather will come in here later on. I do want to go down the line really quickly. I want to give everybody an update of where they are presently and where we are going moving forward. Let's start in Atala County. And again, we still have some gusty winds up here in northern Atala County, north of Kosciuszko, past Possum Neck and Hesterville, and west. That's moving out to the east, heading out towards French Camp in the southern portions of Montgomery County. Also out towards Ethel and McCool up along Highway 12. Again, no severe weather active here, but there is some strong wind potential here. Some gusty winds around 40 miles per hour, not out of the realm of possibility. Goodman, Durant, as well as Pickens, heavy downpours moving into your area, and very soon crossing the Big Black River into northern portions of Madison County. You see Canton here, ongoing with some fairly heavy rainfall. Let's do this really quickly. Let me pull this up on the thing. Let's take Max 3 behind me once it pulls up. Give it just a second. Okay, let's take Max 3 behind me really quickly. I'm going to show you this, a look at some of the MDOT cameras across the network. Of course, metro area right now, that's Sywell, county line. You're fine right now. But heavy rain is starting to move towards Canton. That's a look at 22 and I-55 up at Canton. Heavy rain is about to move across the Big Black River. 20 at Pearson, 20 at the Split, 20 at Norrell. Everything's fine right now, but things are going to change fairly quickly, okay? This is a look at Lakeland at Treetops, Lakeland Commons, Airport. Everything's quiet now, but very soon things are going to change. Back over to the radar on Max 1, and let's go back down the line. Again, as I just mentioned, you saw the lightning popping up in Canton. That's soon to be in your neck of the woods with some very heavy rainfall crossing the Big Black River. It's already in Flora. It's approaching Livingston. Be up towards also around Kearney Park, Bentonia, and the southern portions of Yazoo County back over towards Nod and Scotland as well. Again, metro area, I wouldn't be surprised here within the next hour. You're inundated with very heavy rainfall. Let's go down to the other warning. They may have allowed it to expire. Actually, they did allow it to expire. The warning that we were talking about coming out of southern Warren County into eastern Claiborne County, that storm has been allowed to expire. But caution you with this. Let's go over to the velocity product really quickly, because you see that Boeing segment there that is working its way through there. I'm not overly enthralled with that, because it looks like it could try to spin up. So that's why we're trying to get you a heads up here. Far southwestern portions of Hinds County, we're talking like Utica, Learned, Raymond. Okay, Utica, Learned, Raymond. Back over to traditional radar, how hard it's raining mode, and let's step back up north to the Claiborne County storm. Again, that storm, as it tracks north and eastward, it should approach the metro area here within the next 30 minutes, and probably into downtown by about 4 o'clock. We're approaching 3 o'clock in the morning, so that's, again, something that we'll be watching. Further south, let's go to the other severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. Again, the one tornado warning that we did have that was allowed to expire, that was for Fayette. Down south and west of that, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's ongoing. The actual storm that is prompting that is coming out of Louisiana. That was a tornado warned storm there. Let's look at the velocity product in this. I don't want to don't want to sleep on this, because it does have a tornado possible tag on it. And let's see if it'll pop in there. It's just messy. That's coming from Fort Polk. Try to get it from New Orleans. If we can, you might have to slide a little further south to get New Orleans. Further south. See if it pop in from New Orleans. Well, I know New Orleans is having some. Okay, there we go. There it is right there from the New Orleans perspective. You kind of see it right there. Let's try to zoom in a little bit on it, Brandon, before it tries to pop over to. Yeah, see, it tries to pop over to. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, but right there, there's some circulation. That's why I'm pausing here, because I'm wondering what the next move is and see if that is the next storm to watch.
Okay, yeah, they just issued
tornado warning.
Yep, so there it is. Yeah.
All right, well, there you go. And it's actually not for that storm.
But
so
we saw this one earlier too, though.
Yeah, this was the one that was ahead of it. This is the one that is training ahead of it this morning. So that one's going to go until 3:45. So we ain't done yet, y'all. New tornado warning just coming out for Adams, Jefferson, and Franklin counties. That rotation is strengthening up again. I'm going to try to pull up that other MDOT camera. Brandon, you take it for a second.
Yes, certainly. That this is going to be kind of the setup for just quite some time. And again, we're also having to watch that one downstream that's still in Louisiana. We were just kind of pinpointing, having to use the New Orleans radar. We're having to use these various radars, especially when we start to get into where we're seeing storms downstream in Louisiana, to get a vantage point, because Jackson's, where our tower is in Brandon, is too far to really get the best depiction of how some of those storms are looking in Louisiana. So we'll continue to keep an eye on what's happening. Again, for portions of Adams, and this is leading into Franklin and portions of Jefferson, this tornado warning is going to go until, what are we looking at 2:51 till 3:45. And so again, still seeing some rotation here on this particular cell. Again, there is that wind component that we're watching. It's going to be going over, it's going to be going near Cranfield, Fenwick. Natchez State Park is still downstream. I will say, folks that are in Natchez, you have kind of had a lull for a little bit, but you're outside of the tornado warning polygon, if you will. But still in portions of Adams County, Selma, you're going to also potentially be impacted by this. Now, if you're not necessarily getting the tornado profile, potentially, we know there is some circulation. Certainly a decent amount of wind potentially for Selma, but Fenwick, Cranfield, Leesdale. Let's put a cone on this just to kind of take it downstream further. Who will be impacted? And some things that we're going to continue to watch are sales surrounding this one, because there's still that potential for others to begin to develop as well. So Fenwick, 302, Natchez State Park, 309, just called that out. Cadillac, you're becoming impacted multiple times. You were just impacted. Now looks to potentially be impacted again, if not by the tornado profile. Potentially, we haven't gotten any indicators that there's a tornado on the ground, but this is more radar indicators for us. Fayette, Dennis Crossroads, Blue Hill at 356, Port Gibson at 405. Hermanville, I got family in both Port Gibson and in Hermanville. So certainly downstream, making sure you're finding a safe zone if they take this downstream. Certainly something to just be courteous of. Port Gibson, Hermanville, those that are in portions of, it's going to be Claiborne County. And so, again, if they take that downstream is what we're going to have to watch. Let's put it back into radar just to get a vantage point on it. Again, there is a little bit of tightening there, something that we're going to continue to watch over the next couple of minutes that we can see downstream. You noticing anything, Patrick?
I was just going to pass this along just for the folks who are with us this morning. 2:55 in the morning, you see the MDOT camera there, very close to the same location, again, training over the same areas.
Right.
There, Highway 61 and Highway 84. I just got this. There are going to be some school districts that are closed today. Brookhaven School District, Copiah County School District, Lawrence County School District, Lincoln County Schools, the Macomb School District, and the Holmes Consolidated District will have a delayed start for the Holmes Consolidated. So again, we're starting to get the, I say this, it's like a domino effect. One goes and everybody goes.
Right.
So that's what we're dealing with this morning. Again, Brookhaven, Copiah County, Lawrence County, Lincoln County, Macomb. We have not heard from North or South Pike. Again, they're different districts there. Haven't heard from Hazelhurst either. So for the folks who are listening in the back, start working on getting that information too. Macomb's out, and then as I mentioned, the Holmes County Consolidated District is on a delayed start. Let's go again. If we can try to double box that MDOT camera with this radar image. Let's try to work on that if you can, guys. And I greatly appreciate it. But where we got that circulation, looks like it is ramped up pretty quickly as it's about to cross Highway 84. Again, what you're seeing there, again, the circulation crossing Highway 84, that is what you're seeing from the MDOT perspective. That is a couple of miles, maybe about 2 or 3 miles away from where the circulation is currently located at. So let's keep that going, keep us in the boxes, and we'll work from here. Let's go over to the debris tracker really quickly. I just want to see if we see anything associated with that. Now, this is going to be messy once we get down here, and I just don't think that we're going to be able to see it, at least from that perspective, from Brandon. See if we can see it from New Orleans or Fort Polk, but I doubt that we will, just because of just where the radar is located at. And I just don't see it from there. Okay, let's go back over to something useful. Let's go over to, again, the which way the winds are blowing mode, okay, the velocity mode. Again, circulation right here that's approaching Highway 84 near the Cranfield community, same area that we called out about 30 minutes ago. This warning is going to go until 2:45, guys, 3:45 rather, this morning. So a long duration event, as we've been mentioning, and it's not going to stop anytime soon, unfortunately. That circulation, again, crossing over Highway 84 between Washington and the Cranfield community. I can't see what the road name is right there, Brandon. You're going to have to call it out because it's like I'm looking far away.
That's North Palestine Road.
North Palestine Road. Okay, so again, circulation coming across that area right now. The Fenwick area community. Again, this area here is generally, just the highway out here, but we know that there's some folks who have some houses out here. Right. You need to be in your safe place, interior room, away from windows. As Dave mentioned, he left his hat down there, his hard hat. I have a friend of mine who is famous on TikTok because of his bicycle helmet. So again, those are, it may seem silly, but that is one way to keep yourself safe in this event. Make sure that you have hard sole shoes on in these types of situations, because you never know if you've got to make your way out of a situation. Let's hope that's not the case. Right now, no indication saying such. But take it as what it is. Again, a tornado-warned storm could produce a tornado at any point in time. The circulation is there. You should take your precautions. Interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. Again, if you're in downtown Natchez, I would give you the all clear, but I know we've got folks who have Natchez addresses. East side of town, east of Highway 61 out here on 84, you need to be in your safe place now. Interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. And even if you're not getting the wind circulating, there's still some wind that's coming down pretty good that could cause some straight line wind damage. As I mentioned before, doesn't matter if it's twisting about in a circle or if it's coming straight at you, it's wind, and wind can do a whole bunch of damage. So again, no need to argue about that. It's just what it is. You need to be prepared for it. So even if it's not putting down a tornado, it's got some wind with it. Things are starting to slacken up a little bit on that camera, but still very active on the lightning side of things as that storm is making its way off to the north and east, Brandon.
Yeah, certainly there has been that strengthening component as well, too. You can kind of just take this a few scans back, and you can see where there has been just that rotation has begun to tighten a little bit more as it's gotten closer to the Natchez State Park. And so that's something that we have to continue to keep an eye on because, of course, this is radar indicated. We haven't gotten anything from the National Weather Service or any storm spotters. And hopefully in a situation like this, hopefully nobody's really trying to get too close to see if this is a tornado on the ground because many of these are rain wrapped. We know how that looks for Mississippi. We may have that rotation on the ground, but most of them, the visibility just isn't there. And of course the tree line that we have in the state of Mississippi, because we have some of these rural areas that have, they're pretty dense with trees. And so certainly that's the situation we're dealing with, especially in Adams County. But again, Patrick, I mean, this is certainly a little bit better rotation, tightening, if you will, as this gets closer to Fenwick, over Fenwick right now. Folks, I know that's a small little community there. Isn't that right, Patrick? Certainly for those that are living there, this is right on top of you right now. There's that component. The rotation is there, and this is kind of getting a little bit stronger as this continues to make its way towards Natchez State Park. I'm just going to put a little bit of a cone in it, and I'm watching what's downstream. Don't you see that, Patrick?
I was just looking at that down behind it, the one that we were talking about that was coming out of Louisiana. This thing is just wrapping up on the backside of this. So you got two, one up north, one in the middle, and one down south.
Right.
So there's really three that are tracking across this area. The two of note right now, the main one is the one that's crossing near Cranfield presently. And again, you still see the MDOT camera there in the big screen there, showing the frequent lightning. Again, we're showing you multiple ways of getting that information right now, trying to give you some other perspectives. That's one way. Up north, the one north of Fayette, that was the original warning.
Right.
It's trying to strengthen again. So again, while we were talking about cycling, these storms will go through life cycles. Sometimes they will go through a cycle that's like 45 minutes to an hour, and then they pulse down. When they pulse down, the severe thunderstorms aspect goes away, and the next thing you know, they pulse right back up, and next thing you know, they're trying to produce a tornado again. I think the northern one is trying to do it again. The one that we're watching presently is the one that's crossing 84, near Natchez State Park, near Washington right now. Again, just east of Washington, near Cranfield, heading up to Natchez State Park, crossing Highway 61 here fairly soon up near the Cannonsburg area, which is where you cross over to go up 553 up towards Church Hill and at the beginning of the Natchez Trace Parkway.
Put a cone on this real quick.
Yeah,
Patrick.
Go ahead and do that.
Yes, certainly. Downstream, Natchez State Park. Again, small communities, not a whole lot of residential areas out there, but small communities near the Natchez State Park. Again, if find that safe zone. It's one of those situations, this is more radar indicated. Haven't seen any just reports yet coming out from the National Weather Service. But again, downstream, if this continues to go in that northeastern fashion, there has been that tightening within this particular cell that we're watching, so certainly take this with all seriousness. Cadillac, you were just getting impacted just moments ago by that cell that's further north of it, northeast, that is doing a little bit of cycling, if you will. Fayette, Melton at 341, Dennis Crossroads at 346, Russell at 355, Gordon at 359 and Patterson at 405 if this continues downstream. And by the looks of it, folks, I think it will, because there's still that rotation that's continuing to tighten. We'll take this just a few slides back. But you can see that there's that circulation within that cell getting a little bit tighter.
Right there.
Right?
Right there. Yeah.
As it gets closer to the Natchez State Park. And so certainly want to keep an eye on this one, Patrick, over the next couple of scans, just because of what it's doing currently right now.
Yeah, I was just looking at the debris tracker and trying to see if I could see anything. It's just so far away that we're not able to see it right now. But take the course of least regret, my friends. That is probably one of the stronger circulations so far at this late hour that
Right.
we've seen. At any rate, take your tornado precautions. If it's not putting down a tornado, it's definitely putting down some wind. We've seen that from the NDOT camera. So again, that's crossing 84 presently, just to the east of Washington, up near approaching Cannonsburg, there along the Jefferson and Adams County line. Now, technically, this does clip the far northern portion of Franklin County. Let's zoom out really quickly, and actually, let's take the radar full. And what we'll do here is go back. I want to show you that if you're down here near Ediston, Meadville, Bude, even Roxy, the tornado portion of this storm is going to clip the far, and I really mean the far northwestern corner of Franklin County. So if you're in Roxy, if you're in Meadville, Bude, Ediston, McCall Creek, and those areas, and you may be hearing the warning sirens going off, this is not a warning for you guys, okay? This is for the far northwestern corner of Franklin County, the Hamburg community, Highway 33, north of Roxy. So if you're in Roxy, I know we have a lot of folks who watch us in Roxy. If you're in Roxy, this will stay just north of you, but barely. Circulation right now just coming up, and new flash flood warning coming out. It goes back to the slowing down aspect of this. We'll get to that here in a second. But again, circulation right here crossing Highway 84 near Natchez State Park. And moving off to the north and east, let's go back over to velocity and show you.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It got messy there. But again, right over the Natchez State Park right now. Cannonsburg, Four Forks, 33's right here, 61. So again, in this general vicinity, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Again, northeastern Adams County, southern areas of Jefferson County. It's going to clip the far northwestern corner of Franklin County, but I want to reemphasize, if you're in Bude, if you're in Meadville, if you're in Ediston, McCall Creek, if you are even in Roxy, that storm is going to be north and west of you. But you're still getting, in Roxy at least, you're definitely getting the heavy rainfall aspect of it, and even maybe some small hail, not out of the realm of possibility. But this is where we are watching very closely as that storm moves off to the north and east. Let's zoom out really quickly. I just want to get a broad overview. Again, that's your one tornado warning that we've got going on right now. We've got another broad circulation. That's the original warning that we had about 20 minutes ago, that was allowed to expire south of Fayette. It is tried to re-strengthen again up here near the Blue Hill area in the northern portions of Jefferson County, about to make its way into southern portions of Claiborne County, out near the Patterson community, along Highway 547. So in this general vicinity here, I need folks in that area to kind of start thinking about, hey, what would happen if I had a tornado warning happening here soon enough? These are not fun, my friends. Unfortunately, they're in a line too, and it looks like we had another tornado warning come out behind me in that very same line of storms. Siri.
And just to add to that one that's going into the Adams County now, that's in Franklin, and also portions of Jefferson, they're going to continue that for 345. So that one we've been talking about, Patrick, they're going to continue that until 345.
Okay, and just a reminder, again, 1, 2, 3 now. In the same line. This is oddly reminiscent of what we dealt with 2 weeks ago.
Right.
So again, you've got in the same cluster, in the same line, which just happens to be the leading edge of this band of rain, one circulation that is trying to re-strengthen, one that is pretty strong, moving through far northwestern areas of Adams County, and a third one that is developing east of I-49 back in Louisiana. We'll get there when we get there, and let's hope it falls apart before it gets here. But the main two that we're watching presently, they've shored up the warning a little bit. Circulation remains, again, right over the Natchez State Park. Again, far northwestern Franklin, near the Hamburg community, but it stays north of Roxy. There's Roxy right there. You're probably still going to get some wind here in Roxy. My friends here in Roxy, just be prepared for the wind, but the tornadic circulation stays to the north. But still strong wind potential coming through here at Roxy, Highway 33 and Highway 84. This continues northeast. Fayette, next call to action, my friends in Fayette. Go ahead and be in a safe place, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. And, of course, as this makes its way up to the north and east this morning. Time right now coming up close to 3:10. Here on a Wednesday morning. It's an alert day, to say the least. And unfortunately, we've already had, just kind of reviewing where we've been over the last couple of hours, we've already had some reports of, and let's just go broad scale on this really quickly, and we'll circle back to all of this really quickly as well. We've already had reports of a tornado that crossed the Mississippi River, actually two of them at least. One that was in southern Issaquena into southern Sharkey, another one that was up in the central and northern portions of Sharkey County. So that's where we are right now, at least to start off. Unfortunately, this is such a long duration event that this is going to be a situation that will go through this morning commute today. That's why I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, we've got several school districts that are out or delaying, and I wouldn't be surprised if more follow the domino effect here. Brookhaven School District, Copiah School District, Copiah County School District, Lawrence County School District, Lincoln County School District, Macomb School District, and the Holmes County Consolidated School District. The Holmes County Consolidated will be on a delay, but everybody else is closed today. The ones I just called. Brookhaven, Copiah County, Lawrence County, Lincoln County, Macomb are out today. Holmes County on a delay. But this goes back to the fact of this slowing down process of this whole storm system as it's moving in here this morning. We're getting close to the rain moving into Metro Jackson. I know maybe folks are getting the rumbles of thunder. They're probably like, okay, what's going on? You told me it's an alert day. What's going on in my backyard? We'll work our way down the line yet again, but we'll start down here with the tornado warned storm. Actually, we'll work our way up the line. Tornado warned storm, again, circulation right at the corner where three counties come together. Franklin, coming up from the south and east. North, that's Jefferson. South and west, that is Adams County. Circulation coming right over Natchez State Park. Moving north and eastward, that general path will take it up to the south side of Fayette, okay, where you get onto Highway 33 out here, okay. The elementary schools here, as you're coming down Highway 33, coming to Highway 28, you've got the subway out there. So again, kind of give you some landmarks here of where this is going to be heading here, and it will parallel 61. I don't want anybody on Highway 61 from Fayette down to Natchez right now, because this thing is going to be kind of buffeting right along 61. The other storm that we were looking at that was the original tornado warning that was allowed to expire 2:45. That storm still has some circulation with it. No warning active for Claiborne County, but for our friends in Pattison, I would go ahead and just kind of be thinking, all right, maybe this thing has had a history. And with that history, let me just go ahead and take that course of least regret. Go ahead and be in that safe place just for a couple of minutes. I know this is, an inopportune time. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I usually wouldn't have my alarm go off until 3:15. So I feel you this morning. I understand. This is not fun for anybody. But we're here to keep you and your family safe in these situations. That's what we are doing. That's our jobs, in these rough goes of things. And let's hope that it's not a rough go for anybody. But we do have reports of at least one structure damage up in Sharkey County. It may be, I can't remember, is it either Sharkey or Issaquena County?
I think it's Sharkey, yeah.
So it was all in the same general time frame, and of course we're working and efforting getting some more information on that this morning. But again, that is going to continue its northward track, again, into Jefferson County. So again, Jefferson County, time to action now. If you're along 61 or Highway 33, south of Fayette, Cadillac, north of Hamburg, be in a safe place, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. If you've got a storm shelter, get there, okay? I know the Adams County has a safe room that was probably open whenever the original tornado watch was issued. They're really good about that down there. And really, I know Rankin County has theirs. They open whenever they have a tornado watch that's issued. So, if you don't feel safe, right now in Adams County, I think you're stuck where you are right now. Mm-hmm. If you don't feel safe in Rankin County, for instance, and you need to go to a safe room, that's open. They open those whenever we have the tornado watches, and the storms are working their way towards Rankin and throughout the metro area. So just something to ponder, to say the least. All right. So again, two circulations that we're watching. Again, the main one that issued the tornado warning is coming up into Jefferson County. Secondary one, the weaker one, but still something to watch, coming up into southern portions of Claiborne County. Let's go over to the how hard it's raining mode, Brandon, and we'll work our way back up the line, okay? So let's go up north, and let's look at storms coming into southwestern Hinds County. You see Utica here, Highway 27, Highway 18. Some very heavy rainfall from Utica all the way up to about Vicksburg this morning, crossing the Big Black River, coming up the Natchez Trace Parkway. That's going across Hinds Community College, the Utica campus. That's going to eventually make its way out here near Learned, Raymond, Rebel Academy, out here near Dry Grove Road. Thinking about Seven Springs area as well, here in central Hinds County. Again, this is all shifting north and eastward. Let's put a storm track on that. I think it's moving about 30 miles per hour. So let's just put the squall track on that out towards the metro and just kind of get us an idea of where that's coming from with that. There's two ways that you can get rain at this point. Let's work on this one right here. Yeah, there you go. So Learned 327, Raymond 344, Clinton 4 o'clock, Bolton 350-ish, Poindexter Park, that's in downtown, so in the Poindexter Park area, around JSU, in that general vicinity, about 410 this morning. Eastover, Northeast Jackson, 420, Ridgeland, 425. So that gives you some points here. So again, you see Poindexter Park here, say that's downtown Jackson, that would be about 410 this morning. Clinton, 4 o'clock. And of course, we've got multiple cameras to watch along that track as it's moving through here. So let's clear that out. But we've got this one storm coming in this direction, but we also have these storms that are kind of laying themselves across the area coming from northwest to south and east. This is non-severe now. Of course, that's where the activity was originally. But crossing the Big Black River right now, a fairly heavy band of rain from Bentonia all the way up to Pickens, Durant, Goodman, up to Kosciuszko presently. My friends, Yazoo City, Rolling Fork, Anguilla, back over towards Myersville, Eagle Lake, your area. Right now, I would tell you that you're done. Belzona as well. You're done with severe weather, okay? Tornado watch has been canceled. You are not probably going to get severe weather from here on out. Flooding rains are a possibility, but severe weather, turning unlikely at this point as you're behind the line of storms. As that line of storms moves past your area, your severe weather threat goes to 0, okay? So the question mark is, where does that line of storms ultimately stop? And what will flare up out ahead of that line of storms going through the coming hours? To be seen at this point. But again, a very active day is on the way. Now again, very heavy rainfall continues in those locations that I just mentioned. But I would say if you live in Yazoo City, Rolling Fork, Myersville, back up towards Belzona, Chula, Lexington, this area here in the South Delta, Eagle Lake included, and I'll keep Vicksburg in there for now. But in that general vicinity, again, north and west of the Bluff, you're done with severe weather. Heavy rain, yes. That's why we had the flash flood warning ongoing right now. Southern Issaquena, back into northern Warren, over into southern Sharkey. But again, heavy rain aspect there. The severe weather potential will stay along the initial line as it's moving through here. But again, that northwestern corner of our area, the South Delta, I would give the all clear for severe weather. Okay, so you can go on about your business this morning, but that heavy rain aspect, you still need to be weather aware too. Let's go back down south to our tornado warned storm. Again, circulation again nearing the Cadillac community, approaching Fayette. Fayette, I need you in your safe place. All right, as you're moving up to the north. Here's Highway 33. Let's zoom in a little bit closer, Brandon. Appreciate you. and see if we can. It's just not. There ain't a lot out there, as you're getting down here and to some of these rural sections of the counties. Bo Stampley Road. I see Murdoch Taylor Road, Gibbs Road here, Stampley Road, and McNair Road. All this area here, moving off to the north and east. Crossing Highway 33, very close to Highway 28, where 28 takes you back out towards Hazelhurst and Copiah County communities. This, again, is going to be where it's headed towards. So, again, safe place now in southern portions of Jefferson County. Let's go zoom out a little bit from here. I want to show you that it's firmly into Jefferson County now. So, Adams County, I'll give you the all clear. I would say hold on for a little bit in the Hamburg community. The reasoning why, you still got strong winds that are blowing through here, maybe 50 to 60 miles per hour. So again, the circulation may be just to your north, but you've still got some strong winds moving through there. And that includes Roxy. By the way, you're underneath the severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornadic portion of the storm is to your north. This is strong wind potential here that could be gusting anywhere from 40 to 50, maybe 60 miles per hour in these instances right along Highway 33. That's a lot of trees out there in that part of the world. So again, this general vicinity here, you need to be in your safe place from the wind perspective. Circulation right here, heading up towards Fayette. So again, let's put a quick storm track on that just to get it up into Fayette. And we're keeping an eye on the other one too, for that matter, the one that's moving up towards the Patterson community. Fayette 331, right now it is 320. So 320. You got 10 minutes. I would say if you've got a Fayette address and you live closer to Highway 28 or south of Highway 28, time to action is now. Don't wait till 331, okay? You need to be in your safe place now, okay? Patterson Community, 403. That's over in the southern portions of Claiborne County. Dennis Crossroads, there, 345 or so. So again, subtract 5 minutes from this, and that's when you need to be in your safe place. But I would say if you have a Fayette address and you live south of Highway 28, you need to be there now because it's coming up on the backside of, on the south side of Fayette right now. I don't know if do we have a producer in the back? Guys, just get in my ear. I'm on, I don't even know which microphone I'm on at this point. But just let me know if we have a producer back there so we can communicate with them directly because we're going to need to get some some stuff going. I know they're trying to get ready for this this little television program that we got going on from 4:30 till 7 o'clock on WLBT and Fox 40 from 7 to 9. So we're going to be here no matter what here this morning. This warning goes again until 3:45 this morning. So again, that warning, again, Fayette, safe place now. Let's zoom back out, go back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Okay, so again, this is your traditional radar mode. And again, you see the very heavy rainfall. No matter what at this point, you're getting heavy rain and some gusty wind action. Even in Natchez, or just south and east of Natchez with this next storm coming down the pipeline. But remember, it's like 3 storms here. One here, one here, one here, and a new one that's kind of formed down here as well. So there's really like 4 storms in this line that we're having to keep a close eye on. The original one, the new one, another one that's coming up behind it, and then yet again, a 4th one that's coming up out of Louisiana, south and west of Alexandria. Thank you. Is that Alex?
Yeah, that's Alex.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, so it's like I could only hear like a muffle, and I didn't know exactly who it was, but okay. So let's just work our way back down the line, and we'll work on getting some cameras up here as well as these storms start to make their way into the metro area. Actually, I'll work on that. Actually, I forgot. I gotta go get my laptop because that's charging. So, Brandon, you take it over for a second while I go handle that business.
Yeah, we'll go back through the top of this again just to kind of show folks the different vantage points so far. Of course, we know what we're dealing with still further southwest. Adams that's moved into portions of Jefferson County. But again, not necessarily all clear for our counties like Attala. We go into Leake, portions of Madison. But you're still dealing with the heavy rain, also some wind component ahead of the line itself. As this continues to track towards the east, we'll still be dealing with some wind component for these counties. So going into portions of Madison, I know that's near Canton. Well, Canton has Madison County. Well, Canton is in Madison County, but Nissan plant just over here on, we got I-55, Nissan plant. You're starting to get into some of that, the rain profile's getting a little bit heavier near you to where you start to see some of those yellows coming into Canton. you'll start to see some heavier rains pushing in for you. Also, potential wind profile there too as this line of storms reaches into your area. Those that are still under the yellows and reds, you're just dealing with heavier rain now for portions of Yazoo County, Yazoo City, Satartia, Bentonia, Berryville in Yazoo County. Those communities up and down 49, also up and down, that's going to be Highway 3 or 433, heavy rain profile. So this is the whole thing about this. When we start getting into the commuting hours, folks that are further, just say north of I-20, you're probably not going to be seeing the severe storms just yet until if we have that potential for them to redevelop as we get into the afternoon. We're going to have that second, if you will, kind of not explosion, I wouldn't say that being the word, but kind of upcoming in the storms where we start getting back into a heating potential. That's expected to happen again for us during the afternoon hours, which could be the potential again for a few of our northern counties just along the I-20 corridor. Continuing further down south, going into portions of Hinds County at the moment. You're seeing a few more rain chances pushing in for you. Some of this is getting a little bit heavier. We just talked about this near Learned. That's going to potentially move into portions of Clinton. Clinton, things are kind of quiet near you. On 20, Bolton, I-20 going into Clinton, kind of quiet right now. Rain's starting to push in for you. Not dealing with so much at the moment, but we still have to watch this. This is moving near Learned. Some heavier rain chances pushing in for you. Downhill will be Raymond, 342. Raymond John Bell Williams at 346. McRaven at 355. Robinson Hale Stadium at 356. Clinton at 358. So if you're tuned in right now and you're in Clinton, 358 will be you for this heavier wind. We'll have to watch to see if some storms develop out of this or not. But again, rain becoming a little bit heavier for you in Clinton. And I know we're not necessarily talking about the storm just yet, but we're just wanting to go downstream to get folks, if you're tuned in right now, to get you prepared for what's to come. Haven't got anything new yet. Well, they just canceled the tornado warning for Adams and Franklin. So that's actually some good news right there. Let's circle back down there rather quickly to see what that looks like currently for us right now. Canceling here it is right now. They just canceled it for Adams and Franklin, but they're continuing this for portions of Jefferson County. So here's there's that area of rotation, circulation, if you will, just moving near Cadillac right now. Fayette downstream, Dennis Crossroads downstream from this particular circulation. Again, haven't gotten any indicators of a tornado on ground yet. The only thing we've been seeing is just being as far as radar indicator. And so they're going to continue this until 3:45. Of course, this was located a couple scans back. And so, again, just some of the stats from the National Weather Service, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over McNair, or 20 miles east of Natchez, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And so they're still keeping that 30 miles per hour component, Patrick. That's something I've been watching as well. These have slowed down just a little bit. That's probably something you've heard us talk about. And we may still see a little bit of that in these storms, just a little bit of a slowdown as they continue to track towards the northeast. And the line itself, there is going to be that slowdown component that we are still expecting to see, which will then things turning over to more of a rain component where some folks get into flash flood series, and something that we will have to watch as well, because that'll also impact, not only will you see the storms potentially for some of these communities more southwest as we go into the commuting hours, but there could be some heavy rain component there that could impact you as well as by the time you're getting ready to go to work around 6 or 7 a.m. And so that's something that we're going to have to watch. We'll take things back up right now. Still going to keep an eye on that in Jefferson, folks. Again, safe zone for you. Let's just put a cone on this just to kind of cover those that'll be impacted downstream. Harrison at 336, Stonington at 341, Dennis Crossroads at 345, Red Lick at 347, Tillman at 359. Downstream, again, not necessarily have gotten that this is a tornado on ground, but radar indicated. Do not take this lightly right now with this rotation. Make sure you're finding your safe zone. Again, we've talked to you about what that kind of looks like. Center of your home, away from windows, rather that be in a maybe a closet that's in the center of your home, or a bathtub where you can get a mattress over you. If you have helmets or something that can be of a head protection, make sure you're finding that safe zone. This will be downstream if we continue with this, which is, again, there's still that rotation, a little bit more broader, I will say, not as tight as it has been. There is still a little bit of a wind component there, reaching into portions of that's going to be portions of Franklin County. Still a little bit of a wind component, but the rotation's not as tight as I will say. We'll take it a few scans back. Again, a little bit more tighter earlier, but it's just gotten closer to Cadillac. But again, rotation's still there, and that's something we have to keep an eye on. We'll take this back out just a little bit further. Again, from where we were talking downstream from out of Hinds County, some of that's starting to push in. Jackson's still rather quiet. If you're watching, you're tuned in, you're just like, hey, what is it happening for Jackson? Jackson, still really quiet right now. You're probably hearing some we've heard a couple of thunder, lightning. We've heard some thunder already. So certainly having to get prepared for what's going to come downstream. But again, quiet in Jackson. Byram, you're also seeing just some rain chances. Still rather quiet for you, but the rain component is on the way. Storms are on the way, and that's something that we want you to continue to get prepared for. Although there's no severe warnings for you, but we still have the tornado watch that'll go in effect until 6 a.m. going into the morning. Further downstream, where we're watching right now into portions of Copiah County, Crystal Springs is quiet for you. Hazelhurst, quiet for you. But just off towards your west, rain is going to push in, and some of it's going to be heavy. Also associated with the front itself, some straight line winds to also impact your area. Going into portions of, that'll be Lincoln next for portions of Brookhaven. Haven't heard anything yet for Lincoln County because you're, as of right now, all clear. But just off towards your west, these storms continue to shift towards the east, you'll begin to be impacted eventually. So just something to look forward to downstream. And they actually just canceled, they just lifted the tornado warning. The thunderstorm warning, I should say. They just lifted the thunderstorm warning for several of those counties. So they've taken that off of Adams. Also, Franklin has lost that thunderstorm warning, the severe thunderstorm warning, and portions of Jefferson have lost that severe thunderstorm warning. So what they're keeping right now is just the tornado warning on this circulation that's still kind of, again, not the prettiest. It isn't the tightest. Again, we're starting to lose some of that rotation here just between Cadillac, Fayette, and McNair. So again, not tight as far as on the scan, but they're probably going to keep that tornado warning just of a concern because there's still that circulation. So still in these communities on 61, also for 28, if you're living out near there, we'll kind of go in just a little bit tighter. Still making sure you have a plan in place. Hopefully, if you've been tuned in, you're in your safe zone already. Just a few of the roads out there. I know this is some of these smaller populations like this, not a whole lot of people living out here, but Gravel Hill Road, Owens Road, again, you're still going to be in that circulation area, making sure you found your safe zone on 28, going into Greater Faith Road. Again, safe zone, make sure you have it. Moore Street, safe zone. You're still in the rim of circulation. Camac Street, still in that rim, 553 going into Fayette. Again, small community there, but still want you to make sure you're in your safe zone. Although they have lifted the severe thunderstorm warning, still want to make sure that with this particular cell that we're watching in Jefferson, they're probably just keeping that tornado warning until this dies down a little bit. Patrick, I'd say probably not as tight on that component anymore, is it?
Yeah, it definitely has kind of fizzled out. On the left-hand side, you see a bunch of the MDOT cameras across the network this morning. Of course, we're waiting and seeing the metro effects of the showers and thunderstorms as they move in here. 3:32 here on a long day ahead for all of us here. You see another, this was the tornado warning we were watching back over south and west of the Natchez area. Does not look nearly as impressive. You know, we're getting to the point in time where, we are losing the daytime heating from yesterday.
Yeah.
We're on the backslide of that. And so, things have kind of plateaued, as Dave said earlier, kind of plateaued. But the southern areas were relatively untapped. And so that's why we saw the uptick in severe weather down here over the last few hours. And more than likely, Let's go back over to just traditional radar, wide view. Again, Fayette, safe place now. Stay in your safe place while that's rolling through there. But see, there's not a warning north of I-20. Only warning that's out right now, tornado warning in effect for Jefferson County. Okay? So no warnings active right now across the northern areas. Remember earlier, it was Issaquena, Sharkey, Humphreys, Yazoo, Holmes, Atala counties. Central areas have been relatively unscathed, okay, with the exception of right near the Natchez Trace Parkway. That's where we're seeing the next batches of storms. There are really, I'd say, 3 storms to watch. One that's moving into Hinds County, one that's moving out of Claiborne County into far western Copiah, and the tornado warning storm that's currently in effect. Okay, so what we're going to do here is this morning goes up until 3:45. We'll just run this till 4 o'clock. Okay, just for the folks in the back, we'll just run it at 4 o'clock because the next thing that comes on is the news anyway. So you might as well. We've got again this line of storms that it will become more of a flash flood threat. We mentioned that while we may not have severe weather consistently, your traditional severe weather.
And they just issued a tornado warning for Claiborne, Copiah, and Jefferson. And that's going to go until 4:30.
4:30. There you go. So never mind. I lied. We're not going to get off at 4 o'clock. We'll be here until 4:30, until the news starts. So there we go. New tornado warning coming out for that storm that's coming past Fayette this morning. That's going to include the far eastern areas of Jefferson County, far southwestern southeastern areas of Claiborne County, and far western Copiah County. And again, if you are hearing the sirens going off, Crystal Springs, Hazelhurst, Wesson, Beauregard, Gallman, back over towards Hopewell and Georgetown. This is a storm that's way out here near Smyrna, okay? Like way away from you guys. But this would be like closer, I would say almost to Camp Kamasa, but on the backs, like not far from it, where Camp Kamasa is being built, out in the central portions of Copiah County. That's where the warning basically ends. So again, right here, new tornado warning coming out. Again, Fayette, safe place, stay there right now. Circulation is just to your east, moving into some very rural areas. But I know I've been out here on Highway 28 a time or two, and know that there's plenty of folks who live along Highway 28. You need to be in a safe place now, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. Let's go back over to the Velocity product, Brandon. And again, it's kind of more diffused than it was about 10 minutes ago. Let's back up really quickly. Just want to back out a couple steps here and then back up the radar. And you see how it's transformed over time, okay? Get you to about, let's stop there, about 3:15 or so. Storm was coming up out of Adams County. Now let's start stepping it forward. Notice how it stayed on this trek, got a little stronger as it's moving across the county line. It got to a point to where it started to broaden out a little bit and then has kind of diffused itself. So while we have this warning this new warning until 4:30, it wouldn't be surprising if that maybe gets canceled before that, based off of what we're seeing, but this could cycle. Again, that goes back to the idea of these storms going through their life cycles, just kind of going up and down here in the last couple of hours. Let's really quickly circle back. Again, we've got this going on here in Jefferson County, safe place now, Fayette eastward, okay, going out towards Union Church. And eventually making its way up towards the Pattison community in the far western sections of Copiah County. The initial storm here, again, it technically falls inside this new warning, but this will probably not get warned on. But I do want to go on to the traditional radar view of this because it does look peculiar when you look at it on that look there, because you can see that kind of curly Q shape here. Now we've got the beam that goes through from the Brandon water tower, but that storm is intact here. Okay, so it's not like there's just a gap here. That storm is intact, and it comes to a point right here where it kind of has a little bit of a circulation. That's what we've been watching over the last little bit. So we're watching that one closely because that's going to end up ultimately in Hinds County. I do want to go up into Hinds County briefly here to Raymond. Of course, very heavy rainfall here, right along the trace, Highway 18 approaching Raymond High School, Hinds Community College this morning, out here near Central Hinds Academy, in this general vicinity here. Again, you need to be looking at that and saying, all right, well, that's not fun. Not severe. Let's look at velocity really quickly. I just want to pique my interest here. And don't, well, I don't see anything of note right now, but I would say that we're going to watch this because it does have some surging winds. It's not as strong, but there's some surging winds here moving towards Raymond, and eventually will be moving out towards Clinton and the west sides of Jackson, probably by the time we get to 4 o'clock, as we mentioned, probably about 4 o'clock in the morning into the Jackson city limits, okay, into the city limits by about 4 o'clock this morning. We're 3:38 presently. So again, just kind of piquing my interest here with the shape of the storm, not necessarily what's happening right now, but still something to note. No severe weather active right now in Hinds County, but something we're just going to keep an eye on. Let's go down south to the tornado warning storm again. And there you go. It looks messy. So this warning here will go until 3:45, but the new warning polygon here is going to go until 4:30 this morning. So again, tornado warning ongoing for this storm here that's coming out of Jefferson County, and it's heading towards southeastern areas of Claiborne County, heading into western sections of Copiah County. You see some of the towns here. Again, now near Pattison, Highway 547 here, and then eventually out towards the Smyrna community as well as you're moving into central portions of Copiah County. So again, just the general consensus here is where that's headed. It's just north and east of Fayette. I'd say if you've got a Fayette address and you live north of town, you need to be in a safe place still as the storm is moving past you. If you're closer to like Highway 33 south of town, I would give you the all clear right now. And anybody along Highway 61, all clear. Cannonsburg, back up near the Cadillac community, those areas, give you the all clear on that storm. But now it's the eastern part of the county that we're underneath that tornado warning, all the way into Copiah and Claiborne counties this morning. Let's go broad scale here quickly, just giving everybody an overview. Now, there have been some conversations of, let's go back radar and just kind of point out some things here. I want to go, let's go out here to, notice these storms down here, well ahead of the line. Little, what we call mini spinnies. Trying to do its thing, coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. That's the moisture train coming in off the Gulf of Mexico this morning. That's going right up I-59. But some of these cells have occasionally had a little bit of rotation with it. Let's go over to the velocity product really quickly. I want to go down here along 59. And the reason why I point this out is because of the fact that, again, these are well out ahead of the main line. These may be the ones that ultimately we have to watch for later on today as we kind of transition from the flash flood threat back over to the severe weather threat. So that's from New Orleans' perspective. And you can, from Jackson, you can see it a little better. Here's one. It's near Highway 11. I think that's near Poplarville. So that's going to be near Poplarville. There's a little bit of rotation with that one. There's a little bit of rotation with this one that's near Somerville, back over into far northwestern Jones County, southern Smith County. Is he right there? So again, these cells out ahead of the main line got to be watched as well. These are not going to be your traditional looking ones that we've seen earlier, but these are going to be more low top supercells. Okay, these are storms that they're spinning on their own, but they're more of a tropical variety storm. Okay, they're coming directly off the Gulf of Mexico, feeding off that moisture, but they're also tapping in to that into that spin in the atmosphere. Go ahead, Brandon.
So yeah, Alex, you just wanted to confirm that scanner traffic, a tornado 20 miles east of 25 miles east of Natchez on scanner traffic. Tornado 25 miles east of Natchez.
That's wildly specific.
Yeah,
wildly specific. But I would say that would be. That would put it, was it Highway 61?
No confirmed location.
Okay, so we'll work on that.
Yeah.
Again, that's not the best situation. We'll work on trying to get that information. If you could, Alex, work on that as well. That would probably be Jefferson County. just based off of where it's located at right now and where we are. So just call Jefferson County, see what we got going on. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so let's go ahead and treat this again. We're in the tornado warning. Again, doesn't matter. We've already been there, and we've been mentioning to you, Fayette needs to be in a safe place, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. Again, this is moving out towards Blue Hill, Union Church, and these locations out in the eastern parts of the county. Eventually, Pattison, out towards Smyrna. These areas over into Copiah County. As I mentioned, you're probably hearing the sirens going off in Port Gibson. The storm is south and east of you. If you're hearing the sirens going off over in Copiah County, in Crystal Springs, or Gallman, or Georgetown, or Strong Hope, or Beauregard, or Dentonville. I mean, these areas here, nowhere near the warning, but in the county, you've got an active warning. So again, you need to be cognizant of these things. It may be very loud, and the sirens are going off, but I'm telling you right now, based off of where we are presently, you still got another 40 minutes if it even gets to I-55 as it stands presently. So again, it would be another 40-ish minutes before it even gets to I-55, if that. But again, that would be for folks in Crystal Springs, Gallman, Hazelhurst, down towards Wesson, as this storm moves off towards the east. Still very heavy band of showers and thunderstorms that continue south and west of that through Roxy, back into western Franklin County. These are nothing to sniff at, nothing to look past, but they're not severe. So that's the positive thing with that. I do want to go back over to velocity really quickly because we did have a couple of cells that were further south and west. I just want to check in on that. Again, you've got the one in far northwestern Copiah that does not have a warning on it, but that was the original warning that issued for portions of Adams County. This one is the one that we're checking in on right now. We still have the severe.
They just issued one.
They issued a severe thunderstorm warning for that area that I was just talking about. Mm-hmm. I was like, it was looking kind of suspicious on the radar. So new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Franklin County. That's going to go until.
That's going to be until 4:45 a.m.
4:45 this morning. Mm-hmm. So again, that's going to include Roxy, Bude, Meadville this morning. So again, from the standpoint of strong wind potential, that is a standard severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, mm-hmm. That does not include the tag of tornado possible. But in this environment that we're in, is it possible? You can't rule it out, but as it stands right now, the storm is not producing the ingredients for that or the elements for that. Just more so the strong damaging wind potential. But again, as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't matter if it's twisting about in a circle or it's going straight at you. Wind is wind, and wind causes issues. So the first warning just dropped off. The continuation of the warning continues here for Jefferson County, tornado warning for Jefferson County, Claiborne County, Copiah County until 4:30 this morning. The circulation does not look as great as it did probably about 20 minutes ago, and that's why I'm apprehensive to talk about what we got from the scanner traffic.
Right. And Alex, you just had mentioned something else. Now, was that the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, Alex? That said that they had gotten reports, but they didn't have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Alex, just back me up on that if I had that correct. Okay, he'll get back with me. But what we can do is I want to take this back just a little bit on debris, just to see maybe if there was anything that we picked up on that particular system. And again, it's just not. It's messy.
It's messy.
It just isn't giving us.
You see that right there? I mean, it is possible it's co-located with where the rotation was at that point, or very close to it. I wouldn't bank on it, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. That we're working on getting that information. It may take a little time for us to get. We're trying to get the most accurate information to you. So again, that's what we're efforting right now. That's why I told them, I said, hey, make sure you call Adams and Jefferson counties to try to figure out what's going on with that. But again, severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go for. And just so you know, there hasn't been any reports of damage necessarily. It's just. There may have been a sighting, at least briefly. That's the thing, and they're trying to figure all those things out. It takes a long time sometimes to get from some of these more rural counties the information, because it does take some time for them to get out there to the county. That's the thing. You got one main city in the entire county, Fayette, and then you've got to go drive down 20 miles away to get to anything. So it takes a little time for that to happen. So give us some time. We'll work on it, and we'll get you updated. But still tornado warning until 4:30 this morning. That does include this storm that has had some, at times, some peculiar-looking things associated with it. As it's been making its way across Jefferson County, as well as now about to get close to far southeastern Claiborne County and western portions of Copiah County. I do want to go back to this new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this does include Meadville and Bude and Roxy. Again, damaging wind potential here. But again, you're moving through a very wooded area as well. But again, we do have some population centers here of Roxy, Bude, Meadville, out towards Edison and McCall Creek here along Highway 84, Highway 98, Highway 556, all this area out and through here. So, and Highway 33 too. So again, while it's not a tornado warning, it's still treated as you are dealing with strong winds moving into your area. It could be absolutely nothing, but take a couple of minutes to just kind of hunker down, during this while this is all moving through, and just hope for the best. But again, just take those courses to minimize any impact to you and your family in that type of situation. Still have the tornado warning up to just north of here into Jefferson County this morning. That's moving on to the north and east, and again, we're going to continue with that as well. Let's go over to the velocity product really quick. Again, this is the which way the winds are blowing mode, and it looks even worse, from that perspective. Now that's from Brandon, so not the best looking from that perspective. That's good.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
That's good. We love to see that, okay? But it's broadening out a good bit. We might be able to cancel the warning before we get to 4:30. That's what I was mentioning. It's like based off of what we were seeing, it is possible that we could do that. But these storms have been cycling. They've been going through their paces over the last little bit. So it is still possible that the storm could try to get its act together yet again. So that's why we still want you to be in a safe place in places like Patterson. And we still want you to be in a safe place in Union Church. We still want you to be in a safe place in Smyrna, just to make sure in the event that does happen. Still watching this storm just north. That one it continues to look peculiar. It's been there as the original warning for the day, for the storm that was coming out of Adams County. It fell apart and maybe trying to recycle again. So that's the thing that we're kind of going back and forth on that. Further north, the storm that I was watching near Raymond, not as intense, but still some strong wind potential going past Raymond, heading out towards Clinton here soon enough. Let's go over to which way how hard the rain's raining, coming down. And again, you're starting to see the backfill of all this. You see the tornado warnings first, and severe thunderstorm warnings first, and then it gets backfilled by flash flood warnings. That's the issue that we're going to run into. But I think that instead of just plain old flash flood warnings, once this gets to the point to where it slows down and comes to a complete halt, I think that's when you're going to have the issue of, yes, this will rain for several hours. It will be heavy rain for several hours and could lead up to more issues than what you're seeing back here to the west. While these are flash flood warnings, you need to heed those warnings. Don't cross over flooded roadways. If you see water, make sure you turn around, don't drown. I think that at some point later on this morning, that potential gets worse, while the severe weather potential may go down a little bit. But the heavy rain aspect is not going anywhere anytime soon as we get a resurge of moisture off the Gulf of Mexico. You got something, Brandon?
No, I was just saying that one that is northwestern Copiah County, the one that we've been kind of talking about, they are just making a note that they have been watching the circulation. It has a little bit more depth to it, just like you were mentioning, Patrick. So we're going to have to watch that downstream. That's a potential, and we'll take things back to velocity now just to kind of show you exactly what we were talking about. That particular cell, the National Weather Service is noting there has been some, some recirculation there. And so, again, downstream from this, we're then crossing over into Hinds County. We'll take a bigger shot at what we're seeing downstream from it. Again, Hinds, well, that'd be Claiborne, Claiborne County. We'll start to see that move over into the Claiborne County area. And so, that's
Copiah.
That's Copiah. And moving into Hinds County, correct?
Yes.
That's right. Excuse me, getting my counties mixed up. It's 3:51 in the morning. We're trying to make it happen around here. So moving into Hinds County, if they're noting this continued circulation, that'll be something of interest. Let's just put a cone on it. Again, I know a lot of folks are tuned in right now, and a lot of people will stay tuned in throughout the duration of this because they want to be in the know. This is another circulation area that's just south and the east of Carpenter, Dentville, just north and west of you. Downstream, Bear Creek at 408, Chapel Hill at 413, Raymond 435, South Jackson. If this is something that, again, National Weather Service is just noting, we're going to have to keep an eye on this circulation. There's the potential for it to wrap back up. South Jackson at 452, 459, Jackson, Eastover at 506. And so that's just something we want to keep an eye on. Again, those that are downstream, if you're downstream from any of these storms tonight that we're talking about, right now is a good time. Hey, let's just make sure we got everything, get that safe plan for your family. We've talked about the helmet or any type of headwear that you can put on. That's something we're going to have to watch over the next couple of minutes to the next hour. So I will say this one that is in portions of that's going to be Jefferson County. That's just north and east of Fayette, just moving near Dennis Crossroads. Again, very messy, not as tight of a rotation as we've seen. We'll be watching to see what they do with this tornado warning in the next couple of minutes, because I feel like with that rotation not as tight as it was just a few minutes ago, they potentially may drop this. But again, a few scans back, we can kind of see how it's beginning to lose a little bit of that tight rotation. Just the signatures aren't there as it was moving just south of Fayette. You get a little bit more of that tightening rotation, just moving south of Fayette, moves more so east of Fayette, begins a little bit more broader and very messy with the signature right now. Although I will say, as it has gotten a little bit closer to Dennis Crossroads, a little bit of trying to do something. Trying to do something. And so we'll just have to continue to keep an eye on it. Again, we have to throw these scans back sometimes to get an indicator. It loses a little bit of the strength, then it strengthens back up a little bit. Again, we're still in an atmosphere that still has that instability for a lot of these storms to continue to kind of do something. And if they're able to take off in the atmosphere that we're having out there right now, they'll continue to have that circulation and that tight gradient around them. And that's kind of what we've been seeing with this one. But again, back up to the one that's in portions of that's going to be Capaya. Again, having to watch this one. Let's go ahead and put this back in radar just to kind of see what that one's doing.
There it goes. Tornado. That's okay.
They're just continuing them.
They're continuing.
They're going to continue the one for Claiborne, Capaya, and Jefferson. So maybe they may be noting that maybe that recirculation trying to potential. But I'm still kind of more this one that's northwestern portions of Capaya, still having to keep an eye on that. I'm really more curious about that one right now because of the direction. If it continues,
it'll be right in the metro, right at 4:30.
Right, and so we have to watch that, folks. But going back to this one, they're going to continue this one downstream. Again, just messy component with this one, but there has been a little bit of a re-strengthening as it's been moving near Dennis Crossroads. Let's put a track on this. Again, folks, if you're in this in the Dennis Roads community, you're watching right now near 582. Near 552 Blue Hill. Again, make sure you're finding that safe zone. Again, this is a rural population a little bit out here in portions of Jefferson. Not a whole lot of communities, but we'll put a track on this just to give folks an idea of what's going to be happening downstream. Again, downstream, they're going to continue with this tornado warning. And you really only have Violet at 406 and Peyton at 412. So just not a whole lot of communities out here, but there's small pockets, I would say. More of a dense area, but there may be some small pockets. Folks living on some rural roads in these communities. I know you're tuned in right now. We're watching this for you. Want to make sure we're taking care of you. Again, find that safe zone, if you will. We'll kind of close in on it. And very messy. Patrick, not just a whole lot of component there, but of course, National Weather Service is seeing this of some note, and so they're going to keep this tornado warning downstream, and so just not a whole lot of out there. Dennis Crossroads is really all we have, and it's really northeast of it right now as it continues on this track. Just kind of keeping an eye on it.
And just to circle back to the Jefferson County stuff. That Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, they've gotten reports of a tornado, but have not been able to verify it. So they're probably out there working it right now, trying to figure out where things have happened. So we're working with them, and of course trying to keep you guys updated as well as we continue here. It's coming up on 4:00 in the morning. Hard to believe, right? As we start off here. as we get closer to your Wednesday morning commute. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it's probably going to be an active one in some instances across central and southwest Mississippi. Let me try to pull that up again. Get this again. We're keeping an eye on that storm. As Brandon was mentioning, it's had a persistent circulation with it the entire time as it's been making its way off to the north and east. The one that we've been talking about in the far northwestern Copiah County, if it were to hold together, okay, it would come somewhere near the metro area. I would say, probably South Metro, somewhere around 4:15. And then downtown like 4:30, but it's riding right along the front edge of that line. So I mean, it's going to get undercut at some point.
Right.
So that's the question mark: is when does it happen? Because eventually it's going to get undercut. Let's go back over to traditional radar. I want to show you that because again, you've got what's going on here with that circulation right here, but notice all of this back up here. That's stable air. That's going to try to undercut that storm. So that's what I'm talking about, that hopefully it does happen, and that keeps that mesocyclone, that circulation, from forming and then dropping down to the ground. Let's hope that continues to be the case. Right now, again, it's there, something to watch. Just kind of keep you abreast of those things. All right, we do have a flash flood warning that came out. That's going to be until 6:45 this morning. That's going to include Claiborne County, Jefferson County, Adams County, I think Franklin too. Again, until 6:45. This goes back to the slowdown perspective of the whole situation. Go ahead, Brandon.
And just some information coming out from the National Weather Service, and just kind of location here. Report of small debris on Liberty Road, and 8 residents are trapped inside home on 24 Nations Road. And so that's going to be in the Cranfield area in Adams County.
So that's Adams County. Okay.
So yeah, first responders, they're just wanting to make a note, first responders are en route to assist us. So again, these reports, when they come out, we just want to let folks know we're, of course, in some of these areas where we've seen,
Let's go. Let's jump back down there really quick. I want to pinpoint where that's at. So let's go down here to Cranfield. So where Brandon's talking about, this will be in the Cranfield community here in Adams County, based off of what we're getting. So zoom in a little bit closer, and we'll try to get the roads to pop in there. Just remind me what they were.
24 Nations Road. And
you might have to zoom out a little bit just to kind of go around that really quickly. I'm trying to look myself. I'm good on major roadways and things like that, but I start getting out here in these rural roads, and I don't know where I'm going at that point. But I try to get out here to every
if we
place.
can get in there tighter to see.
At any rate, Cranfield community, based off of what we've gotten from Adams County, coming from the National Weather Service.
Right.
All right. It does seem that there has been some impact down there that goes along with, and that comes from the emergency management. So that's
and Liberty Road as well. There's the small debris on Liberty Road.
okay. So so small debris on Liberty Road, but 8 residents are trapped inside of a home on 24 Nations Road.
Here's Nations. Yeah, Nations Road is right here. That's just going to be south of Cranfield.
Okay. So in this area here, let's do something really quickly. I want to back up really quickly. I want to zoom out just really quickly. And I want you to back up the radar. Back up the radar to where the storm came across Cranfield. I got my hand there. It would have been this one right here, probably. The second one, yeah. So this was the storm that we were just watching that's up past Fayette right now, okay? So more than likely that this was the storm. And you might be able to roll it back. Just pull down the pull down tab, and roll it back 2 hours instead of just one, and we'll be able to go back an extra hour. Okay, so let's go forward. So there was one storm that we were watching. I don't think this is the one. I think this is the second. So it's the second one that came up here. It was this one. As it came up, right and through there. So at some point here, I think that we had a tornado touchdown possibly in northeastern Adams County. Again, we're going to effort getting some more information about that, but that came from the emergency manager himself. Okay,
Yep.
I just saw it. So, if y'all want to get him on the phone or try to get him on the phone, guys, from Adams County, that would be great. So again, getting some word that. 8 residents trapped in a home from the emergency manager. That comes straight from him. of in the Cranfield community. From that storm, more than likely it was this one that came through about 3 o'clock this morning. We were tracking it as it came across that. That was the second warning that came out. Let's go forward. Let's get to current time. Okay, let's get to current time. Where are we right now? Well, the rain's still ongoing over here in Cranfield, but the issues are now north and east of you. And of course, the circulation not nearly as great. But it doesn't take but one storm obviously to cause issues very quickly in that sort of scenario. So just a reminder, it's 4:02 here on a Wednesday morning. It's an alert day. You're joined by myself, meteorologist Patrick Ellis and Brandon Walker. We are on WLBT, Fox 40, WDBD here in Jackson, keeping you updated on active severe weather across the area. We have one tornado warning that goes until 4:30 this morning that includes portions of Jefferson as well as Claiborne and the thunder's rolling here at the station. Mm-hmm. Jefferson, Claiborne, and Copiah counties. That storm looks like it's kind of gone through its cycle, or at least tried to. So let's go over to the velocity product really quickly. Which way the winds are blowing mode, and see I think it's trying to reform a new mesocyclone at this point because it's kind of jumped. That's what it was. It was in the wrong spot, but it looked like it kind of jumped a little bit. So again, that's where the circulation is approaching, again, the far southeastern portions of Claiborne County here soon enough. So Claiborne County, safe place now. If you're in Port Gibson, this is not a problem for you. This is well south and east of you. But I'd say if you're, just south and east of Pattison, you need to go ahead and be in that tornado safe place. Barland, around the Peyton community, there along 547. Again, the general track will take it up towards Dentville here in the western portions of Copiah County. Here, there's Smyrna. And then this looks like it's kind of broadening out and just becoming a wind issue going up into southern Hinds County. Highway 18, here's Highway 27 right here. That will take you from Utica back over towards Crystal Springs. This is becoming more of a wind issue as it's lifting northward. I'll work on getting the Raymond Tower camera up. Okay. Because that would have a pretty good perspective of it.
Right.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, certainly. But we'll continue to recycle what we're seeing right now for that's in Jefferson County. Again, still finding your safe zone, currently finding your safe zone if you're going to be in that polygon. Of course, those that are in that polygon, Blue Hill. I know McBride, this is further, this is kind of off towards, a little bit towards your north and then west just a little bit, but still even in the McBride community, making sure you're probably going to be dealing with a wind component. Let's try to go ahead and find a safe zone, if you will. Blue Hill community, certainly dealing with some wind component. And again, this is more so right now in Jefferson County. Haven't gotten any reports of this being on ground, but this is still radar indicated rotation as this continues forward. Violet and Peyton, these are small communities out here, especially that crosses over into portions of Claiborne County. Not a whole lot of, it's more, you got more tree line than you got houses in some of these places. But again, there's still people in these communities, and we still want to make sure that we're giving them the latest information. Just to kind of take this down track. And you get Peyton. That's all you got. Again, you start to get into a situation where this is becoming more of a tree line situation if it was to cross over into Copiah County in the next couple of minutes or the next hour or so. And so if this rotation really isn't the best rotation on this particular cell, we'll take it back just a few scans. We know that this certainly has that wind profile there because we're getting just a little bit of a bow that's happening just a little bit of a bow there. So we know that it's dealing with some wind speeds upwards, potentially 50 miles per hour or even greater in some areas. And so continuing it downstream, if this keeps going, it's going into portions of, it's going to be south and then east Claiborne County. Continues downstream a little bit more, it'll move into northwestern portions of Copiah County. I will definitely agree with you on this one, Patrick. That's moving into portions of Hinds County. Definitely more of a wind profile. If this continues downstream, it'll be impacting somebody. And so again, there's that bow on this one. No, there's no warnings on this one. No warnings on this one. But downstream, if this continues like it is, Chapel Hill. It'll be crossing really close to it'll actually Dabney Crossroads. You'll get some of that wind profile from this particular cell. Bear Creek, certainly already seeing some of the winds near you. Definitely want to keep that a note because, again, that could be messy for some people that are potentially around 4:30 expected to get to the Jackson metro area. Again, just having to keep an eye on Jackson because a lot of people, a lot of residents that are living here. 453 near Jackson, South Jackson, 5 o'clock. In Jackson, 5:05 for Flowood. Jackson International Airport by 5:11. Ridgeland by 5:16. Again, could be a messy situation for several people that are potentially going to be getting on the road around that time to go to work. Just something to take a precaution. If you're in the Jackson metro area and you're tuned in right now, could have a situation where we get some decent amount of winds rolling in here and could cause a situation for us. So again, no tornado warning on that particular circulation that we're watching, but we're noting that because that's getting closer to Jackson Metro, and we all know how many people live in the city of Jackson, something we want to take a note of. Where we're back at right now, we'll go back further towards the north, over the one that we're following right now, and this is the only tornado warning that we have currently in the area. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning. We'll circle back to that real quick. For portions of that's going to be Roxy. That's going to be, what is that? What are we county? That's Franklin County, correct? Yes. Franklin County. Still seeing that severe thunderstorm warning. Roxy. Even more of a wind profile that's going to be making its way near Meadville. And so we start to get some of these blues like this, these bright colors, showing us some decent amount of winds near Meadville. Bood continue to make its way towards you. So certainly something that we have to continue to keep an eye on. Bunkley Road, southwest, certainly wind profile over you. Gloucester Road, making its way towards you. We start to get these blue indicators on, again, where we're watching the velocity profile. Decent amount of winds, and that's the reason why it has that severe thunderstorm warning in portions of Franklin County. Just something that we want to take a note of. You're not dealing with the circulation of a tornado warning that we're continuing to watch towards your north, but they have it. You have a severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin County, just south and then west of Meadville because of the wind profile that we're seeing. And so certainly that's going to be something to note of. Roxy, Hamburg, you're okay. You're dealing with some winds potentially just because heavier rain chances for you, also some wind. Hamburg, you're really just on the outskirts of it just a little bit for that severe thunderstorm warning, but definitely seeing some decent amount of rain. Let's take things over to the rain profile throughout some of these areas and going into portions of Franklin County. You can actually see we get some of these reds pushing in here, heavy rainfall. And you also have portions, down there's the flash flood warning going in for portions of that's going to be Jefferson County and Adams County seeing portions of a flash flood warning. But I wouldn't take it out of the consideration if you at some point get a flash flood warning just because of how much rain is falling over your area right now. You seen anything new, Patrick?
I was just going to point out something. Of course, right now 4:10 here on your Wednesday morning. That's a look at our camera at the Raymond Tower. So about 500 feet up. Of course, it's been popping lightning like crazy. I point that out because of the fact that the storm that we were talking about that has a strong wind profile that's coming up in the southern Hines, that would come basically right over the camera. We'll see how good it works. We'll see how good they ratcheted that one down up there on the tower. But needless to say, again, that's what you're kind of seeing right now in southern Hines County as that storm's moving in there. You've still got very heavy rainfall moving on across portions of Franklin County. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:45 this morning for Franklin County. Not only that, we've also got the flash flooding that's ongoing as well back to the west. I want to just kind of hit on that very quickly because it's been a while since we've kind of talked about it, but you see several flash flood warnings ongoing across the area. And as I mentioned, at some point in time, this line is going to come to a complete stop. And we may lose the severe weather, traditional severe weather, in the fact of tornadoes, severe thunderstorm warnings, and things of that nature. But then we transition over to heavy rain, and I think that somebody is not going to have a great time today. Hopefully, based off of what we're seeing right now, let's zoom out really quickly. I just want to get the broad perspective. Again, tornado warning still in effect until 4:30 this morning for southern. I wouldn't be surprised if they may cancel that early, but they're holding it for now for southern Copiah, southwestern Copiah, southern Claiborne, and eastern portions of Jefferson County. But notice how that one band right there really, as it's kind of sticking around, it's not really moving all that much this morning. So yeah, we're getting to the point to where flooding is going to become the more prevalent thing. It's going to be a thin band wherever it happens. But where that thin band sets up shop, it ain't going to be good for somebody. So let's hope that, it doesn't, but eventually it's going to happen. The question mark is when and where and how long will it last once it does get to that point in time. Just want to point that out as we are starting off the morning hours. Our very own Nancy Pasternak was up in Canton this morning. She emailed me and she said there were 2 Godzilla booms that happened about 3 and 3:30 this morning. She's talking about the lightning. I know that you may have gotten a rude awakening. We said probably about 3, 4 o'clock in the metro area, starting to hear those rumbles of thunder, rude awakening type of situation. That's what we're dealing with right now. Thankfully, no active severe weather in Metro Jackson. We are watching one storm that's coming in the southwestern portions of the county that has been persistent over the last little bit. And it's kind of on this weird tail end down here of this line. You see one tornado warning that's still active, okay? North of that, the original warning that was issued. But see how that line, you see just flash flood warning after flash flood warning after flash flood warning ongoing back over here in those locations. This becomes the issue, I think, in the coming hours, is becoming more of a flooding issue. That line is sluggishly starting to slow down pretty efficiently. So there's going to be a point in time where we just have to deal with that. And we may not deal with severe weather. Okay, in the traditional sense. It may be the flooding rains, but that is at a critical time during your day, trying to get out the door, trying to get to work, trying to get to school, and all these things going on, okay? So that's why, we got to be kind of aware and ready to go in that realm. Notice how things are kind of backed off a little bit back over in the South Delta. I think that you're still going to get off and on rain here, but your severe weather threat is done, my friends. You are done. Back over in Myersville, Belzona, Rolling Fork, Anguilla, Valley Park, Eagle Lake, Chula, Lexington. You're done for severe weather. You will not have another warning issued, okay? More than likely today. Now, that could change. I'd say for Holmes County and Yazoo County, it is possible still. And also Warren County. But I think we're going to get to a point to once this starts to move a little further off to the east, you're going to lose that potential pretty quickly. Okay, so the further east that this moves, the less of a chance that you will have on severe weather. I know we haven't talked a lot about Pike, Walthall, Lawrence, Lincoln, Jeff Davis, Covington, Smith, Simpson, Rankin. I know we have not talked about that. We've been on the air since 9:15. Okay, 9:15 yesterday evening. The thing is that you're not seeing very much of anything. You're probably thinking, okay, well, we probably got away with this with no problems. The problem with that is don't think that for a second, because we have another 2 things to deal with. First, the flood threat through the morning commute. Wherever this line stops and stalls, that is going to be the flood threat. The second part is a secondary severe weather situation that will unfold wherever the warm sector is still located at. We still got some pretty juicy air out ahead of this line. So wherever that line stops, ahead of it, you'll be able to get severe weather, okay? We have the tornado watch that goes until 6 a.m. for much of the area. That will probably be allowed to expire on time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying the National Weather Service is going to continue that tornado warning downstream for Claiborne and Copiah until 4:30.
They're just keeping it.
So they're just keeping it as of right now.
So they've clipped the warning out of Claiborne County. Okay, so now it's just for Copiah County, so Western Copiah County, and it looks like it's trying to wrap itself up again. That's the thing. So that's the other thing. Over on the left-hand side, you're seeing the Skycam from the Raymond Tower camera as the storm that is coming up into the metro area is starting to make its way across that portion of the area. Let's hope it doesn't get struck by lightning.
Yeah, a lot of lightning happening out
I think that's the first test of that camera.
You're right.
So I'm really hoping for the best because it got some beautiful views. So again, a tornado warning still in effect until 4:30 for Copiah County. as we continue this morning. Again, 416 now for Copiah County. There you go with our storm that's moving in Metro Jackson as well. But again, the main issue is the tornado warning that's currently in effect. Outside of that, have we seen anything else that's come down from the Weather Service?
No, nothing yet for them. Nothing yet. But again, yeah, for that particular cell that's in Claiborne and Copiah, still going to have to continue to watch that one downstream. Of course, they're taking into note that there's still some type of circulation there within that system. So have to watch that to see if it'll potentially continue downstream for us. But here it is right here in portions of Claiborne County. Crystal Springs, if this continues to head downstream, this will be knocking on your door. A lot of people in the Crystal Springs community. Right now is a good time to find your safe zone, just to be on the safe side. Downstream, you will be in the eye of this, or just near, depending on if there's a little bit of a wobble to the north or a little bit of more of a wobble push to the east a little bit. But again, downstream for Crystal Springs, if you can hear my voice, good time right now to make sure you find in a safe zone. We'll take things over to Velocity right now to see if there has been any kind of a re-strengthening. And again, this is still a very, very messy component for this particular rotation. Just doesn't look to be the best. But again, if they're going to continue to keep this, they're seeing it of a note that it's trying to do something, maybe do a re-wrap around or a recirculation. The big thing is we're still moving into an area where there's still have a lot of energy in the atmosphere for some of these storms to try to continue to produce. And if you hear my stomach growling, we haven't had breakfast yet, so you probably just heard that. But again, still some energy in the atmosphere. Some of these storms continue to move throughout the area. They're still going to be able to pick up some of that energy to be able to just kind of keep that circulation happening. I feel like that's particularly what's happening with this one. That's starting to cross over into portions of Copiah. So we'll put a cone on this one just to kind of, let folks know downstream what you'll be seeing. Again, if this continues to track where it's going, and just in case if this was to continue to bring back a greater circulation, Dentville 443, Crystal Springs 505, near Terry 519, Byram at 531, Florence at 539, and we also have Poindexter Park, which is in Jackson, 546, something that we have to keep an eye on. But again, not the best circulation for that particular system. Doesn't look nice, but I will say there has a little bit of that component there, a little bit, if you will, trying to maybe do some recirculation. Reason why they're keeping the tornado warning on it. Further downstream, not a whole lot happening for us. We're just seeing on the back end of this, we have flash flood warnings. And so that's a good thing of note, not to say that there's still some strong storms at the south, at the end of this tail that's kind of making its way into Wilkinson, and then will make its way back through Franklin County. The big thing is we're just looking at flash flood warnings. That's going to be the back side of this. We're dealing with the frontal boundary right now ahead of the front, where we're seeing still some of these storms located. On the back end of this, when we say the line stalling, we're not just talking about the north portion, or the north, the kind of in our viewing area, northeastern portion of this line of storms. The entire line is going to slow down. So that's why we're beginning to see even some more of the flash flood warnings towards the southern end of this tail beginning to come in right now, not only for Adams, but for Jefferson, into portions for Copiah. And then I wouldn't be surprised if they extended this into portions of Franklin County, just because of how much rainfall potential is happening there for them. And so here's where our rotation is, still seeing kind of that, trying to get that echo happening there, just a little bit of a hook nature, if you will, not pretty, but again, there is that kind of that hook, trying to have a little bit of a little bit of a texture there, if you will. But again, if anything, you're dealing with a decent amount of winds in this area that's in portions of Copiah County. Also heavy rain profile. We get some of these dark reds that are moving throughout the area. Certainly heavy rainfall happening. Take things back to the velocity, and nothing new coming out from the National Weather Service. The big thing is when we get no news, that's good news. We kind of love to see that.
Let's hope it stays that way. That's the thing. It's like, while there might not be news right now, let's just hope it stays that way. Still, again, we're trying to get everything kind of put together for the morning newscast as well.
So we're coming up on it.
Yeah, we're coming up to 4:30, and at the end of this morning, what we'll do is that it's like, and Alex, if you're still back there, let me know if you want to dip the break first and then come back out, or what you want to plan on doing. I know we'll just go back to regular scheduled programming on Fox, but for LBT, it's a different story. Or we just start the newscast off and just off
Right
to the
into
races. So again, let's go big perspective again. I want to go out to the radar really quickly again. While we have this going on for Copiah County, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45 for Franklin County. Got to watch these storms trying to do things down here in Pine Belt. Let's go down there really quickly. I know that's outside of our area, but we've got people who are watching from all over the place right now. The reason why I point this out is because you heard me talk about mini spinnies earlier. Okay, so these are little miniature supercells. These are little tropically induced cells. They're coming directly off the Gulf of Mexico, but they're tapping into the low-level turning of the atmosphere. They're not very tall thunderstorms. They may be capping off at about like 15 or 16, 17, 20,000 feet or something like that, but they are spinning. Go to the velocity product on this storm here near Hattiesburg. There's a little spin there. That's what I'm saying. No warning on it. It's not super deep, but it's possible that you could get one of these little cells that are well out ahead of the main line to end up trying to tornado. That's on the southeast side of Hattiesburg. There's 98 and 49. So that would be out there just north of Camp Shelby, and that would be closer to William Carey.
Right.
This is your old was you should be doing this. But that's something that we will have to watch as well, because not just for Pine Belt, but for our southeastern counties, talking like Covington, Smith, Simpson. It may take some time before you really get to see anything or see anything crazy happening in your neck of the woods. But this may be part of it. You see another one out here at south and west of Purvis. So that's something that we'll just have to kind of watch here. That's Highway 589 takes you back up towards Summerall, back over by Canebrake. But see, I know.
You do. I know they're calling them out, Patrick, like you've lived down there.
It's like I couldn't call out what was going on in Cranfield, but I could figure out what's going on down in Hattiesburg. Anyways, circling back, let's go back big scale back to the main radar, because we're coming up to 425 here. One thing to note, again, the line of storms is still moving through here. As I said, in this area here, if you are back here in the South Delta, you are done for severe weather. Okay, you're done for severe weather. Could you be dealing with rain, though, that could lead up to some localized flooding? Yes, that will continue for the coming hours, but the severe weather threat is done. Anybody near or ahead of that line, severe weather threat continues. And unfortunately, that line's going to stall out at some point. And wherever it happens to stall out, flooding becomes the concern for a couple of hours here. I'd say between really almost now through about noon today, before we start to see the push coming to push this down to the south and east. So places like Smith County, places like Simpson County, places like Jeff Davis, Lawrence, and as well as Covington County, it may be, and Walthall County for that matter, it may be until later on this morning before you start to see your rain coming through the fold. I gotta make sure that I think I lost my IFB. And there we go. But it may be a little bit longer for that to happen. So again, it's going to take some time, my friends. Please be patient with us here this morning and throughout the day, because unfortunately, this won't exit the area until probably 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. Like I mentioned, we were with you this during the overnight period for the South Delta. Just looking at the power outage situation, I mean, basically all of Issaquena, all of Sharkey County out of power right now. I haven't heard anything from the South Delta School District, but I would assume, based off of that it's going to be hard to have school today unless they can get the power restored up there. But that's just me making an observation. That's not an official statement. So we'll work on trying to get that information from South Delta School District. But based off of what we know, it's kind of hard because it's, both counties are without power right now, Issaquena and Sharkey County. Again, we've got power outages that have started to mount also for portions of Adams County.
And Yazoo County as well.
And
too.
Yazoo County as well. So, we've got several different waves that we're dealing with here this morning. So that's what we're kind of contending with here on your Wednesday morning. So, 426 right now. Last batch of this warning is going to come up here at 4:30. As long as they don't extend it, and I don't perceive that they will. Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay. All right. So he's just telling me what we're doing in my ear. So that's what we're doing. So at 4:30, what we'll do, we'll send you back over to regular scheduled programming at Fox 40. But we're going to start the newscast at 4:30. So guess what? You get 2.5 hours of me and Brandon.
Come on.
And I don't know. I haven't seen Wilson. So Wilson's over here somewhere. But yes, as far as we can tell right now, they probably will not extend this warning. Right? Okay.
Have not got any reports coming from the National Weather Service, and so that's a good thing.
Now that could change. But we're going to see how this plays out. But again, there you go. Line of showers and thunderstorms starting to slow down. This becomes more of the flood threat here over the next little bit. I don't know what I got over there on Max. Take Max 3 really quickly. Take traffic max if we can on the wall and show you what's going on with the tower camera. That's our tower camera at Raymond. And this gives you a perspective of what you're going to be seeing here over the next couple of hours. If it's not the severe weather, it's going to be heavy rainfall. It's also going to be very frequent lightning. Of course, that's looking off to the west from our Raymond tower camera. So, 30 miles off in the distance would be Vicksburg, and usually we'd be able to see the lights from Vicksburg on a clear night, but obviously not a clear night this morning and leading into today. So again, very active day on the way. I wish I could tell you that once this is done and move through the area, we're done. We're at severe weather all day long. But this is not that day. This is going to be a long duration day. I told you yesterday, if we started at 6 o'clock, it'd be a 24-hour bout of this. We started at 9:15 last night with the first tornado warning. We're still on the air. It's coming up on 4:30. And unfortunately, we're probably going to have more warnings before the day is out. We do have a tornado watch that's in effect until 6 a.m. for most of the area. Okay, tornado watch is in effect until 6 a.m. for most of the area. And that does include Metro Jackson. There will probably be a period of time where we may lose all watches except for the flood watch. But we'll probably get another one at some point in time during the latter portion of the day, okay? Because the storm system still has to make progress off to the east. We want to hope that this would make progress all the way eastward and get out of here, but that's just not the case, it seems like right now. So again, where it goes from here, severe weather threat starts to wane. Okay, we may still have a rogue warning or two. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45 for Franklin County, and this warning that's coming up for western portions of Copiah County should be allowed to expire. Mm-hmm. Okay, I just want to make sure you get nod your head on that one.
Yeah. So they said just a note from National Weather Service with the Copiah County warning about to expire, but they will continue to watch it following.
Okay,
so we're good. Yeah.
So we're good there. All right. So what's going to happen? Okay. That's going to go away. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Franklin County for strong wind potential, heavy rainfall as it moves through there, Meadville and Butte. We will keep you updated on that over on WLBT, our friends on Fox 40. If you need to stay up to date on the weather situation, news is going to happen from 4:30 to 7 on WLBT. We'll see you guys at 7 o'clock this morning over on WLBT. We send you back over to regular scheduled programming on Fox 40, and we start the newscast at 4:30 here on WLBT.